Get comfortable. Turn the lights down. This is going to take a while. What follows is 4 hours inside Springfield. 4 hours of buried storylines, fan theories, canonical evidence, and the kind of slow, creeping realizations that change the way you see a show you thought you knew completely. The kind of video you put on when the world outside feels too loud and you want somewhere familiar to rest your mind for a while. We're going to move through 12 mysteries. Some of them have been discussed before in pieces, but tonight we're connecting them, letting them breathe. Following each one all the way to the end without rushing, without cutting to the next thing before this one has had a chance to settle. Start with the one that explains everything else. Section 1. The Nuclear Poison Theory. The Springfield nuclear power plant has been on screen since the very first episode. It sits in the background of establishing shots. It dominates the skyline. It hums beneath every scene set in the Simpson household, because the Simpson household runs on electricity generated by that facility. Most viewers see it as set dressing, a visual shorthand for industrial America, a joke about corporate negligence, something to hang Homer's job on so the show has a reason to put him in a yellow hard hat. But there's a version of this show where the power plant isn't background detail, where it's the most important building in Springfield, where everything's strange, everything unexplained, everything that should bother you and somehow never quite does, traces back to those cooling towers and the invisible thing leaking out of them. This is that version. Let's begin with what the show tells us directly, without interpretation, without theory, just the facts the episodes themselves establish. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, one of the wealthiest men in the country. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town of Springfield. And according to a surprise safety inspection depicted in the show's early seasons, it currently operates with 342 documented safety violations. 342. The cost to bring the facility into compliance with basic federal safety standards was estimated at $56 million. Burns, a man whose personal fortune runs into the billions, declined to pay it. Not because he couldn't, because paying it would have meant acknowledging the violations existed. And acknowledging the violations would have opened the door to a far more uncomfortable question, which is what those violations had already done to the people living downwind. The specific nature of the violations matters here. These aren't paperwork issues. These aren't administrative oversights. The inspection uncovered radioactive waste being dumped directly into local water sources. Radioactive waste disposed of on children's playgrounds. Plutonium sitting on someone's desk being used as a paperweight. Cooling towers held together with chewing gum. Rats moving through the facility's lower levels with a visible luminescent glow. And then, buried in the inspection findings, almost as an aside, human skeletons discovered in the basement of an active nuclear reactor. The show presents this last detail and moves on. Nobody in the episode returns to it. Nobody asks who those people were, how they ended up there, how long they had been there. The bones are shown and forgotten, which is itself a kind of answer. In Springfield, the things that should demand explanation are the things most efficiently left unexplained. Now consider who is responsible for preventing all of this from happening. The man whose job title is literally safety inspector at this facility, the person whose entire professional function is to stand between the reactor and the surrounding population, is Homer Simpson. Homer's IQ has been stated within the show at 55. His creator has confirmed this on the record. In a later episode, it's revealed that Homer has had a crayon physically lodged in his brain since childhood, and that this foreign object has been suppressing his cognitive function for decades. He routinely falls asleep at his workstation. He has triggered multiple near-meltdown events through casual negligence. He once threw a donut into the reactor core to see what would happen. That is the person standing between Springfield and catastrophic radioactive contamination. That man, with that brain, in that job, for over 30 years. The first visible evidence of what the plant is doing to Springfield appears in the show's second season. A fish is pulled from a river located near the power plant. The fish has 3 eyes, 1 extra eye, grown in a place where no eye should be, attributed in the episode directly to the plant's runoff contaminating the local water system. The fish is named Blinky. It becomes a national news story within the show, and a gubernatorial candidate uses it as evidence that Burns is poisoning the environment. Burns is forced to sit in front of a television camera and eat the fish. He does, The town watches. A pause follows. And then Springfield moves on. Nobody orders a water test. Nobody follows up on what else might be living in that river. Nobody asks the question that sits right there in the open, waiting to be asked. If the fish swimming in the water have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people drinking from the same source? That question goes unasked for several seasons. And then, in season 8, the show answers it. The episode is called The Springfield Files. Homer is walking home through the woods near Springfield one evening when he sees something. A glowing figure moving between the trees, luminescent, slow, wrong in the way that something is wrong when it doesn't match any category your brain has a word for. Homer reports what he saw. The town believes him. FBI agents are called in. The whole episode builds toward the reveal of what Homer actually encountered out there in the dark. And the reveal is this. It was Mr. Burns. Burns had just completed one of his weekly medical treatments, a regimen so intensive, so loaded with radiation therapy and experimental chemical compounds, that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The glow lasts until his next treatment, exactly 1 week later. Without the treatment, Burns dies. The regimen is the only thing keeping him alive. After each session, he wanders out of the medical facility in a dazed, euphoric state, moving through the woods near Springfield like a creature from some other world. He literally glows in the dark, and the town of Springfield looks at this glowing figure wandering through the trees and concludes that it must be an alien, not radiation, not the power plant they can see from their bedroom windows, an alien from outer space. The denial runs so deep, is so thoroughly baked into how this community processes information, that the glowing aftermath of a nuclear medical treatment reads as extraterrestrial before it reads as industrial contamination. Then there's the Simpsons movie. In the film, Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a point so severe that the Environmental Protection Agency, a functioning federal regulatory body operating within the show's universe, decides that the only viable solution is to place the entire town under a massive glass dome, not to clean it up, not to hold anyone accountable, to seal it, to contain it, to prevent whatever is happening inside Springfield from spreading to the rest of the country. Stop with that for a moment and let it land. The United States federal government looked at Springfield, evaluated the situation, and concluded that the town itself was so fundamentally contaminated that the most practical response was physical quarantine. Not fines, not remediation, a dome, the kind of solution you apply when the problem is too far gone for conventional intervention. Springfield isn't just polluted in the film. Springfield is classified as a contained environmental hazard by the federal government. And every resident of the town, every person who has been drinking that water and breathing that air and living in the shadow of those cracked cooling towers for 36 years is still inside the dome when it goes up. Now look at the residents. Look at Homer Simpson, the overbite, the eyes that seem slightly too large for his face, 4 fingers on each hand instead of 5, a skull shape that doesn't quite match normal human anatomy, an IQ that the show explicitly characterizes as clinically disabled, and a body that absorbs punishment at a rate that should be physiologically impossible. Homer has been shot, electrocuted, fallen from significant heights, been struck by vehicles, survived explosions. He recovers from all of it. His healing rate is not normal. His pain tolerance is not normal. His physical resilience is something the show plays for comedy but never explains, and it has accumulated across 300 and more episodes into a pattern that comedy alone doesn't fully account for. Then Marge. The same slightly too large eyes. 4 fingers? Hair that grows straight upward in a tower that defies gravity, maintaining its exact shape for 36 years without visible structural support, as if the follicles themselves have been altered into something that operates outside normal biological constraints. Their children were all born in Springfield. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie have spent their entire lives drinking the town's water, breathing its air, living within range of a facility that has 342 acknowledged safety violations and an unknown number of unacknowledged ones. Every one of them displays physical characteristics that don't appear in normal human populations. The maintained hair, the overbites, the eyes, the 4 fingers, and then there's the skin. Every Springfield resident is yellow. A specific, consistent, uniform yellow that covers every person who lives in this town and, notably, no one else. When celebrities appear in Springfield as guest characters, they look different. Their proportions are closer to standard human anatomy. Their features are more normally shaped. Their skin tone is not that particular yellow. The explanation that most viewers accept without examining is that this is simply the show's art style. That's how The Simpsons looks. Everyone is yellow because yellow is the show's visual shorthand for a face. But consider what the show's logic actually establishes. Within the universe of Springfield, there is a visible and consistent physical difference between people who live in this town and people who come from somewhere else. The residents look one way. The visitors look another way. And the residents look the way they do specifically in those physical characteristics that would be consistent with long-term exposure to environmental contamination, altered pigmentation, physical mutations, physiological abnormalities that the body has apparently normalized over time. The show draws outsiders with more standard human proportions because outsiders are not from Springfield. The yellow skin, the four fingers, the eyes, the impossible hair, these are the visual markers of people who have been living inside the contamination zone. Springfield's animals show the same patterns. Santa's little helper, the family dog, has the same oversized eyes as his owners. The same deviation from normal canine anatomy. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes. The wildlife in and around Springfield is demonstrably altered by the power plant's runoff. The show establishes this directly and then expects you to believe that the humans living in the same environment have been untouched. Burns understands all of this. The show makes his awareness explicit across multiple episodes. He funds private medical research. He maintains personal physicians. He undergoes the weekly treatments that we've already discussed, treatments that are specifically designed to manage the effects of radiation on a human body that has been saturated with it for over a century. Burns knows what radiation does to biological systems in a way that is deeply personal, because radiation is the thing that is keeping him alive. And he knows what his plant is doing to Springfield. He has to. He has the scientific infrastructure to understand it. He has access to data about the local environment. He has resources that nobody else in town can match. Burns is not ignorant of the contamination. He is a man who manages his own radiation exposure with weekly precision, and he runs the facility that is exposing everyone around him to the same substance without managing anything at all. His continued employment of Homer is relevant here in a way the show hints at, but never states directly. When German investors briefly took control of the plant, the first thing they did was fire Homer and begin a proper safety assessment. The assessment was so catastrophic, the cost of bringing the plant into compliance so staggering, that the new owners nearly went bankrupt from the estimate alone. Burns bought the plant back and rehired Homer immediately. A competent safety inspector would shut that plant down. Homer ensures the violations continue, the radiation keeps leaking, the water stays contaminated, and Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power supply, its economy, and through the economy, the population itself. A population that is, the theory suggests, too cognitively compromised by decades of low-level radiation exposure to understand what has been done to them. This connects to one of the show's stranger revelations. In Season 12, Homer has the crayon removed from his brain. His IQ rises dramatically. He becomes articulate, thoughtful, capable of engaging with the world around him in sophisticated ways. And for the first time in his adult life, he sees Springfield clearly. He sees what his job actually is. He sees the architecture of the life he has been living, and the clarity is unbearable. Homer has the crayon put back in. He chooses to return to the fog because the fog is more survivable than the truth. But the show never asks how the crayon got there in the first place. How does a crayon end up lodged in a child's brain without any of the doctors who treated that child over the following decades noticing it? Either the medical profession in Springfield is spectacularly incompetent, or the medical profession in Springfield is looking away from the things Burns's influence would prefer them not to examine too closely. And if the doctors are compromised, if the healthcare infrastructure of this town is operating under the same shadow that covers everything else Burns touches, then Homer's crayon isn't just a strange childhood accident. It's the show using a specific, physical, removable object as a symbol for something it can't say any more directly than this. Something has been done to the brains of the people in Springfield. Something that keeps them manageable. Something that prevents the kind of sustained, coherent thought that would lead a person to look at a three-eyed fish and follow that observation all the way to its logical conclusion. The radiation theory doesn't explain one anomaly about The Simpsons. It explains all of them. The characters don't age because their mutated biology has been altered at a cellular level that the show's own logic establishes as capable of producing extraordinary effects. The town resets after disasters because the population's memory function has been compromised by neurological damage accumulated over decades. Homer survives injuries that should kill him because his body has adapted to an irradiated environment in ways that make him physically resilient at the cost of cognitive function. Burns stays alive through treatments that would destroy a normal person because he has been managing his own radiation exposure for over a century with resources that no one else in town has access to. And nobody in Springfield questions any of it because the same environmental factor that changed their biology has also changed the part of the brain responsible for looking at an anomaly and following it through to a conclusion. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. It is a contamination zone. The nuclear power plant that sits on its skyline, that powers its homes and employs its people and signs the checks that keep the economy running, is not background scenery. It is the mechanism. It has always been the mechanism. Every yellow face and four-fingered hand and impossible physical recovery and forgotten catastrophe traces back to the same source. The cracked cooling towers, leaking the same invisible material into the same water supply, sustaining the same cognitive impairment in the same people who cannot figure out why their fish have extra eyes and their children were born with one fewer finger than everyone on the outside. The plant is not part of the show. The plant is the show. And nobody in Springfield will ever figure that out because the plant already made sure they couldn't. If you're watching this late at night, drop a comment letting us know what time it is and where you're watching from. And if this kind of breakdown is what you come here for, the subscribe button is right there. It helps more than you'd think. Now, let's go deeper. Extended Section 1. The Nuclear Poison Theory. Continued. Let's slow down inside the radiation theory and let some of the details breathe, because the most compelling part of this argument isn't the broad strokes. It's the specific moments scattered across 36 seasons of episodes where the show gives you a piece of information and trusts you not to follow it to its conclusion. The show has been placing breadcrumbs for decades. Let's pick them up one by one and see where they lead. The first thing worth dwelling on is the timeline of Homer's intellectual decline. The Crayon episode, Season 12. Episode 9 is called HOMR. The title is the acronym of Homer's full test score on a standardized intelligence assessment taken after the crayon is removed. What the episode shows you is not just a momentarily smarter Homer. It shows you the specific process by which Homer's intelligence was diminished in the first place. Young Homer, 6 years old, shoves a crayon into his nose. The crayon goes too far. It lodges against the left hemisphere of his brain. A doctor observes this at the time but says nothing, presumably because removing it would require surgery that Homer's family cannot afford, or for some other reason the episode leaves deliberately vague. That vagueness is the interesting part. The show is very precise about when the crayon went in and what it did once it was there. It is entirely imprecise about why nobody removed it over the following decades of routine medical examination. Homer has been seen by Springfield doctors throughout the show's run. He has been hospitalized more times than can be easily counted. He has received medical attention for injuries that would require thorough neurological assessment in any functioning healthcare system. And across all of those medical encounters, not one physician in Springfield identified a foreign object lodged against Homer's brain. If you accept the radiation theory's proposition that Burns's influence extends into Springfield's healthcare infrastructure, the picture becomes clearer. Burns does not want a Homer who is functioning at his actual intellectual capacity. A Homer who can think clearly is a Homer who might notice what is happening around him, who might connect the contamination to the plant, who might make the connection between his employer and his mother's disappearance, who might, in short, begin asking the questions that Burns's entire system is designed to prevent from being asked. The doctors in Springfield are not stupid. They may not even be corrupt in any active sense. But they operate within an institutional environment that Burns controls, and within that environment, certain findings go unrecorded, and certain treatments go unprescribed, and certain conditions go untreated because the institutional incentive structure around them was built to produce that outcome. The crayon is the most visible example of this. But if you've been watching the show for a long time, you know that medical care in Springfield is reliably worse than it should be, reliably delayed when it matters most, reliably handled by people who seem to be working at partial capacity. Springfield General Hospital has been depicted repeatedly as a facility operating well below the standard you would want for the treatment of someone you love. And the facility's limitations are never attributed to underfunding or mismanagement in any way that implicates Burns. They are presented as the general comic incompetence of the institution. But Burns controls Springfield's economy. Springfield's economy determines what institutions in Springfield can afford to do, what talent they can attract, what equipment they can maintain. A hospital that cannot pay competitive wages will not attract the best physicians. A facility that operates on a limited budget will not have the best diagnostic equipment. In a town where one man controls the primary economic engine, that man also controls, indirectly and at a remove, the quality of every institution that depends on the economy he manages. Homer's brain injury persisted for decades because the medical system in Springfield, shaped by the economic environment Burns created, was not equipped or incentivized to find it. Whether this was deliberate or structural is a distinction without much practical difference. The outcome is the same either way. Now consider what the theory implies about the children. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie were all born in Springfield, after both parents had spent significant time in the contaminated environment. Their development, from the earliest possible biological moment, occurred inside a system that the radiation theory suggests is fundamentally compromised. The contamination doesn't wait for children to reach a certain age before it affects them. It is in the water. It is in the air. It is present in the bodies of the parents whose genetics and biology shaped these children before they took their first breath. The show has explored what happens when Bart or Lisa spends time outside Springfield. When Lisa travels to Washington, when Bart attends a school in another city, there is a subtle but perceptible shift in how they operate. They function slightly better, slightly more clearly, in environments that don't have the same ambient contamination. The show doesn't draw attention to this explicitly, but the pattern is there across enough episodes to be noticed. Lisa is the clearest case because Lisa's intelligence is the show's most explicit engagement with the question of what the Simpson children might be capable of. She is demonstrably brilliant by any measure the show employs. Her IQ tests register in ranges the show presents as extraordinary. Her capacity for sustained intellectual engagement with complex problems is real and depicted with consistency. But she exists in Springfield, drinking its water, breathing its air, and the show is also clear that her intelligence does not help her most of the time. She can see the problems around her with perfect clarity. She cannot fix them. She is frustrated constantly by the gap between her ability to understand the situation and her inability to change it. The radiation theory offers one reading of this. Lisa's intelligence is real, but her operating environment is systematically undermining her capacity to act on it. It's not that Springfield doesn't want to hear from Lisa. It's that Springfield, for reasons connected to its contaminated infrastructure, cannot respond to Lisa even when it hears her. The cognitive impairment is broad enough to affect not just the individuals who experience it most acutely, like Homer, but the collective capacity of the community to engage with complex information, change entrenched patterns of behavior, and respond to challenges that require sustained, multi-step reasoning. Lisa can see. Springfield is impaired. The gap between vision and action, the gap that defines Lisa's life on the show, is the gap between a person whose cognition is working and a community whose cognition isn't. The show has also, across various episodes, depicted the animals of Springfield in ways that reinforce the radiation theory's claims about environmental contamination. Blinky the fish is the obvious example, but the show's animals generally operate in ways that suggest something unusual in their biological environment. Santa's little helper, the family dog, displays physiological characteristics that don't match standard canine anatomy. He has the same, slightly too large eyes as his owners. His proportions deviate from real-world dog anatomy in ways that parallel the deviations in the human residents. He is a pet who was raised in Springfield, who has drunk Springfield's water and breathed its air. And his biology reflects the same environmental influence that the theory argues has shaped the humans around him. The luminous rats in the power plant's lower levels are perhaps the most direct piece of biological evidence the show has ever depicted. Bioluminescence in mammals is not a naturally occurring phenomenon. Rats do not glow. And yet the show presents glowing rats inside the nuclear facility as a feature of the plant's environment so established and so unremarkable that they are mentioned in passing and never revisited. Nobody removes the glowing rats. Nobody investigates what has made them glow. They are simply part of the facility's ecosystem, alongside the human skeletons in the basement and the plutonium paperweight and the chewing gum cooling tower repairs. The rats glow because they have been exposed to something that has altered their biology, the same something that is leaking out of the facility and into the surrounding environment. The rats are inside the plant. The people of Springfield are outside it. But the water table doesn't recognize that distinction. The air currents above Springfield don't check which side of the fence they're on before they carry whatever they're carrying. The three-eyed fish and the glowing rats and the biologically unusual pets and the physiologically aberrant human population and the federal government's decision to seal the whole thing under a dome. These are not coincidences. They are data points in a pattern that the show has been drawing for 36 years in full view without ever naming it directly. The radiation theory's final argument is about what the contamination has done to Springfield's collective epistemology. Not just its intelligence, its specific capacity to know things, to evaluate evidence, to look at a pattern and follow it to its logical conclusion. The residents of Springfield are not all as impaired as Homer. Most of them function at a level that appears normal, that passes as ordinary intellectual engagement with the world. But there is a systematic gap between what they observe and what they conclude. They see the three-eyed fish and they don't test the water. They see Burns glow and they conclude alien rather than radiation. They experience disaster after disaster and forget each one by the time the next episode begins. The contamination has not made Springfield stupid in a simple, measurable way. It has done something more specific and more insidious. It has impaired the particular cognitive capacity that allows you to look at what you're seeing and follow the implications all the way to the uncomfortable truth at the end of them. The residents can observe. They cannot conclude. They can notice. They cannot connect. They can experience. They cannot remember. And Burns has built his entire operation on that gap. The gap between observation and conclusion is the space where his power lives. As long as the people of Springfield can see the fish and not test the water, as long as they can watch Burns glow and think alien, as long as they can lose their memory of the dome by the next episode, Burns is safe. The power plant is not a setting. It is the mechanism by which a man who has been alive for over a century maintains control over a town that, if it were thinking clearly, would have replaced him long ago. Extended Section 2. Homer's Coma, continued. The Homer coma theory has a specific quality that most fan theories don't. It is emotionally generous. Most theories about what's really happening in a beloved television show carry an implicit cruelty. They suggest that the surface thing you loved was a lie, that the real thing beneath it is darker or colder or more mechanical than the version you experienced. The coma theory is different. The real thing beneath the surface, if the theory is correct, is more moving than the surface. Not darker, more human. Homer Simpson, lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, dreaming about his family. That is the theory stripped to its irreducible core, and there is nothing cruel about it. There is only the particular weight of understanding how much Homer loves the life he is dreaming. Let's stay with the specific quality of the dream for a while. Dreams are not memories. They are constructions built from the materials memory provides. When Homer dreams about Springfield, he is not replaying recordings of what actually happened. He is building scenarios using the people and places he remembers as raw materials, running simulations of possible interactions, generating new situations from his understanding of who these people are and how they behave. His dreaming brain knows Marge well enough to generate plausible Marge responses to novel situations. It knows Bart well enough to improvise Bart's behavior in circumstances that never actually happened. It knows the geography of the house, the texture of the couch, the color of the kitchen walls, and from these materials it constructs a continuous world that feels more real than a recording, because it is active rather than passive. It generates, it creates, it keeps going. This is why the post-coma episodes escalate in scale and absurdity. In the early seasons of the dream, the brain has good raw material to work with. The memories are clear and detailed and recent. The simulations are grounded, the situations recognizable, the emotional texture dense and specific. Homer can dream about Marge, considering whether she's happy in their marriage because he knew her well enough, observed her closely enough, to construct a plausible internal Marge who might have those feelings. He can dream about Bart struggling with school because he watched Bart struggle with school. But dreams degrade. The further you get from the original memory, the thinner the raw material becomes. As years pass and Homer's brain continues operating in unconsciousness, the specific details of his memories grow less precise. The texture of his life before the coma becomes hazier. He can still construct the same people, but the level of resolution available to the simulation decreases. And to compensate, to keep the dream interesting to itself, to prevent the simulation from collapsing into repetitive loops, the brain begins incorporating external signals. The sounds from the hospital room, the television playing in the background, the voices of visitors at his bedside, the radio, fragments of the outside world that penetrate the fog and get incorporated into the simulation. This is where the celebrities come from. This is where the more elaborately implausible plots originate. Homer's dreaming brain is running low on internal material and supplementing with whatever it can catch from the ambient signal of the room around his body. Think about what this implies for the emotional resonance of specific episodes. When Homer goes to space, when Homer meets presidents, when Homer joins secret societies and makes friends with famous musicians, and somehow manages to have experiences that accumulate into the most event-filled life of any safety inspector in the history of nuclear power, all of that is Homer's brain trying to be good to itself, trying to give itself enough variety and stimulation to keep the simulation running. The dream has to be interesting enough that the dreaming mind doesn't give up on it, so it keeps adding. It keeps escalating. It keeps reaching for new material, new scenarios, new ways to generate the feeling of a full and eventful life. But underneath all of the escalation, the core of the dream remains constant. Every episode returns Homer to his family. Every adventure ends with him back on the couch, back in the kitchen, back in the house on Evergreen Terrace. The escalation is the dream trying to stay interesting. The return is the dream's actual content. The home is what the dreaming brain is trying to protect, to preserve, to maintain against the gradual dissolution of everything else. Homer goes to space and comes home. Homer joins a secret society and comes home. Homer befriends a celebrity and comes home. The home is the point. Everything else is the path the dream takes to get back to it. The episode Homer the Heretic, which aired in the same season as the coma episode, contains something that reads differently once you understand the coma theory's chronology. Homer skips church one Sunday and has what he describes as the best day of his life. He sleeps in. He watches football. He makes his own special breakfast. He has the house to himself. And in the middle of this peaceful, domestic, solitary contentment, God appears to Homer in a dream. The specific quality of this dream within the show is relevant. Homer has a casual, friendly, surprisingly low-stakes conversation with the divine. God tells him to keep an eye on the donut-shaped universe. God acknowledges Homer's somewhat unorthodox relationship with organized religion without condemning it. And crucially, God tells Homer that Homer will one day learn the meaning of life. But that day, God says, is not this day. The timing. 6 months before the coma episode. God in a dream telling Homer that the day when he understands everything is coming, but that it hasn't arrived yet. Under the coma theory, the dream within the show, God appearing to Homer in Homer's Sunday afternoon nap, becomes something larger. It becomes the show's single moment of foreshadowing so embedded in the structure of the narrative that it operates below the level of conscious interpretation. God was telling Homer that the day of understanding was coming. 6 months later, Homer went into a coma. And if the coma is where Homer learns the meaning of life, if the long dream of family and comedy and impossible adventure is the meaning of life that God was promising, then the prophecy was accurate. Homer did learn it. He learned it by losing it, by going under, by spending whatever remains of his conscious existence dreaming about the version of his life that he loved most, preserved in amber, never ending, always there. There is also a structural argument for the coma theory that doesn't require any theological reading of any single episode. It's based purely on the mathematics of what the show became and when it became it. The seasons before the coma episode are, by nearly universal consensus, the show's best seasons. Seasons 1 through 4 contain what most fans and most critics identify as the show's greatest work. These are the seasons with the tightest writing, the most emotionally grounded character work, the most effective balance between comedy and genuine feeling. They are the seasons people return to most often, the seasons that get referenced most frequently when people talk about what The Simpsons actually is. The seasons after the coma, beginning with season 5 and accelerating through every subsequent season, show a progressive shift in the show's relationship with its own internal logic, its own emotional grounding, its own investment in consistent characterization. The shift is not uniform. There are great episodes scattered throughout the later seasons, but the general trend is clear and the divergence from the first 4 seasons is real and documented and widely discussed. The coma theory's explanation for this is the most specific and most satisfying one available. The pre-coma seasons are grounded because they are drawn from memory. They are based on a Homer who is conscious and engaged with his life, observing it clearly, understanding its stakes and its emotional texture. The post-coma seasons become progressively less grounded because they are generated by a brain that is running on increasingly degraded material, supplementing memory with ambient signal, constructing scenarios that grow larger and stranger as the source material thins. The degradation is gradual. The first post-coma seasons are still recognizably connected to what came before. The later seasons lose that connection progressively. By the seasons that are furthest from the coma, the show is operating in a register that has almost nothing in common with the first 4 seasons. The escalation is not creative decay, it is neurological. Extended Section 3, Who Shot Mr. Burns, continued. There's a dimension of the Burns shooting mystery that rarely gets discussed. The question of what Smithers actually did that night and why his alibi, the most specific and verified alibi of any suspect in the investigation, was such a mess. Smithers confessed almost immediately when the investigation began. He came to Wiggum voluntarily and said he had shot Burns. He was distraught. He was not ambiguous. He was a man who believed he had killed his employer and his closest relationship, and who came forward to face the consequences with what looked like genuine remorse. And then his alibi destroyed his confession. He had been blackout drunk. He had shot a gun, but he had shot it in completely the wrong direction at a completely different person. Old Jasper, in the wooden leg, in an unrelated location. The question the investigation doesn't ask is how Smithers got blackout drunk in the first place. Smithers is not depicted as a heavy drinker. His defining characteristic is absolute devotion to Burns. His life is structured around Burns's needs, Burns's schedule, Burns's medical treatments. A man whose existence is organized around the well-being of another person does not typically get blackout drunk on a night when that person is in acute danger. Smithers knew the town meeting was happening. Smithers knew how angry the community was. Smithers understood, probably better than anyone else in Springfield, what Burns had done and what the potential consequences were. And Smithers got blackout drunk and wandered off and shot someone's wooden leg. There are readings of this that are less innocent than the one the show presents. What if Smithers got drunk deliberately, not to disable himself as a witness, not as a cover story, but as a way of managing the specific conflict of knowing what Burns deserved and not being able to allow himself to believe he deserved it? Smithers has spent decades in proximity to Burns's worst behavior. He has watched Burns destroy Springfield's environment, harm Springfield's residents, use his wealth and power to evade every consequence that normal people face for their actions. And Smithers has stayed. Not because he doesn't see it, because he can't leave. The night of the town meeting might have been the night when Smithers, for the first and possibly only time in his adult life, looked at what Burns had done, at the blocked son and the ruined school, and the destroyed retirement home, and the injured dog, and allowed himself to feel what a normal person would feel in his position, and then immediately drank until he couldn't feel it anymore, because feeling it had consequences he couldn't afford. Because Smithers devoted to Burns is the only Smithers that exists in any coherent sense. The blackout and the accidental shooting and the immediate confession when Burns was shot were not a cover story. They were a person who had reached the limit of what he could hold together and had dissolved, briefly, into the gap between what he knew and what he could allow himself to do about it. This doesn't exonerate Smithers. It makes him more tragic. Now consider the DNA evidence. The eyelash on Burns's suit that belonged to a Simpson. This evidence is presented as nearly decisive in the investigation. It's what puts Homer in the frame seriously enough to justify his arrest. And the show resolves it by revealing that the shooter was Maggie, a Simpson, so the DNA evidence was technically correct. It pointed to the right family. But DNA evidence pointing to a family is not the same as DNA evidence pointing to a specific person within that family. The eyelash came from a Simpson. That narrows the pool of suspects to Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie. 5 people. One of them is known to have been present at the town meeting and known to have had Burns's gun in their possession at some point during the evening, because Homer's fingerprints were on the weapon. One of them is an infant who, Burns later claims, he encountered in the parking lot under circumstances that require you to accept a fairly specific and unverified account from a man who had just woken from a coma. The fingerprints on the gun are actually the most interesting piece of evidence, not because they necessarily prove Homer fired the weapon, but because they prove Homer touched it. When did Homer touch Burns's gun? In what circumstances? The investigation never asks this with any rigor. Homer can't explain it. The investigation accepts the lack of explanation as a mystery that the baby's guilt resolves. Homer must have encountered the gun before or after Maggie used it, and touched it then. But there is another possibility. Homer touched the gun because Homer had the gun. Because Homer, in the parking lot or in the meeting room or in some other location the investigation never definitively establishes, held Burns's weapon at some point during those crucial hours. And what Homer did with it after holding it, whether he fired it and then passed it to Maggie or found it and dropped it or handed it to someone else, the investigation cannot determine with certainty because the investigation is being run by Clancy Wiggum in Springfield. The DNA evidence, the fingerprints, and Burns's identification from his coma bed all point in the same general direction without being individually conclusive. Taken together, they form a picture that is consistent with the official answer and also consistent with several other answers. The investigation accepted the most convenient, consistent reading and closed the case. In a town that has legally prohibited the acknowledgement of inconvenient truths, this is not surprising. The investigation produced an answer. The answer could not be prosecuted. Case closed. Springfield moved on. The 1-year-old who may or may not have shot a billionaire grew up to be whatever Maggie grows up to be, behind her pacifier, behind her silence, watching everything, saying nothing. Maybe she did it. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she knows exactly what happened and has simply never told anyone because she learned, young, that this particular truth is one more item on Springfield's very long list of things that don't get spoken out loud. Section 2. Homer's coma theory. There is a fan theory about The Simpsons that has been circulating online for over a decade. It has been debated on forums, dissected in YouTube videos, addressed by the show's own producers, and referenced in an actual episode. It is the most internally consistent explanation for everything strange about Springfield that has ever been proposed. And once you understand it, once you follow it all the way to its emotional conclusion, the show stops being a comedy and becomes something else entirely. It starts on the 1st of April 1993. The 18th episode of Season 4 was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was simple. It was April Fool's Day. Bart had been escalating a series of pranks on Homer throughout the episode, and the final prank involved taking one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and putting it inside an industrial paint shaker. When Homer opens the can, the explosion is so violent it puts him in the hospital. While Homer is lying in his hospital bed, he looks across the room and sees a vending machine. He gets up to get a candy bar. The machine tips. It lands on top of him. And Homer Simpson flatlines. He enters a coma. Not a dream sequence. Not a cutaway gag. A clinically defined unconscious state that the episode depicts lasting for 7 weeks. The show treats it as real. The family gathers at the bedside. Bart, in a moment of genuine emotional weight, sits beside his father and confesses tearfully that the whole thing was his fault. And Homer springs awake, immediately begins strangling his son. The family laughs, and the episode ends. The show tells you he woke up. It says so explicitly. But in the final minutes of that same episode, the show also tells you something else. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. Permanently. Gone. Never coming back. And Homer's response to being informed of this is to laugh, even though he can't explain why he's laughing. His family finds this charming rather than alarming. The episode ends. The Simpsons continues for 32 more years as if nothing happened. The Homer coma theory, originally proposed by a Reddit user in the early days of Internet Simpsons discussion, begins here. The argument is this: Homer did not actually wake up from his coma on the 1st of April 1993. What appeared to be Homer waking up was itself part of the coma. Every episode of The Simpsons that has aired since that date, every storyline and character development and celebrity appearance and impossible event, is a dream being generated by the unconscious mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, losing brain function slowly and steadily while his family waits beside him. The evidence for this is not circumstantial. It is structural. It is woven into the bones of what the show became after that episode. Before the coma, The Simpsons was a specific kind of show. It was grounded in recognizable domestic situations. The storylines dealt with financial stress, marital tension, academic failure, the kind of everyday pressures that real families navigate. Homer tries to stop drinking. Marge briefly considers whether she is happy in her marriage. Lisa develops feelings for a substitute teacher. Bart faces the real possibility of being held back a grade. The show had an emotional core built from relatable human experience, filtered through satire, but fundamentally tethered to the recognizable weight of ordinary life. After the coma, something shifts. The shift is not subtle. Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante crime-fighting group. Homer joins a secret society. Homer discovers his mother is a fugitive radical living underground. Homer meets God twice. Homer has been a bowling instructor, a food critic, a bodyguard, a missionary, an astronaut, a professional boxer, a country music manager, a parade float operator, and approximately 400 other things across 32 seasons. He has met every living president. He has traveled to dozens of countries. He has survived physical trauma that would kill a platoon of soldiers and walked away without lasting consequences. The show went from a family sitcom about recognizable domestic struggle to something approaching magical realism, where the main character's life has expanded to encompass nearly every human experience imaginable, while the fundamental structure of that life, the house, the job, the family, the town, never changes at all. Fans have been debating when The Simpsons declined for 20 years. The coma theory offers an answer that isn't about quality. The Simpsons didn't decline. Homer's brain got worse. The dream became more unstable as the years passed and more neurons went dark, and the unconscious mind running the simulation had fewer resources to maintain coherence. The escalating absurdity of later seasons isn't the writers losing interest in the show's original premise. It's the degrading signal of a brain that is slowly running out of the raw material it needs to keep the dream believable. There is a detail that makes this haunting in a very specific way. 6 months before the coma episode, in the season 4 premiere, Homer has a conversation with God, an actual face-to-face conversation. During that conversation, God tells Homer that he will one day learn the meaning of life, but not yet. Homer's time is coming, God says. His moment of understanding is approaching. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline aligns precisely. God told Homer that his waking life was approaching some kind of threshold. 6 months after that conversation, Homer's conscious experience ended. What the show presents as a theological gag reads, under the coma theory, as prophecy. God was informing Homer that his time in the waking world was almost over, and everything that followed the vending machine falling, everything since April of 1993, is the dream of a man who received that warning and went under before he could understand what it meant. Consider the aging problem in light of this. Nobody in Springfield ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8, Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge look exactly as they did when the show began. Every attempt to explain this through conventional means runs into the same wall. Cartoon logic says it's just how animated shows work. The radiation theory says it's a biological effect of nuclear contamination. But the coma theory offers an explanation that is simpler and more emotionally devastating than either of those. Nobody ages because they exist inside the mind of a man who lost consciousness in 1993 and never regained it. Homer's brain cannot imagine his children growing older because he was not there to witness it happen. The last time he saw Bart, Bart was 10. The last time he saw Lisa, Lisa was 8. The last time he held Maggie, she was 1 year old and small enough to fit in the crook of his arm. His unconscious mind preserves them exactly as he last experienced them, because that is all it has to work with. The memory is frozen. The dream can only dream what the memory contains. And the memory stopped updating on the 1st of April 1993. This is also why Marge does not age. The last time Homer was fully conscious and present with his wife, she looked exactly like that. That is the Marge stored in his long-term memory. That is the Marge his dreaming brain reconstructs every night, unchanging, exactly as he left her. The dream preserves his world at the last moment he experienced it, because that is what an unconscious mind does when it runs out of new information to incorporate. It loops what it already has. It plays the same tape on the same machine over and over with small variations to keep the simulation from feeling too repetitive. The celebrity appearances in later seasons fit this theory in a way that's worth sitting with. The earlier seasons of the show, the pre-coma seasons, have relatively few celebrity guest appearances. The post-coma seasons are flooded with them. Every famous person imaginable shows up in Springfield. Musicians, actors, athletes, politicians, scientists, artists. Springfield becomes a magnet for every famous person alive. Under the coma theory, this isn't Springfield attracting celebrity visitors. This is Homer's brain, lying in a hospital bed, receiving ambient noise from the world outside. The television in his room, conversations at his bedside, voices from the hallway, fragments of music and news, and human speech that filter through the fog of unconsciousness and get incorporated into the dream. Homer hears a name. Homer hears a voice. His sleeping mind translates it into a person who walks into his dream version of Springfield and interacts with his dream version of his family. Every celebrity who appears in the show is a signal Homer caught through the static, pulled into the simulation, and given a body and a storyline by a brain that was trying desperately to keep the dream populated. The show has engaged with this theory directly. In season 34, the episode Lisa the Boy Scout included a scene that was initially promoted as a deleted scene, a segment in which Homer wakes from a long coma, and it's revealed that all of the show's more outlandish episodes were just a dream. The scene was later explained as a fake deleted scene planted as a hoax, not actually from the episode at all, but the show made it. The writers animated it. They depicted Homer waking from a coma and then presented this depiction to the audience, even within the framing of a joke. The fact that they made it says something. It says the theory has enough internal logic that the show's own creative team felt the need to address it, even obliquely. Their denial was wrapped in an episode that explicitly showed the thing they were denying. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory in 2015 and dismissed it as fan speculation. "It isn't true," he said. What he didn't address was the tonal shift. He didn't explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. He didn't explain why the show's escalation of absurdity has tracked so precisely with the theory's predicted pattern of a degrading dream signal. He didn't explain why nobody ages. He said it's not true and moved on, and the interviewer moved on with him, because that is what Springfield does. It moves on from the things it would rather not examine. But the theory doesn't go away, because the theory does something that no official explanation has ever done. It makes the whole show make sense. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the impossible survivability of the main character, the reset button between episodes that erases all consequences and returns everything to baseline, the increasingly dreamlike quality of later seasons. The way the world of the show keeps expanding and contracting simultaneously, becoming stranger and more surreal while the family itself remains locked in permanent stasis. Homer can't die in the dream because Homer's mind is running the dream. His unconscious brain cannot generate its own death. It can simulate injury, simulate danger, simulate the sensation of falling or being struck or being in pain, but it cannot simulate the actual cessation of consciousness because that would end the simulation itself. So, Homer survives everything, not through cartoon logic, through the self-preservation of a dreaming brain that needs him to keep existing so the dream can keep running. Here is where the theory arrives at something that is not comedy at all. If this is true, then the emotional center of The Simpsons is not a family comedy. It is a portrait of what a man holds onto when he has nothing left to hold onto but memory. Homer Simpson, lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, is dreaming about the thing he loves most in the world, his family. He is dreaming about Marge still loving him, about Bart still being his mischievous, exasperating, wonderful little boy, about Lisa still playing her saxophone in her bedroom, about Maggie still being small enough to fit in his arms. He is dreaming about Friday night on the couch, about cold beer and the television, and the familiar noise of his family moving through the rooms around him. He is dreaming about home. And in the dream, home lasts forever. The kids never grow up. Marge never leaves. The house stays exactly as he remembers it. Every disaster resolves by the next episode because, in Homer's dream, disaster always resolves. His subconscious will not let the story end badly. It cannot. Not because Homer is incapable of imagining bad endings, but because the whole point of the dream is to give him an ending that doesn't hurt. The coma theory reframes every episode you have ever seen. Every joke, every escalating absurdity, every moment where the show's logic stretched beyond the point of plausibility and you thought, well, that's just a cartoon, becomes something else. It becomes a man's sleeping mind reaching for the life it loved, running simulations of happiness, refusing to let go, choosing over and over the version of the world where his family is together and intact and nobody ever has to say goodbye. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is the only heaven a man like Homer Simpson would ever think to ask for. A house on Evergreen Terrace where the kids are always young and the beer is always cold and the evening light comes through the kitchen window at the same angle it always did and nothing ends and nothing changes and nobody leaves. Every episode since the 1st of April 1993 is a love letter, written by a man who can't wake up, addressed to the family he can't reach, kept alive by a brain that refuses to stop telling the story because stopping the story means waking up. And waking up means finding out how much time has passed, how old his children really are, whether Marge is still there, whether anyone is still sitting by the bed, or whether the chair beside him has been empty for years. That is the Homer coma theory. The show will never confirm it. The show will never disprove it. Because the evidence is in the structure of the show itself, built into the seams, present in every episode since the 4th season, waiting for someone to stop accepting the surface explanation and ask what's underneath it. Homer Simpson has been dreaming since April 1993, and the dream is every episode you've ever watched. And every time the credits roll and everything resets, and the family settles back into the couch, that's Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, Homer has to wake up. And Homer doesn't want to wake up. Not yet, not until he's ready. And in 36 years, he hasn't been ready yet. He might never be. Section 3. Who really shot Mr. Burns? We know the official answer. Season 7, Episode 1. The investigation concluded. Burns woke up, pointed his finger, and the shooter was identified as Maggie Simpson, infant, age 1. Acting in self-defense or reflexive response or infant confusion, depending on your reading of the evidence. Case closed. Maggie did it. Move on. Except the case was never actually closed. It was ended. And in Springfield, those are different things. Let's go back to the beginning, because the beginning is where you find what the show was actually trying to do with this story. The summer of 1995 was the peak of The Simpsons as a cultural phenomenon. The show was at the height of its power, its influence extending well beyond television into advertising, music, fashion, and the daily vocabulary of American popular culture. And in that moment of maximum cultural visibility, the writers decided to attempt something that had never been done by an animated show before: a genuine, audience-participatory murder mystery. A real whodunit constructed from actual clues, promoted as a puzzle, presented to the country as a competition. Fox ran the campaign as if the fictional shooting of a fictional billionaire were a real, unsolved crime. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special. It was called Springfield's Most Wanted, and it treated the question of who shot Mr. Burns with the same gravity the program applied to actual fugitives. The Simpsons wasn't just a television show that summer, it was a national puzzle. And the puzzle was designed, the show's creators insisted, to be solvable from the evidence presented in Part 1. To understand why the official answer has never fully satisfied, you need to understand what Mr. Burns had done to earn the shooting. Burns had gone further in Part 1 than the show had ever allowed him to go before. He stole an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary School, gutting the school's budget and destroying the one institution in town that served the town's children. He used his legal resources to bankrupt Moe's Tavern, forcing its closure. He created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield Retirement Castle, displacing the town's elderly population, including Abe Simpson. He had Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, injured during one of his schemes. And for his finale, Burns constructed a massive mechanical device and used it to block the sun above Springfield. Not metaphorically, literally. He built something capable of blocking sunlight from reaching the town and deployed it as a business strategy, forcing Springfield's residents into total dependence on his power plant for light and heat. When Smithers, his loyal assistant of decades, protested, Burns fired him on the spot. By the end of Part 1, every single person in Springfield had a reason to want Charles Montgomery Burns dead. The show established this methodically, giving individual characters specific motives, giving the audience time to understand each one. Homer, because Burns had worked with him for years and still couldn't remember his name, an accumulated humiliation that had pushed Homer to a documented breaking point. Bart and Lisa, because their school lost its funding and their dog was hurt. Grandpa Simpson, because his retirement home was destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, because he lost his job. Tito Puente, because Burns cut the music program. Moe, because his bar was gone. Smithers, freshly fired, spiraling into grief and alcohol. The entire town gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns face to face. Multiple people were shown holding weapons. The tension in the room was described by the episode itself as explosive. And then Burns collapsed, a single gunshot wound. He staggered onto the town sundial and fell, his hands landing on two letters, W and S. Or, from Burns's perspective looking upward, M and S. The screen went black. America waited 3 months. When Part 2 arrived in September of 1995, the investigation was handed to Chief Clancy Wiggum, which was itself a signal about how seriously anyone in Springfield intended to pursue the truth. Wiggum's department stumbled through the case with the efficiency you'd expect from a police force operating in a town whose entire institutional infrastructure runs on denial and willful blindness. Smithers confessed almost immediately, which seemed promising until his alibi collapsed entirely. He had been blackout drunk during the shooting and had actually shot someone else. Old Jasper, in the wooden leg, in a completely unrelated incident. One by one, the suspects were cleared. Skinner had an alibi, Moe had an alibi, Tito Puente had an alibi delivered in the form of a full samba performance, which is one of the most joyful 15 seconds of television the show has ever produced. The investigation stalled until the police found an eyelash on Burns's suit. DNA analysis pointed to a Simpson. Homer's fingerprints were on the gun. He had the clearest motive of anyone in the room. Homer was arrested. He was on the verge of being convicted. And then Burns woke up from his coma and identified his shooter. It was Maggie, he said. Baby Maggie Simpson. Burns had encountered her in the parking lot after the town meeting. He had attempted to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from his holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Mystery solved. Except almost nobody solved it in advance. This is the detail that gets overlooked in conversations about this episode. Fox ran a national contest. Viewers across America submitted their guesses for who shot Burns. The prize was substantial. The winner would be animated into a future episode of the show. According to the DVD commentary for the episodes, out of the randomly selected sample of entries that were evaluated, not a single person had correctly identified Maggie as the shooter, not one. The person ultimately awarded the prize was chosen at random from the pool of entrants who had not gotten it right and received a cash payment instead of the promised animation spot, because the animation was contingent on having the correct answer. The commentary also reveals that the producers were aware of one person who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons newsgroup on the internet on the night the first part aired. This person used a college internet account. By the time the contest ended and the producers attempted to contact them, the account was inactive and the person could not be located. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for that person to come forward. As far as anyone publicly knows, they never did. So the show constructed a mystery it called Solvable from the available clues, ran a national competition around it, and when the answer was revealed, essentially no one in the audience had correctly deduced it from the evidence provided. Either the clues genuinely did not support the answer, or the answer was not actually determined by the clues, but rather reverse engineered to fit a narrative decision made for other reasons. Let's examine the clues themselves. The sundial? Burns falls and his hands land on W and S, which, from his own perspective, is M and S. The show treats this as pointing to Maggie Simpson. But Burns himself stated, explicitly, on the record within the episode, that his hands pointing at those letters was not intentional. He did not deliberately position himself to spell out his attacker's initials. He fell. The letters his hands happened to land on were a coincidence. The central clue, the piece of evidence the show uses most prominently to justify its conclusion, was explicitly described by the victim himself as meaningless: the gun. Burns was carrying a firearm in a holster. Shortly before the shooting, the holster is shown empty. The gun had already left his person before the attack occurred, which means whoever shot Burns was using a weapon they found rather than one they brought. This is significant. It means the shooter did not arrive at the town meeting planning to shoot Burns. They encountered his gun by chance and used it impulsively. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this. So does any number of other people who might have found a loose firearm in a chaotic crowd. Burns's last words before being shot. He said, specifically, "Oh, it's you." The casual recognition of someone familiar. Not surprise, not fear. The greeting you give someone you've seen before but weren't expecting at this particular moment. Does Charles Montgomery Burns have a pre-existing relationship with Maggie Simpson significant enough to prompt that response? Has the show established any meaningful interaction between them prior to this episode? Burns has difficulty remembering Homer's name despite Homer working directly for him for years. The idea that Burns would recognize a specific one-year-old infant with that particular tone of familiar acknowledgement is difficult to reconcile with how the character operates. Then there's Homer's confession. In season 18, Homer states outright that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it on camera. He does not hedge it. He does not present it as a joke or a misunderstanding. He says it as a statement of fact. And Springfield responds the way. Springfield always responds to statements that would require reopening something everyone has agreed to leave closed. Nobody reacts. Nobody investigates. Nobody asks a follow-up question. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the wealthiest man in the town, and the confession evaporates into the air like it was never spoken. Either Homer is lying for reasons related to his character, which is entirely plausible given who he is and how he relates to attention and drama, or the original verdict was wrong and Homer knows it because he is the person who pulled the trigger. If Homer did it, then Maggie was framed. Not intentionally, perhaps, not through a deliberate conspiracy, but through the path of least resistance that Springfield always follows when a difficult truth needs somewhere comfortable to land. Chief Wiggum said it himself. No jury would convict a baby. Not anywhere in America. Maybe Texas, he allowed, but nowhere else. Maggie was the perfect resolution. An infant too young to be prosecuted, too young to testify, too young to deny anything or confirm anything, or complicate the narrative with additional information. Blaming Maggie closed the case without requiring anyone to face a consequence. The Marge theory has circulated among fans for years and holds more structural evidence than most alternatives. Burns, in an earlier episode, became infatuated with Marge. He was not subtle about it. He pursued her with the particular intensity of a man who has not been told no often enough to handle it gracefully. And the theory suggests that when Burns woke from his coma and looked around the hospital room and identified his shooter, he did not identify Maggie because he saw Maggie standing there. He identified Maggie because the person he actually saw standing there was Marge, and he chose to protect her. Burns took a bullet and woke up and decided that the person who shot him was someone he could not bring himself to send to prison. So he looked at the sundial, found the initials that could plausibly be read as Maggie Simpson, and let the town draw its own conclusion. The baby could not be convicted. Case closed. Marge was safe. Burns, in his deeply strange and obsessive way, protected the woman he had fixated on by sacrificing his own chance at justice. The alternate endings support the idea that the creative process behind this mystery was not as controlled as the show's promotion suggested. A complete alternate conclusion was produced in which Smithers is the shooter. Fully voiced, fully animated, fully produced to broadcast quality. This ending was shown to audiences in a clip show episode where it was dismissed by a fictional host on the basis that ignoring the DNA evidence would be, quote, downright nutty. The reference was explicit. The O.J. Simpson trial had recently concluded with a verdict that many felt had required the jury to set aside DNA evidence in reaching an acquittal. The show was acknowledging directly that juries ignore DNA all the time. It was telling you that the physical evidence in a case does not necessarily determine the verdict. It was winking at you, inviting you to consider whether the official answer and the correct answer were the same thing. Early drafts of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered this seriously enough that they had plans for what to do with his character following a prison sentence. This was abandoned, but what it reveals is that the answer to who shot Mr. Burns was not determined by the clues embedded in Part 1. The clues were built backward from whatever answer the writers eventually chose. The mystery was reverse-engineered, and the solution was selected not because it was what the evidence pointed to, but because it was what served the story best. The final shot of Part 2 has been discussed endlessly. Everyone has left the hospital room. Maggie is alone. She looks around carefully, deliberately, making sure no one is watching. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show presents this as confirmation. Maggie knows what she did, but you could read the same sequence differently. A baby who witnessed something violent, who watched an adult fire a gun, is repeating the gesture she observed. Because that is what babies do. They mimic the behavior of the people around them. They replay what they've seen without necessarily understanding what it means. Maggie isn't confessing in that final shot. She's remembering. The greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never solved. It was closed. A verdict was delivered. The case file was shut. Springfield moved on, the way Springfield always moves on, by collective agreement that the official version is the version everyone will accept, and the alternative versions are the versions that will quietly stop being discussed. In Springfield, that is how the truth works. Not by evidence, by consensus, the answer to who shot Mr. Burns is Maggie Simpson because Springfield decided it was Maggie Simpson, and Springfield's decisions have a way of becoming permanent regardless of whether they're correct. Somewhere in a hospital room, Burns knows what happened. The real story is in there, somewhere behind those ancient eyes, in a mind that has survived over a century of extraordinary circumstances. He's never told anyone the truth. He probably never will. Some things in Springfield are kept because letting them go would cost too much. Section 4. Mr. Burns and the immortality question. Charles Montgomery Burns should not be alive. This is not a casual observation. Within the established continuity of The Simpsons, across dozens of episodes and 36 seasons of accumulated storyline, Burns's age and his continued existence represent one of the most elaborate physiological impossibilities in the history of American television. He is not old in the way characters on television are often depicted as old, with white hair and slow movement and the occasional reference to a storied past. Burns is a man whose personal memories extend back to the 19th century, a man who has referenced first-hand experience of events that occurred before the grandparents of most of the show's audience were born. His age has been stated and implied and contradicted across dozens of episodes, and every version of the timeline places his birth somewhere in the late 1800s. He has described the Gilded Age not as history he read about, but as something he lived through. He attended Yale. He served in the Second World War in a capacity the show depicts as morally ambiguous at best. He has mentioned knowing Howard Hughes personally. He has discussed events from the early decades of the 20th century with the casual familiarity of someone recounting their own youth. By conservative estimation, Burns is well over 100 years old. By the show's most expansive reading of its own continuity, he might be significantly older than that. And he is not merely surviving at this age, he is functioning. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation with active strategic leadership. He manipulates municipal politics with sophisticated precision. He constructs elaborate long-term schemes that require sustained planning, technological understanding, and an operational grasp of modern finance and law. His body has deteriorated to the point where a stiff breeze represents a physical threat, but his mind operates with a ruthlessness and strategic clarity that no one in Springfield can match. The most direct address of Burns's survival comes from the episode we discussed in the radiation theory section, the Springfield Files. Burns undergoes a weekly medical regimen so extreme that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatment keeps him functional for exactly 7 days. Miss one session and his biological systems begin to fail. The margin for error is zero. His continued existence is maintained on a weekly schedule the way you maintain a piece of industrial equipment, through regular intervention and precise calibration. The treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, the man whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's water supply for decades, is personally dependent on controlled exposure to radiation to sustain his own body's functioning. Burns has not simply profited from nuclear energy, he has become dependent on it at a biological level. His cells require external radiation input the way a normal human body requires food. Remove the source and the system collapses. This raises a question about causality that the show never addresses. Did Burns develop this dependency before or after building the power plant? Was he already managing a radiation-dependent physiology when he built the facility, essentially creating a personal medical infrastructure disguised as a commercial utility? Or did decades of proximity to the reactor create the dependency? And did Burns simply adapt his survival strategy to incorporate what he had available? Either reading is disturbing. The first suggests the power plant was always at least partly a personal medical facility, that Burns built his empire partly around his own biological needs. The second suggests Burns spent decades slowly poisoning himself along with everyone else in Springfield, and simply had the resources and intelligence to manage the consequences in a way his neighbors did not. The Three Stooges syndrome scene is one of the show's most famous comedic moments. Burns visits a doctor who informs him, with escalating disbelief, that Burns has every known disease simultaneously. Every one. His body is host to every illness that medical science has cataloged, all present at the same time, all active, none of them successfully killing him because they are all competing with each other for the same biological resources. The doctor compares the situation to 3 people trying to move through a doorway at the same moment. None of them can get through because the others are blocking them. Burns's diseases are in a state of perfect equilibrium, each one prevented from progressing by the presence of all the others. The episode plays this for one of its biggest laughs and moves on. But if you take the radiation theory seriously, this scene becomes something else. The disease equilibrium is not a natural phenomenon. It is not some biological miracle that Burns won through fortunate genetics. The weekly radiation treatments are maintaining it. The radiation is the mechanism through which Burns's body holds all of those competing illnesses in stasis, preventing any single one from gaining dominance. It is not medicine in any conventional sense. It is something more like nuclear regulation. His body is a reactor, and the weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods. Too much of any one element and the whole system destabilizes. The treatments maintain the balance. Without them, the equilibrium collapses, and every disease in his body surges forward simultaneously. Smithers's role in Burns's survival is something the show depicts repeatedly without ever fully articulating. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. He ensures Burns makes every appointment. He monitors Burns's physical condition with a vigilance that goes significantly beyond professional loyalty. The show has established across multiple episodes that if Smithers were removed from his position, if he left or was fired or became unable to fulfill his responsibilities, Burns would deteriorate rapidly. Not emotionally, though, that too, physically. The infrastructure of Burns's survival requires Smithers the way a complex machine requires a skilled operator. Without Smithers tracking the treatment schedule and ensuring compliance, Burns would miss a dose. The disease equilibrium would fail. Burns would die within a week. This reframes Smithers' famous devotion to Burns in a way that is less romantic and more practical than the show generally presents it. Smithers is not simply a loyal employee who has developed feelings for his employer. He is a man who understands in specific and technical detail that Burns's life depends on Smithers's continued competence. He is devoted partly because he loves Burns, and partly because he knows with quiet certainty that his absence is a death sentence. That knowledge is the foundation beneath everything. The devotion and the dependency are inseparable. Burns's connection to American history adds a dimension to the immortality question that the show gestures at but never explores fully. The Burns family history, as depicted across various episodes, extends back centuries. They were wealthy before the concept of American wealth had fully formed. They built infrastructure and then charged everyone else to use it, which is as pure a description of dynastic capital accumulation as you could write. The current Burns inherited an empire that was already ancient when he took control, and has spent his extended lifetime maintaining and expanding it. This raises the question of whether Burns is unique, or whether his family has always found ways to extend their lifespans beyond normal human limits. If the current Burns has survived well past a century through artificial means, did previous Burns patriarchs employ comparable strategies? Before nuclear radiation, before modern medicine, before the specific technology that currently maintains Burns's disease equilibrium, did the family use other methods? The show doesn't answer this, but it does establish that the Burns dynasty has been in continuous operation for longer than most American institutions, and that kind of multi-generational continuity doesn't happen through normal succession alone. Burns has died. In a meaningful sense, he has come close to death more times than almost any other character in the show's history. He has been shot, he has collapsed. He has been hospitalized repeatedly, poisoned, abandoned in the wilderness, subjected to conditions that would have ended a normal person multiple times over, and every time, he comes back. Not through the cartoon resilience that allows Homer to survive a fall off a cliff. Burns comes back through infrastructure. Through money. Through the machinery of accumulated wealth that ensures no matter what happens to his physical body, there will always be someone standing by with the resources and the knowledge to rebuild him. Homer's survival is passive. Homer survives because the show requires him to survive, and the show's logic accommodates that requirement without asking too many questions. Burns's survival is deliberate and engineered. Every institution he has corrupted, every politician he has purchased, every doctor he has retained, every research program he has funded, it all exists as part of a system whose ultimate purpose is to keep Charles Montgomery Burns alive. His empire is not primarily a vehicle for profit. The profit is the mechanism through which he funds his survival. The power plant generates income. The income funds the treatments. The treatments maintain the equilibrium. The equilibrium keeps him alive. Everything flows from and returns to that circuit. The scariest dimension of this is not Burns himself. It's the relationship between Burns's survival and Springfield's dependency on him. The town's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns's continued operation of it. Burns's continued operation depends on the treatments. The treatments depend on the infrastructure that only Burns's wealth can sustain. It is a closed loop, a self-sustaining system where the man, the machine, and the money feed each other in an endless cycle. Springfield cannot economically survive the removal of its primary employer and power source. Burns cannot physically survive without the treatments that his wealth provides. Each one needs the other. Springfield can't kill Burns because Springfield can't survive without him. And Burns doesn't die because dying would mean the system he built would finally have to face what it has done to the community it has been sustaining and contaminating simultaneously for over a century. He is not immortal. Immortality suggests something effortless, something natural, a quality of being that transcends normal biological rules. Burns has achieved nothing so elegant. He is something more specific, more uncomfortable than immortal. He is too expensive to die, and Springfield will keep paying the bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be a very long time. Extended section 4 Burns' immortality. Continued. Burns's understanding of time is one of the most quietly disturbing aspects of his character. He has been alive for long enough that the normal human relationship with history, where historical events are things that happened before you were born and can only be understood through documentation and testimony and the accumulated interpretation of others, doesn't apply to him. Burns has personal memories of events that most Americans only know from textbooks. He was there. He experienced it. He has his own perspective, unfiltered by the distortions of historical distance, on events that are now considered settled and categorized and given their proper significance by the consensus of subsequent generations. His understanding of the Gilded Age is not historical interpretation. It is personal recollection. His memories of the early 20th century are not archival. They are experiential. When he references historical figures, he is not demonstrating his knowledge of history. He is telling you about people he knew, This has an effect on how Burns relates to power that the show never quite makes explicit. Burns has watched every political and economic system that has attempted to regulate or constrain wealth of his scale come and go. He has watched trust-busting legislation pass and be reinterpreted and weakened and worked around. He has watched regulatory agencies be created and staffed and defunded and captured by the industries they were supposed to regulate. He has watched activist movements rise with genuine momentum and be absorbed into the institutional framework they were fighting without substantively changing it. He has watched all of this not as a student of history but as a participant. And the lesson he has drawn from over a century of watching the world try and fail to meaningfully constrain wealth at his level is that it doesn't happen. Not in any permanent way. The constraints are always temporary. The enforcement always lapses. The outrage always dissipates. The world always returns, eventually to a state where someone with enough resources can simply wait out any challenge to their position. Burns doesn't fight his battles because fighting takes effort. He endures them. He has enough time, enough resources, enough patience developed through decades of watching challenges resolve themselves to simply outlast whatever comes at him. The Simpsons movie's dome is the most extreme version of this. The federal government sealed Springfield. Burns's response was to wait, because he has waited before. Because he knows, from a century of experience, that federal programs get defunded and political will dissipates, and the people who wanted him held accountable eventually get tired or distracted or replaced by people with different priorities. He just has to keep getting his weekly treatments. That's all. Keep showing up. Keep the equilibrium maintained. Keep the reactor running. And wait. The specific horror of Burns is not his cruelty, though he is cruel. It is not his wealth, though the wealth enables everything else. It is the patience. The patience of a man who has watched everything that has ever been thrown at people like him eventually fail, and who has incorporated that knowledge so deeply into his understanding of the world that he cannot conceive of a scenario where the outcome is genuinely different. He is not evil in any dramatic sense. He is catastrophically patient. He has been maintaining the same structures, the same relationships, the same systems for longer than anyone around him has been alive, and those structures have always outlasted the challenges to them before. His expectation is that they will continue to do so, and his expectation has been correct for over a century. The treatments sustain his body sustains his patience. His patience sustains his power. His power sustains his access to the treatments. The circle is closed. The system maintains itself. Springfield pays the bill for all of it. Let's look at the specific relationship between Burns and Smithers through the lens of everything we know about Burns's survival system. Smithers knows what the treatments are. He manages the schedule. He ensures Burns makes every appointment. He monitors the physical indicators that tell him when the equilibrium is at risk. He has been doing this for decades, long enough that the management of Burns's medical protocol has become as automatic and instinctive as any other deeply embedded skill. But Smithers has never leveraged this. He has never used his knowledge of how Burns stays alive as a negotiating tool. He has never threatened to miss an appointment or mismanage a dosage, or allow a single week's gap in the treatment schedule to develop as a way of extracting anything from Burns. He has never used the one advantage he has, the knowledge that his absence is Burns's death sentence, to change his own situation in any way. The show reads this as pure devotion, as the expression of feelings so complete and so one-directional that the concept of leverage doesn't occur to Smithers, because leverage implies a calculation about competing interests, and Smithers has no competing interest. Burns's well-being is his well-being. Burns's survival is his purpose. He would no more threaten the treatment schedule than he would threaten himself. But there's a darker reading available. Burns is ancient, and Burns is intelligent, and Burns has spent over a century constructing systems designed to ensure his own survival, regardless of the variable behavior of the humans around him. It is difficult to believe that a man who has survived this long and thought this carefully about his own continuity would leave his weekly survival dependent on the loyalty of a single individual without also having considered what happens if that individual's loyalty fails. What happens to Smithers if he tries to leave? If he announces his resignation? If he attempts to build a life that doesn't orbit Burns at its center? The show has depicted moments when Smithers does attempt this. When he tries to take vacation, when he tries to express his own needs, when he comes close to articulating what it costs him to be what Burns needs him to be. And in every case, something pulls him back. Something makes the alternative to Burns feel impossible. The show frames this as emotional dependency. But Burns understands dependency. He has been managing dependencies. His own biological dependency on the treatments, Springfield's economic dependency on the plant, Homer's emotional dependency on his job, for his entire adult life. He understands that the most stable form of control is the kind that doesn't feel like control. The kind where the controlled person has internalized the reasons for their compliance so thoroughly that they experience it as a personal choice rather than a constraint. Smithers stays because Smithers wants to stay. Burns made sure of that a long time ago. How exactly is a question the show doesn't answer, but Burns has had over a century to learn how to make people want to be exactly where he needs them to be. The immortality question's most disturbing dimension is not whether Burns can actually live forever. He probably can't. The treatments manage the disease equilibrium, but they don't reverse the underlying process. At some point, whatever the treatments are doing for his cellular biology will no longer be sufficient to maintain it. At some point, the reactor control rods will have reached their limit, and no further adjustment will prevent the meltdown. Burns knows this. He has to. He is too intelligent and too well informed about his own medical situation not to understand that he is on a timeline, just a longer one than normal humans experience. And this knowledge, the knowledge that even his extended lifespan is finite, that the treatments will eventually fail, that the system he has built will eventually require succession, is the thing the show has never addressed at all. What happens when Burns finally can't be kept alive? What happens to Springfield's economy? What happens to the power plant? What happens to Homer's job? What happens to the secret agreement that keeps Homer employed? What happens to all the accumulated silence? All the deliberately forgotten disasters? All the convenient amnesia that has been protecting Burns's operation for decades? Does it all come out when the man who built it is gone? Or has he constructed the system so thoroughly that it outlasts him? Has he built something that will run without him? The show will never tell us. Burns doesn't allow the future to be discussed. In his world, there is only the present and the management of it. The question of what happens after him is the one question that his patients cannot answer. Extended Section 5 Maggie's silence. Continued. The silence is the thing you keep coming back to. In a household where everyone communicates constantly, where Homer's interior monologue runs externally at all times, where Marge worries aloud and Bart provokes aloud and Lisa analyzes and editorializes and lectures aloud, the silence of the youngest member of the family is not neutral. It is a decision. It is a sustained, consistent, 3-decade-long decision to not participate in the family's primary mode of engagement with the world. And the more you think about what Maggie has observed from her silence, the more the silence makes sense. She has watched Homer try to express himself and be dismissed. She has watched Homer attempt to communicate his needs and feelings and have them laughed at, ignored, reinterpreted according to other people's convenience. Homer's verbal communication is not effective. He says what he means, and the gap between what he means and what the people around him receive is enormous and unbridgeable. The words don't carry what they're supposed to carry. The communication doesn't do what communication is supposed to do. She has watched Lisa express herself and be dismissed in a different way. Lisa's communication is precise and accurate and sophisticated. She says exactly what she means with a level of clarity that should eliminate misunderstanding, and it still doesn't work. The gap between what Lisa says and what Springfield hears is not a gap in linguistic precision. It's a gap in Springfield's willingness to receive what Lisa is saying. Lisa communicates perfectly, and the community filters it out anyway. Maggie has watched 2 different communication styles. Homer's blunt and often imprecise expression and Lisa's exact and sophisticated articulation both fail for different reasons in the same environment. And she has drawn the only conclusion that observation supports. In Springfield, speaking does not produce the results that speaking is theoretically supposed to produce. Words don't change things here. The spoken communication of the Simpson family, in all its variety, has not improved their situation, resolved their conflicts, changed their community, or produced anything like the results it was designed to produce. So why would Maggie speak? The counterargument is that Maggie speaks when speaking matters. The episode with Elizabeth Taylor established that Maggie has the physical capacity to produce language. The single word she chose to produce was daddy. Not a request, not a demand, not a communicative act designed to get something from the world. A declaration of relationship, an expression of what she has that she doesn't want to risk losing. The word she chose to say, when she chose to say anything at all, was the word that names the relationship she is most invested in protecting, and she has not spoken again. Because the word she needed to say, she said, and everything else that could be said, she has decided to hold. The theory that Maggie is operating as a strategic agent rather than an undeveloped infant becomes most compelling when you look at the pattern of her interventions. She doesn't intervene randomly. She doesn't act when acting would be visible. She acts when the situation is genuinely critical, when the family or someone she cares about is in specific danger, and she acts in ways that minimize her own exposure to observation and consequence. The shooting, if Maggie did it, was an act taken in an isolated location outside the town meeting, not in front of witnesses who could complicate the situation. In a parking lot, late with limited other presence, the daycare interventions in the longest daycare all happened in the spaces between adult supervision, in the moments when the caretaker's attention was elsewhere. Every meaningful action Maggie has ever taken happened in the cracks of other people's attention. She doesn't simply wait for opportunities, she creates them. She positions herself in the gaps and then acts from the gaps, and then returns to her default presentation, the helpless infant, before anyone registers what she did. This is not infant behavior. This is the behavior of a sophisticated actor who has mastered the art of operating below the threshold of observation in an environment that she knows, from years of close observation, is systematically poor at noticing what it isn't looking for. Springfield looks for dramatic displays. It responds to Homer's spectacles and Bart's pranks, and Lisa's speeches and Burns's schemes. It has never developed the observational capacity to track quiet, patient, incremental action taken by someone who appears to need its protection rather than fear its observation. Maggie has been exploiting this gap since she was old enough to understand it, which, the evidence suggests, is a very early age indeed. Consider what the world looks like from her position. 1-year-old in chronological terms, but operating in cognitive terms at a level that the show implies exceeds any other Simpson family member. She cannot read the books that Lisa reads. She cannot type the searches that would give her access to information about the world beyond her immediate experience. She is physically limited to the environment her family places her in, dependent on them for transportation and feeding and basic care. She sees everything that happens in the household but cannot act on most of it in any direct way. And yet she has managed, from within these constraints, to become the most effective actor in the family when something genuinely matters. She has achieved things from within the limitations of infancy that the adults around her could not achieve with full physical and verbal capabilities. She did it through observation, planning, timing, and the exploitation of her own apparent helplessness. The coma theory reading of Maggie as Homer's prayer for his daughter is worth sitting with, even if you don't find the theory itself fully convincing. Because whether or not the show is a dream, the emotional logic of a parent dreaming their child into extraordinary capability is real. Parents do this. They imagine their children as the best possible versions of themselves. They project onto their children the capabilities they wish they could give them, the resilience and intelligence and capability that they want to believe will protect their children from the world's indifference. Homer, if he is dreaming, has imagined Maggie into someone who will never need protecting, who will be the protection, who will be the most capable person in any room she enters while appearing to be the most vulnerable. It's a father's deepest hope for a daughter wrapped in the form of a baby who shoots billionaires and commands daycare rebellions and waits behind her pacifier for the moment when she decides to show the world what she's been building toward. Whether that moment comes in the show or not is a question the show will never answer definitively. Maggie's endgame is the last truly open mystery of the Simpson family. Every other character's arc has been sketched, even if it hasn't been executed. You know where Homer ends up. You know what Bart becomes. You know Lisa's trajectory. Maggie's future is opaque. The show has given you glimpses, flash forwards and speculative futures, and brief moments where the curtain is lifted, but it has never committed. Never said this is who Maggie is when she grows up. Never shown you the face behind the pacifier when time has finally done what time does. Maybe she's waiting for the same reason the show is waiting. Maybe the mystery of Maggie is the mystery the show is saving. The one thing it hasn't spent yet. The card it hasn't turned over in 36 years of playing the same hand. Or maybe, in the most Springfield-appropriate resolution to this question, Maggie never grows up. The loop holds. She stays 1-year-old forever. And the extraordinary intelligence behind those enormous eyes continues to accumulate, year after year, decade after decade, knowing everything, saying nothing, waiting for a moment that in Springfield's frozen time will never come. Section 5. Maggie Simpson, the hidden genius. Maggie Simpson doesn't talk. She has been 1-year-old for 36 years. She communicates through facial expressions and pacifier sounds, and the occasional gesture that carries more weight than the full sentences the people around her deploy constantly. She cannot walk with any reliability. She cannot feed herself. She is, by every developmental measure the show establishes, a completely dependent infant with no apparent inner life beyond the immediate and sensory. She is also, by the evidence accumulated across 3.5 decades of episodes, quite possibly the most capable person in Springfield. Let's start with the most famous thing about her, because it's actually the least interesting part of the Maggie story. The shooting. We've already examined who shot Mr. Burns in detail. Whether Maggie intentionally pulled that trigger, whether the gun discharged accidentally, whether she was even in that parking lot, or whether she was later identified as a convenient resolution to an inconvenient investigation, what matters for understanding Maggie is not the shooting itself, but the aftermath. A baby was identified as the person who shot the richest and most powerful man in Springfield. The police investigated. The evidence was examined. The official conclusion was that yes, this infant committed an act of violence against an adult, and the response to this conclusion was essentially nothing. Chief Wiggum said it himself. No jury in the world would convict a baby. That was the end of it. Everyone went home. But the final shot of part 2 stays with you. The room has emptied. Everyone has left. Maggie is alone in the hospital room, which is itself a detail worth noting. Infants don't generally get left alone in hospital rooms. Someone put her there and didn't stay with her. Someone left the most observed, most investigated baby in Springfield unattended for long enough to film the following. Maggie looking around the room, slowly, deliberately, checking to confirm that she is genuinely alone. And then, only once she has established that no one is watching, moving her pacifier in a motion that precisely mimics the action of pulling a trigger. Consider what that sequence of actions requires. It requires an awareness that what she did had significance, that the significance is the kind of thing other people would want to observe, that being observed performing this motion would have consequences, and that the appropriate strategy is therefore to perform it only when no one is present to see it. That chain of reasoning involves situational awareness, memory of the original event, an understanding of social observation and its implications, and impulse control sophisticated enough to delay the gesture until the environment is safe. These are not infant behaviors. These are not the reflexive actions of a 1-year-old mind. This is strategic concealment. And a 1-year-old who understands strategic concealment is not operating at the cognitive level of a 1-year-old. The Longest Daycare is a theatrical short film released in 2012, shown in cinemas before Ice Age. Continental Drift, and nominated for an Academy Award. It is 7 minutes long. In those 7 minutes, Maggie Simpson does more cognitively demanding work than most adult characters manage across full episodes. The setup is simple. Maggie is dropped at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare facility run with authoritarian efficiency. Inside, she encounters a caterpillar on the verge of becoming a butterfly. She wants to protect it. Another baby, a bully named Gerald, wants to destroy it. What follows is Maggie executing a series of increasingly sophisticated maneuvers to keep the caterpillar safe until it can emerge and fly away. She does this by reading the room, identifying the adults who represent threat vectors, understanding the facility's physical layout well enough to route around its supervision systems, developing and adapting strategies in real time as Gerald counters her moves, executing multi-step plans that require her to anticipate other people's behavior several steps in advance and position herself accordingly. And doing all of this while physically limited to the motor skills of a genuine 1-year-old, which means she falls, she crawls when she should run, Her body keeps failing to keep up with what her mind is asking of it. She succeeds anyway. Every decision she makes is correct. Every adaptation is optimal. Her cognitive output is flawless and her physical execution is impaired, and she wins anyway because the intelligence is strong enough to compensate for every limitation the body imposes. There is something almost unbearable about watching a mind of that quality trapped in a body that can't do what the mind requires. It's the clearest articulation the show has ever offered of what Maggie actually is. She is not a prop. She is not background texture for the Simpson family. She is a consciousness operating far above the developmental level her physical form suggests, forced to work through a vessel that keeps falling over. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly in various episodes. The results are not consistent, because the show applies them when convenient and ignores them when other storylines require it, but the implication is always the same. Maggie's cognitive scores, when measured, are extraordinary, off the standard scale. Beyond what any testing instrument designed for children or adults was built to accommodate, the show plays this for quick comedy and moves on, but the pattern it establishes is unmistakable. Every time Maggie's intelligence is measured, she registers as something exceptional. Every time Maggie acts independently, she succeeds. Every time Maggie is underestimated, it costs the person who underestimated her something. Her silence is the element that makes all of this work. Maggie's first word was spoken in a cameo by Elizabeth Taylor, Daddy. It was said once and never repeated. 36 years have passed. Maggie has not meaningfully developed language. She is surrounded by a family of spectacularly verbal people who never stop expressing themselves. Homer's running commentary on his own experience. Marge's constant, low-level anxiety projected outward in a steady stream of gentle concern. Bart's ceaseless provocation. Lisa's perpetual moral and intellectual commentary. The Simpson household is wall-to-wall sound, and in the middle of it, Maggie is quiet. Not because she can't form words. The episode with Elizabeth Taylor proves she can produce language when she chooses to. She doesn't speak because she has decided not to, and the question is what she learned that led to that decision. Look at what happens to intelligent people in this household. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. Lisa's IQ is never precisely stated in a consistent way across episodes, but the show establishes repeatedly that she is operating intellectually at a level that no one in her immediate environment can match. She is smarter than both her parents, smarter than her teachers, smarter than most of the adults in Springfield. Her intelligence is genuine and substantial and real, and Springfield has punished her for it at every opportunity. She speaks up and gets ignored. She challenges institutional authority and gets dismissed. She attempts to improve the conditions around her and runs repeatedly into the wall of a community that does not want to be improved. Her intelligence has made her isolated. It has made her lonely. It has made her a stranger in her own family, the person everyone loves but nobody quite understands. Lisa has spent her entire childhood being the smartest person in every room she enters, and receiving very little for it beyond the satisfaction of being right about things nobody cares about. Maggie watched this. Maggie has been watching this since she was born. She has spent her entire existence observing the pattern of what happens when the Simpson family's intelligence is worn visibly, when it's announced rather than concealed. She watched her sister fight constantly, loudly, and with extraordinary dedication, and receive isolation and dismissal as her primary rewards, and she drew the opposite conclusion. The theory that structures Maggie is this: she is silent because silence is safer. She is invisible because invisibility is the most effective strategy available to an extraordinarily capable person in a system that punishes extraordinary capability when it's displayed openly. Maggie has looked at Springfield and concluded that the intelligent move, the strategically optimal behavior, is to appear to be exactly what everyone expects a baby to be: passive, helpless, limited, dependent, and then, from within that disguise, to operate with complete freedom because nobody watches a baby closely enough to notice what a baby is actually doing. Every heroic act Maggie has ever performed happened below the radar. The shooting, whatever its exact circumstances, was not identified as Maggie's doing until Burns himself pointed at the sundial. The daycare rebellion succeeded partly because no adult in that facility was monitoring the infants closely enough to see them organizing. The moments where Maggie saves her family, where she solves problems that stump the adults around her, They happen in the margins, in the spaces where no one is paying attention, because Maggie has constructed her entire existence to be a space where no one pays attention to her. She is the most capable member of the Simpson family. She is also the only member who has successfully made herself unobservable. These two things are not coincidental. They are the same strategy expressed in two different ways. Connect this to the radiation theory and something interesting emerges. If Springfield's contaminated environment produces mutations that affect each person differently, if the same environmental factor produces different outcomes in different biological systems, then Maggie and Homer represent opposite ends of the spectrum. Homer's mutation diminished his cognitive capacity. His brain was already compromised by childhood, reduced further by the crayon, continuously degraded by decades of proximity to the leaking reactor. He ended up with an IQ of 55. Maggie was born into that same environment and something different happened. Where the radiation reduced Homer's cognitive function, it amplified Maggie's. The same contaminated water, the same irradiated air, the same proximity to the power plant's output. But where Homer's brain was diminished, Maggie's was enhanced to a level that exceeds anything the testing instruments can properly measure. They are not opposites. They are the same process operating at different amplitudes on different biological substrates. And if the coma theory is true, Maggie's brilliance takes on a different meaning entirely. If everything since April 1993 is Homer's dream, if the Springfield we watch every week is being generated by an unconscious mind lying in a hospital bed, then Maggie's extraordinary intelligence is Homer's deepest hope for his youngest child, expressed through the only mechanism available to him. Homer cannot watch Maggie grow up. He cannot see her take her first real steps, say her first real sentence, become the person she will become when time is allowed to pass. He is asleep and she is frozen at 1 year old in his memory, and he cannot know what she will be. So in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that exceeds her age by decades. He makes her capable of things no real baby could accomplish. He makes her someone who will be okay without him, someone who can protect herself, protect the family, handle the things that come. Maggie's genius is not a mutation, and it is not a cartoon convenience. It is a father's prayer, expressed in the only language available to a sleeping mind. But in Springfield, in the waking version of the show's reality, if that version exists, the Maggie theory lands somewhere darker. She doesn't speak because she has learned that speaking gets you nothing in this town. She doesn't reveal her intelligence because intelligence is what gets you isolated. She watches everything and remembers everything and understands everything, and she waits. What she's waiting for, the show has never told us. But we've seen the glimpses. We've seen her shoot a man. We've seen her command a room full of babies. We've seen her solve problems in real time that stop adults in their tracks. We've seen her confirm or deny a person's guilt or innocence with a single nod, and we've seen the family accept that nod without question, which means on some level they know. They understand that Maggie sees clearly in a way the rest of them don't. They trust her judgment with the implicit certainty of people who have seen it be correct too many times to dismiss. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She cannot walk reliably. She cannot form sentences. She is, by every visible measure, a completely ordinary baby. She is also the most dangerous person on Evergreen Terrace. And she has spent 36 years making absolutely certain that nobody figures that out until she decides they should. Whatever she's planning, whenever she decides the moment is right, Springfield won't see it coming. That's the whole point. Section 6. The Predictions Phenomenon. The Simpsons predicted Donald Trump's presidency. It predicted the Disney acquisition of Fox. It predicted a pandemic flu spreading from Asia. It predicted a smartwatch. It predicted FaceTime. It predicted a mathematical formula for the Higgs boson particle. It predicted Cypress Hill performing with the London Symphony Orchestra. It predicted a white tiger attack at a Siegfried and Roy-style performance. It predicted murder hornets arriving in the United States. The list circulates endlessly on social media. Every few months, a new clip surfaces, a new screenshot, a new comparison between a moment from a decades-old episode and a recent headline. The show has been on the air since 1989, and across 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, the accumulation of apparent prophesies has become one of its most discussed features, arguably more discussed than any individual storyline or character arc. The question is what, if anything, this means. Let's walk through the big ones first, carefully. In the year 2000, the episode Bart to the Future depicted a future in which Lisa Simpson serves as President of the United States. In the episode, Lisa refers to the budget surplus she inherited from President Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential election. The show depicted a Trump presidency as a punchline, a reference point for fiscal irresponsibility, something the future President Lisa would have to clean up after. It named him. It put him in the Oval Office. It aired in 2000. The internet's response when Trump won was immediate and overwhelming. Screenshots from the episode went viral across every platform simultaneously. People who hadn't watched The Simpsons in 20 years found themselves sharing clips and asking how. How did they know? How did a cartoon from the year 2000 see this coming? The show's own writers were asked about it repeatedly. Their answer was consistent. Al Jean, longtime executive producer, said what he and other writers have said in various forms across multiple interviews. If you throw enough darts at a target for long enough, some of them are going to hit the bullseye. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, references, satirical observations, extrapolations from current events, cultural predictions, technological speculations. When you generate that volume of content over 36 years, statistical probability alone guarantees that some portion of it will align with future events. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its peak seasons, was more direct. Most of what people call predictions, he said, are coincidences that look like predictions because the episodes are so old that history has had time to repeat itself. These are honest answers from people who know how the show was made, and they are probably correct for the majority of cases. But they're not satisfactory to all of them, because some of the apparent predictions are specific in ways that make pure coincidence feel insufficient. The Trump episode didn't merely predict that a celebrity might run for president. It named Trump specifically and depicted him as a predecessor to a Democratic president. The show made a creative choice, in 2000, to use Trump's name as shorthand for a particular kind of ridiculous, consequence-free political moment. That choice requires explaining in some way beyond pure randomness. The Siegfried and Roy prediction didn't merely predict that a performer might be injured by a dangerous animal. The episode depicted a white tiger attacking a performer who closely resembled Roy Horn. In 2003, Roy Horn was attacked by one of the act's white tigers during a live performance, suffering injuries that ended his performing career. The specific detail of the white tiger, the specific resemblance of the fictional victim to the real person, these are the kinds of specifics that make a simple statistical explanation feel incomplete. The honest answer, the one that accounts for both the genuine hits and the far larger number of misses that nobody shares, involves something more nuanced than either prophecy or coincidence. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been among the most educated in American television. Multiple writers hold degrees from Harvard, Yale, and other elite institutions. The staff has included people with backgrounds in mathematics, computer science, physics, political theory, economics, and philosophy. These are not people guessing randomly. They are highly intelligent observers of American culture who have spent their careers studying how systems work, identifying trends, understanding the underlying mechanics of political and technological and social change, and extrapolating those mechanics forward to their logical conclusions. They didn't predict Trump's presidency in 2000 by seeing the future. They observed that Trump had been publicly flirting with a presidential run since the late 1980s, that his name was already synonymous with a particular brand of American excess and self-promotion, and that the trajectory of celebrity politics in America was pointing in a direction where someone like Trump was an increasingly plausible destination. They wrote a joke about the logical extreme of that trajectory. 16 years later, the trajectory arrived at the conclusion they had identified. This is not prophecy. It is careful observation. It is reading the present more accurately than most people do and pushing it forward a few steps. The Disney-Fox prediction works the same way. Media consolidation was an accelerating trend throughout the 1990s and 2000s. Companies were getting larger, mergers were becoming more common. The competitive landscape of American media was contracting toward a smaller number of larger entities. The idea that a company like Disney, which was already one of the most aggressive acquirers of intellectual property in the entertainment industry, might eventually absorb a competitor like Fox was not a wild extrapolation. It was the trend followed to its reasonable conclusion. When the merger actually happened in 2019, the response was less shock than recognition. The Simpsons already did this, people said, but the show didn't predict it. It identified the direction of travel early and pointed. The smartwatch prediction is perhaps the simplest to explain. Technology in the 1990s was clearly trending toward miniaturization and personal computing. The Walkman had become the Discman, which would become the iPod. Computers were shrinking from rooms to desks to laptops. The idea of a wearable computer, something strapped to the wrist, was a natural extrapolation from the visible direction of the technology that already existed. The writers looked at what was happening and imagined the obvious next step. The obvious next step eventually happened. The flu epidemic from Asia prediction, the one that feels most unnerving in retrospect given what 2020 brought, was based on an understanding of epidemiology that was not secret knowledge in 1993. Infectious disease researchers had been discussing the elevated risk of pandemic flu originating in Asia for decades before the show aired its relevant episode. The specific combination of a flu spreading from Asia, panic buying, and a frantic search for a cure was not a wild creative leap. It was a scenario that public health literature had been describing as a significant risk for years. The writers drew on existing scientific concern and translated it into a Springfield storyline. The murder hornets detail, which the episode added by having the townspeople accidentally release a swarm of killer bees during the fictional pandemic, feels eerier because of the timing. But killer bees and invasive species were topics of genuine public concern throughout the 1990s. The combination with an epidemic storyline was creative coincidence of the most mundane kind. Two separate trend-based extrapolations that happened to land in the same episode and then happened to partially correspond with two separate 2020 events that also occurred simultaneously. None of this is magic. None of it is prophecy. It is the natural output of a brilliantly written show running for an impossibly long time, staffed by educated and attentive observers of American life, generating more content than any other scripted show in television history. But there is a more interesting argument to make about the prediction phenomenon, one that goes beyond explaining why some predictions hit and most don't. The Simpsons shapes the future as much as it reflects it. This is not about supernatural influence. It's about cultural saturation. The show has been running since 1989. It has been part of the American cultural landscape for so long that its references, its framings, its satirical observations have become part of how Americans think about their own world. A joke the show makes enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point. It becomes something people reach for when they encounter a real situation that reminds them of the fictional one. When The Simpsons depicts Trump as a former president in 2000, that image circulates. It becomes part of the mental furniture that people bring to conversations about Trump for the next 16 years. When people see Trump at political events, at debates, on the news, some portion of them have already been given a frame for understanding him, a frame in which he is the kind of figure whose presidency would be treated by the next administration as a problem to solve. The joke doesn't predict the presidency. The joke primes the cultural imagination. It makes the idea of a Trump presidency feel less like an impossible shock and more like an inevitable punchline. When it arrives, people don't experience it as surprising. They experience it as recognition. This is how cultural saturation works. The Simpsons has been saturating American culture for 36 years. It has given Americans a shared language for talking about institutional corruption, corporate greed, political incompetence, environmental negligence, and media manipulation. When any of these things happen in the real world, The Simpsons episode that describes something similar is immediately available as a reference. The episode becomes the frame through which the real event is processed, and that makes the real event feel predicted even when all the episode actually did was describe a recognizable pattern. Springfield doesn't reflect America. At this point, America has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and people stared into it so long that they started to look like what they saw. The the nuclear power plant run by a corrupt billionaire employing people too compromised to challenge him, the government that can't respond to obvious problems, the population that forgets disasters and resets to baseline, the endless cycle of catastrophe and recovery and amnesia. The show didn't write this as prediction, it wrote it as diagnosis. The diagnosis came first. Reality caught up. And here's the part that doesn't go away even after you've accepted all the statistical and cultural explanations. The show has also made thousands of predictions that didn't come true, thousands of extrapolations that went the other way, technological guesses that never materialized, political scenarios that developed differently, cultural shifts that the writers anticipated incorrectly. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody builds viral threads about the predictions that failed. Confirmation bias operates in one direction only. We remember the hits and let the misses dissolve. When you produce nearly 800 episodes containing thousands of satirical observations and extrapolations from American reality, and you filter the results through an internet that is specifically designed to surface and amplify the most striking coincidences and suppress the mundane ones, you end up with a highlight reel that looks exactly like prophecy. It's a magic trick. But it's a magic trick performed with real intelligence and genuine craft, and the individual instances of real insight, the moments where the show's careful reading of American trends genuinely anticipated something specific, are worth acknowledging even while you dismantle the supernatural explanation for them. The writers of The Simpsons are not time travelers. They are not in possession of secret knowledge. They are not receiving prophetic transmissions from some future intelligence. They are extremely smart people who have spent decades looking very carefully at the world and writing what they saw, with enough precision that their observations have regularly outrun the events they described. That's not prophecy, but it's impressive enough on its own terms that it barely needs the supernatural upgrade. 800 episodes, 36 years. Thousands of satirical observations about the trajectory of American culture filtered through the most powerful coincidence amplification engine ever created, which is the internet in the 2020s. Some of those observations hit the target. The ones that do are the only ones anyone remembers. And even knowing exactly how the trick works, it's still striking to watch. The next time a Simpsons clip from 1,998 lines up precisely with a headline from next week, the correct response is probably not to conclude that the show sees the future. The correct response is to ask what the writer saw in 1998 that was already pointing where the headline eventually went, and then to sit with the uncomfortable possibility that the answer might tell you something about where the next headline is going to come from. Because if the show is a diagnostic instrument rather than a prophetic one, then the most frightening implications are not about what it already predicted. They're about what it has been depicting for 36 years that hasn't come true yet. Extended Section 6 Predictions continued. There's a category of Simpsons prediction that tends to get less attention than the big, splashy ones because it's harder to make into a shareable screenshot, but it is in some ways more impressive than anything on the usual list. These are the predictions where the show got the texture of a future moment right, rather than the specific event. What does it feel like to live in a world where a former reality television personality is the president? The Simpsons didn't just say Trump would be president. It described, in the fabric of the episodes it was making throughout the 1990s and 2000s, the cultural logic that would make something like a Trump presidency possible. It depicted an America where spectacle had displaced substance in political life, where the ability to hold an audience mattered more than the ability to govern, where the emotional register of a performer had become more politically relevant than the policy positions of a politician. The show was not the only piece of American culture making this observation. Many others were. But The Simpsons was making it in a format that reached the broadest possible audience, in language that was accessible and funny and embedded in the lives of a family that everyone found relatable, which meant its observations were absorbed by people who would never have engaged with the same analysis in a different form. Political satire in a literary journal reaches a specific audience that already understands the framework being deployed. Political satire in The Simpsons reaches people who came for a comedy about a family and absorbed a critique of American political culture as a side effect. The Cypress Hill and London Symphony Orchestra prediction is worth dwelling on specifically because it seems so random. In 1996, an episode featured a gag about Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra while under the influence. In 2024, 28 years later, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. The performance was received as a genuine cultural moment, a successful and moving collaboration between very different musical traditions. The show's 1,996 gag was built on the absurdity of the pairing. The joke was the incompatibility. The comedy was that these two entities, a hip-hop group and a classical orchestra, had nothing in common and would never, in any rational universe, appear on the same stage. The reality, 28 years later, was that the incompatibility had become interesting rather than absurd, that cultural fusion had progressed to a point where the pairing made a kind of sense, that the distance between these worlds had collapsed enough, that the collaboration was meaningful rather than merely strange. The show didn't predict the collaboration. It identified a cultural pairing that felt impossible and made a joke about it. And then the world moved in a direction that made the impossible pairing possible, because that's what culture does over 28 years. The things that seem incompatible become compatible. The combinations that seemed absurd become interesting. The joke becomes the reality not because the joke was prophetic, but because the joke was pointed at a real cultural tension, and cultural tensions have a way of resolving through exactly the kind of surprising fusion that the joke was mocking. The autocorrect prediction is similarly illuminating. In a 1994 episode, an early personal computing joke depicts a computer struggling with voice recognition or text input in ways that produce wildly incorrect and slightly absurd output. The joke is that the technology doesn't work properly. The prediction that people reference is that the show anticipated autocorrect failure, the phenomenon where automatic text correction produces unintended and often funny errors. What the show actually did was observe that computing was moving toward text input automation and make a joke about how automation of complex linguistic tasks tends to produce errors in ways that are specific and strange, rather than random. That's not prediction. That's understanding how technology works and how automation works, and how the gap between what a system is designed to do and what it actually does tends to manifest. The show's writers understood enough about technology to anticipate the texture of its failures, even if they couldn't anticipate the specific form those failures would take. The Higgs boson equation is the most scientifically specific of the predictions, and also the one that requires the most careful handling. In a 1998 episode, Homer is shown briefly working through a mathematical equation on a blackboard. The episode was written with input from a physicist consultant. In 2013, the Large Hadron Collider experimentally confirmed the mass of the Higgs boson particle, and a physicist noted that Homer's equation, if extended forward from where the episode showed it, would have predicted a mass within range of the confirmed value. This is real and it's impressive. But it's impressive in a specific way. A physicist consultant helped write an episode. The physicist consultant, drawing on existing theoretical work about the Higgs boson, incorporated real equations into the scene. The Higgs boson's theoretical mass had been calculated within a range by physicists before the experimental confirmation. The equation in the episode was based on real physics. The experimental confirmation was confirmation of what the physics already suggested. The show didn't predict anything independently. It depicted a physicist's calculations, and the physicist turned out to have been right. The credit belongs to the physicists and to the show's commitment to including real scientific content in its episodes, not to any prophetic quality. But the commitment to accuracy is itself worth noting. The show cared enough about getting the physics right to consult real physicists, and the result was an episode that contained real physics, which turned out to be correct, because it was real physics. The patterns the show got right reflect the show's consistent engagement with real trends, real science, real analysis of how power and technology and culture work. The patterns the show missed reflect the limits of extrapolation, the genuine unpredictability of specific outcomes, even when the general trajectory is visible. The show was right about the direction, and sometimes uncannily right about the destination, and sometimes completely wrong about both. But the internet is the world's most powerful mechanism for selectively remembering hits and forgetting misses. Every confirmed prediction gets documented, shared, screenshot, and added to the list. Every failed prediction dissolves without documentation. The list grows longer with every year because every year brings new events that can be matched with varying degrees of precision to something the show said at some point across nearly 800 episodes. The list will continue to grow. The show will continue producing content. The world will continue producing events. And the overlap will continue to be selectively documented and shared and cited as evidence of something that is better understood as the natural output of 36 years of intelligent cultural observation filtered through confirmation bias. The show sees clearly. It always has. Not into the future, into the present, which is more useful and more unsettling, because the present is the thing we're all living in, and the thing we're all least equipped to see clearly. Extended Section 7, Mona Simpson, continued. There's a detail in the Mother Simpson episode that tends to get absorbed into the emotional weight of the reunion and not examined on its own terms. Mona tells Homer that the reason she stopped to help the person knocked down during the lab raid was a reflex. She saw someone who had fallen. She helped them up. It was not a calculated decision. It was a human response to another person's apparent need. And the person whose need she responded to was Burns. Burns, who had just had his biological weapons laboratory destroyed by the people Mona was with. Burns, who had been manufacturing weapons-grade pathogens in the same town where Homer was growing up and families were living their ordinary lives. Burns, who would spend the next 27 years using every resource available to him to ensure that the woman who helped him to his feet could never go home again. The moment has a specific moral weight that the show presents without commentary. Mona's kindness, the impulsive human decency that made her stop for a fallen person in the chaos of retreat, was the direct cause of everything that followed. Burns saw her face. He reported her. She became a fugitive. Homer grew up without a mother. Abe grew up without a wife. The Simpson family was shaped by that single moment of reflex decency for 3 generations. The question of whether Mona regrets stopping is one the show doesn't ask. It would be the most understandable regret in the world if she had kept running. If the human reflex to help had been slightly slower or slightly weaker that particular night, she would have made it out. She would have gone home. Homer would have grown up with his mother. The specific wound that shaped his adult personality would not have been opened. But then Burns would have kept his weapons lab. The pathogens would not have been destroyed. Whatever Burns intended to do with a biological weapons facility in the middle of a residential community would have continued to be possible. The raid's success, which had a real and meaningful consequence for public safety regardless of the personal cost, depended on someone stopping to help a fallen person and being seen. Mona's story is a meditation on the cost of doing the right thing in a world where doing the right thing is punished by people with enough resources to ensure the punishment is sustained and comprehensive. She was right. The lab was wrong. The raid was a legitimate act of civic conscience, and she paid for it with 27 years of her son's life. Burns paid nothing. Burns never pays. The system Burns constructed, the network of influence and corruption and institutional capture that protects him from consequence, was fully operational in 1969, and it remained operational when Mona finally died in a later season, and Burns was still there. Still getting his weekly treatments, still running his plant. He outlasted her. He outlasts everyone. That's the whole point. The conspiracy around Mona and Homer has one more layer that the show introduced in the deal between Burns and Abe. Burns committed a crime. Abe discovered it. They struck an arrangement. Homer keeps his job for life in exchange for Abe's silence. The deal was made between 2 men, neither of whom consulted Homer. His employment was guaranteed as a transactional consideration in a negotiation between his father and the man who destroyed his family. He had no knowledge of the deal. He had no say in it. He has been working at the plant his entire adult life, partly as the living settlement of a crime his father witnessed and chose not to report. 3 generations, 3 corruptions. Mona was corrupted by Burns's presence into losing her family. Abe was corrupted by Burns's pressure into accepting the terms of the deal and burying the truth. Homer was corrupted by the compound effect of both, born into an environment shaped by Burns's influence and kept within it by an agreement he never consented to. And the show presents all of this not as melodrama, but as the slow, ordinary tragedy of ordinary people in proximity to extraordinary and unaccountable power. It doesn't need to be loud. It doesn't need dramatic confrontations or villainous monologues. It just needs one man with enough resources and enough patience and enough willingness to use what he has to ensure that things stay exactly as he needs them to be. Burns doesn't have to be cruel in any theatrical sense. He simply has to be consistent. And he has had over a century to perfect his consistency. Extended Section 8. The Pauper continued. The most interesting thing about the collective denial mechanism the show depicts in The Principal and the Pauper is how ordinary it looks from the inside. Springfield didn't hold a dramatic, high-stakes, soul-searching community meeting about whether to accept truth or lie. The vote to keep the lie was not agonizing. It was easy. It was comfortable. The real Seymour Skinner was a stranger. The fake Seymour Skinner was their principal, the person who ran their school, the person they had built relationships with, the person who fit into the specific role the community needed him to fill. The choice between a real person they didn't know and a familiar person who had been doing the job for 20 years was not a difficult choice. It was the choice that every community makes every time it faces the gap between what is true and what is functional. The truth about who their principal was would have required disruption. It would have required accounting, adjustment, the uncomfortable acknowledgement that their institutional confidence had been misplaced for 2 decades. The lie, the convenient lie, the lie that asked nothing of them except that they agree to maintain it, offered continuity. Communities choose continuity. This is not a moral failure unique to Springfield. It is a feature of how communities work. The institutional preference for stability over accuracy is not specific to cartoon towns. It operates in every institution humans have built, from the smallest social groups to the largest national governments. The question that the episode asks without answering is where the line is. At what point does the preference for institutional stability tip from reasonable pragmatism into something more corrosive? The episode answers by showing what happens to the truth that gets displaced. The real Seymour Skinner got tied to a train. He got physically expelled from the community he was owed. The displacement of truth required the active suppression of the truth-bearer. It required not just agreeing to a lie, but ensuring that the thing the lie was protecting against, the possibility of the truth returning, was actively prevented. This is the critical step. Institutional preference for stability over accuracy is widespread and often benign. Most of the time, the inconvenient truth is a minor thing, a small discrepancy in the official narrative, a detail that doesn't quite match but doesn't require anyone's presence to suppress. Most of the time, the truth doesn't have a face. It doesn't show up in person. It doesn't need to be put on a train. When the truth does show up in person, when it is embodied in a specific individual who insists on being acknowledged, the choice between truth and stability becomes dramatically more concrete. You can no longer simply agree to ignore the discrepancy. You have to decide what to do with the person the discrepancy is walking around in. Springfield's decision to expel the real Skinner and criminalize any future acknowledgement of his existence is extreme. But it is the logical conclusion of the same impulse that drives every smaller act of institutional denial. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to deal with it. You want it to go away. And if it won't go away on its own, you make it go away. The last honest man in Springfield got expelled from his own name. The episode framed this as comedy. It is not, on examination, funny. It is the clearest possible depiction of what collective denial actually requires. Not just the passive refusal to acknowledge inconvenient facts, but the active prosecution of the people who carry those facts into the community's presence. Burns does this to Homer throughout the series. Homer occasionally gets close to understanding something about his situation, about the connection between his employer and his mother, about the deal that governs his employment, about the institutional corruption that keeps him in place. And every time he gets close, something redirects him. Some new crisis, some new distraction, some new episode of Homer's life that consumes his attention before the uncomfortable pattern can fully form. Whether this is deliberate management by Burns or simply the natural operation of the same denial mechanism that keeps all of Springfield from looking too closely at things, the result is the same. Homer never quite gets there, and the show suggests in its quieter moments that Homer has some vestigial awareness of this. That somewhere below the level of conscious engagement, there is a part of Homer that knows what he is in, that understands the shape of the trap, and that has decided that the trap is survivable, and the alternative is not. The coma theory reading of this is that Homer's dreaming brain cannot allow him to see clearly, because seeing clearly would end the dream. The radiation theory reading is that the cognitive impairment prevents the sustained logical chain that would be required. The collective denial reading is that Homer has internalized Springfield's social contract the way Ned has internalized his behavioral conditioning. In any of these readings, the outcome is the same. Homer doesn't escape. Homer doesn't confront Burns. Homer doesn't connect the dots. He goes home to Evergreen Terrace and sits on the couch and eats what Marge made for dinner and watches whatever is on television. And Burns goes home to whatever ancient mansion he maintains in the hills above Springfield and takes his treatments and maintains his equilibrium and keeps running the plant that keeps the lights on in the house where Homer is sitting on. The couch. That's the relationship. That's been the relationship for 36 years. And neither man will ever fully understand it because both of them, in different ways and for different reasons, can't afford to. Section 7. Mona Simpson and the Burns Conspiracy. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. This was the established fact of Homer's biography. Abe Simpson told his son that his mother had died when Homer was young. He showed Homer a grave. Homer mourned in the way Homer mourns things, not with sustained grief so much as a pervasive, low-level ache that he doesn't fully understand and that surfaces in the moments when the show allows itself to be about something real. Homer grew up believing he was a boy whose mother died, and whose father was cold enough and distant enough that the absence of warmth never quite got filled by anything else. And that belief, the show began to reveal in its later seasons, was the origin point for almost everything defining about Homer Simpson as a person. His desperate need to be liked. His compulsive clinging to Marge, the fear beneath his love that she will one day leave, and he won't know how to survive it. His willingness to absorb degradation from Burns year after year without pushing back, because losing his job would mean losing the structure that holds his family together, and losing the family is the thing Homer Simpson is most afraid of in the world. Homer's entire personality is a coping mechanism for an absence he was told was permanent. In Season 7, the show revealed that the absence was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson, and it aired in November of 1995. It was written as a full emotional narrative rather than as a joke delivery mechanism, which is not how most Simpsons episodes are structured, and the result is widely considered one of the best episodes in the show's history. Not because it's funny, though it has its moments, but because it is genuinely moving in a way that few half-hour animated episodes manage. Homer goes to the Hall of Records to correct a clerical error related to a fake death he staged to get out of working on a Saturday. While he's there, checking through the municipal records, he discovers something wrong. According to the documents, his mother is alive. She has been alive. The grave Abe showed him decades ago, the headstone Homer visited and mourned beside, didn't belong to his mother. It belonged to Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been using a famous dead writer's grave as a prop in a deception he maintained for Homer's entire childhood and adult life. Homer finds Mona at the cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave, grieving the son she thought was dead based on the same false report that reached her from Springfield. They don't recognize each other at first. Too much time. Too much change. Homer is no longer the small boy she kissed goodbye while he was sleeping. But he proves who he is, and they have the reunion that the episode builds toward, and it is one of the most genuinely emotional scenes the show has ever produced. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona tells him the truth about why she left. It goes back to 1969. Mona Simpson was not remarkable. She was a wife and a mother living an ordinary life in Springfield, while the world outside the town was burning through the civil rights movement and the counterculture and the protests against Vietnam. And something in her responded to what the world was doing. She was radicalized, to use the show's word, though the show also makes clear that the cause she was radicalized toward was a legitimate one. She joined a group of activists. They identified a target. The target was a biological weapons laboratory owned by Charles Montgomery Burns, not a nuclear power plant, a germ warfare facility. Burns was not merely operating a nuclear reactor with 342 safety violations. He was also running a laboratory in Springfield that produced biological weapons, engineered pathogens, weapons-grade diseases. He was cooking up illnesses in the same community where children were growing up and families were living their lives with no knowledge of what was happening a few miles away. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, a device designed to destroy the biological agent stored inside the facility. The raid worked. The pathogen was neutralized. The lab's biological capacity was destroyed. And in the chaos of the exit, Mona made one mistake. She stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the commotion. The person she stopped to help was Mr. Burns. She helped him to his feet. He looked at her face. He recognized her. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't contact her family. She couldn't explain to Homer what had happened or why she was gone. She kissed him goodbye while he was sleeping and disappeared into the night. And Homer woke up and his mother was gone, and Abe told him she was dead, and Homer spent the next 30 years of his life building a personality around that particular wound. The conspiracy within this story is not the raid. The raid was a straightforward act of political activism directed at an unambiguously bad target. The conspiracy is what came after. Burns pursued Mona personally for decades. This was not institutional law enforcement following its procedures. This was a billionaire with a grudge using every resource available to him to ensure that a woman who had destroyed his weapons lab could never return to her family. He maintained active pressure on her situation for decades. He had her monitored. He had her location tracked. When Mona finally returned to Springfield in Season 7, in the same episode where Homer found her, Burns spotted her from a cab window and called the authorities within hours. The FBI arrived at the Simpson house. Mona had to flee again. Homer had to say goodbye to his mother for the second time. And this time he understood who had made it necessary. The man who forced Mona out of Springfield the first time, who kept her underground for 27 years, who destroyed her ability to be a mother to her own child, is Homer's employer. Homer earns his paycheck from the man who stole his childhood. He works in a facility owned by the person who engineered the specific loss that shaped every aspect of Homer's adult psychology. He hands his life to this man every day in exchange for a salary that funds the home he loves, and the connection between the person signing his check and the person who took his mother away from him is something Homer cannot bring himself to fully process. The show doesn't play this for comedy, it plays it as tragedy. Homer's inability to connect those dots, to hold Burns accountable for what he did, to quit his job or confront his employer, is not presented as stupidity. It is presented as the behavior of a person who is too broken in a specific way to function differently. Homer is emotionally dependent on the structures of his life. He is terrified of the loss that comes from disruption. He cannot risk his job because his job is the foundation on which his family sits, and his family is the only thing he has constructed to fill the gap where his mother was. Burns broke Homer as a child, and the broken version of Homer is exactly what Burns needs on the safety inspector job. The confirmation of this conspiracy comes from a later revelation about Abe Simpson. It emerges that Burns had committed a crime. Abe discovered evidence of it, and the two men reached an arrangement. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would have a job at the power plant for life, no matter how many mistakes he made, no matter how incompetent his performance, no matter how many incidents he caused or safety violations he personally embodied, the job was protected. The show established earlier that Homer has 742 documented workplace errors on his record and has never been permanently terminated. The German investors fired him because they didn't know about the arrangement. Burns reinstated him immediately because the arrangement required it. Homer's job security has never been about his performance. It's been about a secret agreement between his father and his mother's persecutor, maintained in silence for decades, never explained to the person it most directly affected. Homer worked at the power plant his entire adult life, not because he was suited to it and not because Burns valued him, but because Burns was obligated to keep him there. And the obligation was the settlement of a debt incurred, because Burns did something he needed to keep quiet, and Abe was the only witness who knew what it was. 3 generations of Simpsons, broken by one man's grudge. Mona fought against an injustice and lost everything. Abe made a deal to protect his son and compromised himself completely in the process. Homer inherited the consequences of both and never understood why his life felt so heavy, why the structures he built to hold himself together required such constant maintenance, why the fear of losing things never quite left him no matter how stable things appeared. And Burns sat at the top of all of it, ancient and calculating, managing the equilibrium of his own private ecosystem the way he managed his medical treatments. With precision, with patience, with the understanding that the most effective form of control is the kind the controlled person never identifies as control. The episode in which Homer had the crayon removed from his brain touched this. When Homer's IQ rose dramatically and he could think clearly for the first time in his adult life, what he experienced was not joy. It was the particular unbearable clarity of seeing the architecture of your own life and understanding for the first time exactly how it was built and who built it and what purpose each component was designed to serve. He saw his job for what it was. He saw Burns for what Burns was. He saw the relationship between his father's deal and his own lifetime of employment. He saw what should have been a different life, the life he would have led if his mother had stayed, if his brain had developed without the crayon suppression of his intelligence, if the radiation and the institutional manipulation and the layers of deception had not accumulated around him from childhood, and it was unbearable. So, he had the crayon put back in. He chose the fog because the fog was livable, and the clarity was not. The choice was not really a choice. It was rigged from the start. Burns made certain that Homer would never have the psychological resources to exist comfortably in the version of Springfield where things are seen clearly. Because clearly seeing Homer is the one Homer who might do something about all of it, and clearly seeing Homer has to go back to sleep. Mona Simpson died in a later season. The episode handles it with characteristic restraint. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand. He watches her go. No joke resets the moment. No cutaway breaks the weight of it. It's just a man and his mother and the accumulated pressure of 27 stolen years pressing down on the room. After she was gone, Burns was still there. Burns is always still there. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. But underneath the jokes and the gags and the couch sequences and the celebrity cameos, there is a story about what it looks like when one man with enormous power decides to hold a grudge against a family that got in his way once, and what that grudge does across 3 generations to the people who are too close to it to see its shape. Mona saw it, she fought it and paid with her family. Abe saw it, he negotiated with it and paid with his integrity. Homer was born into it and was shaped by it from infancy. The crayon didn't get into his brain by accident. The radiation didn't damage his cognitive function by chance. The job that keeps him grateful and compliant and afraid to rock the boat didn't stay available to him because Burns is sentimental. Every element of Homer Simpson's life that keeps him small and manageable and unable to challenge the man who runs his town was either caused or maintained by Charles Montgomery Burns. And Homer doesn't know. And Homer can't know. Not in any sustained and actionable way. Because knowing is exactly what Burns built the whole system to prevent. Section 8. The Principal and the Pauper Springfield's Denial Engine. Season 9 of The Simpsons is a complicated place in the show's history. It's the season that many fans identify as the moment the show's quality began its decline. The season where the writers started making choices that felt like betrayals of what the show had established, where the willingness to subvert its own continuity moved from a tool deployed occasionally for specific effect into something approaching policy. The episode that receives the most blame for this, the one that is most consistently cited as the worst the show has ever produced, the one that fans and critics return to again and again as the moment The Simpsons stopped caring about its own internal logic, is the second episode of that season. It aired on the 28th of September, 1997. The backlash was immediate, intense, and has never fully subsided. But the fans who hate this episode, the ones who call it a betrayal, might have it exactly backwards. Because The Principal and the Pauper is not the episode where Springfield stopped making sense. It is the episode where Springfield showed you, clearly and explicitly and in real time, exactly how it has always worked. Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary holds a celebration honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. During the event, a stranger walks in, a man nobody in Springfield has ever seen before. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam veteran who survived captivity as a prisoner of war and escaped and came home to find that someone else had been living his life. The man Springfield has known as Principal Seymour Skinner is not Seymour Skinner. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. He is a former petty criminal from the wrong side of an unspecified city, a kid with no family, no future, and no identity worth keeping. He was drafted into the army, placed in the same unit as the real Skinner, and when the real Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian felt guilty. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to Skinner's mother, Agnes. When he arrived, Agnes looked at him and assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone, who had spent his entire life as someone the world hadn't yet found a use for, didn't correct her. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the rank, the mother, the professional identity, the entire life, and he lived inside it for 20 years, until the real Skinner walked through the door of the cafeteria. The truth was fully exposed. Everyone in Springfield heard the story. The actual Seymour Skinner was present. Armin Tamzarian was present. The deception of 2 decades was documented and witnessed and publicly acknowledged. And Springfield, the whole town, sat with this information and then did something extraordinary. They voted on whether to acknowledge it, not whether to prosecute Tamzarian, not whether to restore the real Skinner's identity and position, whether to treat the truth as real or to collectively agree that it was more convenient for everyone if the truth were simply not true anymore. The vote was unanimous. They voted to keep the lie. Judge Snyder issued a legal decree. The imposter would henceforth be recognized as the real Seymour Skinner, legally, officially. This was not a cultural agreement or an informal understanding. A judge wrote an order, and the actual Seymour Skinner, the real one, the man who survived a prisoner of war camp and came home to find his name and mother, an entire identity occupied by a stranger, was placed on a train car and physically expelled from Springfield. And the judge made it explicitly illegal, under penalty of torture, to ever mention the truth again. Let that sit in the dark with you for a moment. A legally recognized American community, with a functioning judiciary, voted unanimously to expel verified truth from its borders and criminalize the act of speaking it. They had the real Skinner standing in front of them. They had Tamzarian's confession. They had the documents. They had the evidence. And they chose the fake because the fake was less disruptive than the real. Fans have never forgiven this episode. Harry Shearer, who provides the voices for both Skinner and Burns, publicly expressed his unhappiness with the storyline. Critics consistently rank it among the worst episodes in the series and cite it as proof that the writers had abandoned any interest in the show's internal consistency. Skinner's entire character, they argue, was built on a fiction that this episode retroactively destroyed. His military service, his relationship with his mother, his dynamic with Bart, his professional identity, all of it was based on a stolen life, and the revelation made everything viewers thought they knew about him feel hollow. The complaints are not wrong about the facts, but they are wrong about what those facts mean, because the episode is not a mistake. It is a diagnosis. Springfield has always operated exactly this way. The town has always chosen comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths. The town has always agreed to forget the things that would require action if they were remembered. The only difference in this episode is that the machinery is visible. The vote was held in public. The judge read his decree out loud. The train with the real Skinner on it rolled away with witnesses watching from the platform. Every other time Springfield forgets a catastrophe, ignores a contradiction, resets to normal after something that should permanently alter the community's reality, it happens quietly. The mechanism is invisible. The choice is never articulated because articulating it would mean acknowledging that a choice was made. The Principal and the Pauper is the only episode of The Simpsons where the collective denial happens on screen, in real time, in front of the audience. Springfield voted. You saw the vote. Springfield expelled the truth. You saw the train leave. And then the audience called it the worst episode of the series. Consider the list of things Springfield has experienced that should have permanently changed it. The town has been physically destroyed and rebuilt multiple times. It has been invaded. It has been sealed under a federal containment dome. It has survived near-nuclear catastrophes. It has experienced an environmental crisis severe enough to require federal intervention. It has had its sun literally blocked by a billionaire's mechanical device. It has discovered that its own municipal infrastructure is operated by a man whose body glows in the dark from radiation. It has found a three-eyed fish in its water supply and never tested the water. After every single one of these events, by the next episode, everything is exactly as it was. No reference to the previous disaster, no lasting change to the town's physical or institutional reality. The slate wiped clean, the baseline restored, Springfield resetting to the version of itself that predates whatever just happened. Fans have accepted this as episodic storytelling, as cartoon logic, as the convention of a show that doesn't maintain continuity between stories. The coma theory calls it Homer's dreaming brain resetting between cycles. The radiation theory calls it cognitive damage from chronic exposure, impairing the community's collective memory function. Both of those are compelling, but the principal and the pauper offers a fourth explanation that doesn't require a supernatural mechanism. Springfield resets, because Springfield chooses to reset, collectively, deliberately, through an unspoken social contract that operates like the one the episode makes visible. We will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. We will treat the official narrative as truth and the inconvenient truth as criminal. And anyone who breaks this contract, anyone who insists on acknowledging what everyone else has agreed to forget, will be removed from the community. This is not a cartoon trope. This is how actual small communities manage the gap between their official self-image and their documented reality. Scandals get buried, crimes get reframed, uncomfortable facts get replaced by consensus versions that everyone publicly endorses and privately understands are wrong. Springfield forgets the dome because remembering the dome means acknowledging the pollution. Acknowledging the pollution means confronting the power plant. Confronting the power plant means challenging Burns. Challenging Burns means risking the economy. And risking the economy means risking the town's existence. The chain from memory to consequence is too dangerous to follow all the way to its end, so the community snips it at the beginning. They don't remember. By collective agreement, they don't remember. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He arrived with documented proof that the official story was wrong. He was the truth in person, standing in the cafeteria, impossible to dismiss through normal means because he was physically present. And Springfield's response was to make the dismissal legal, to write it into the town's governance, to institutionalize the denial so thoroughly that speaking the truth became punishable. The last honest man in Springfield got tied to a train and expelled from his own life. If the coma theory is true, this episode takes on an additional dimension. If everything since season 4 is Homer's dream, then Homer's unconscious mind invented a scenario in which an entire community votes to sustain a lie and legally prosecutes truth-telling. Homer's dreaming brain created this world. And the reason it might have created this particular scenario is that Homer needs it to be possible. He needs to believe that lies can be maintained through collective agreement. He needs to believe that a false version of a life can replace the real version and hold together indefinitely if enough people agree to uphold it. Because Homer's entire coma is a false version replacing a real one, a dream masquerading as lived experience. And the dream needs the social logic of Springfield to remain intact, otherwise the dream unravels. Springfield keeps voting to maintain the fiction, because if Springfield stops voting to maintain the fiction, Homer has to wake up. The Principal and the Pauper is not a bad episode of The Simpsons. It is the most important episode, because it is the only one where the show's fundamental operating mechanism is depicted explicitly. Every reset, every collective amnesia, every catastrophe that disappears by the next week, it all runs on the same engine this episode puts on screen. Springfield is a town that made honesty illegal. The residents are not stupid. They are not simply forgetful. They have constructed a system of collective denial sophisticated enough to be codified in a legal order, administered by a judge, and enforced by expulsion. Armin Tamzarian is still pretending to be Seymour Skinner, and Springfield is still pretending everything is fine, and the real Seymour Skinner is still out there somewhere, on that train, exiled from his own name. The last honest man in a town that made honesty a crime. Section 9. Where is Springfield? This question has been asked thousands of times. Fans have debated it in forums, compiled spreadsheets of geographic clues, built elaborate theories based on area codes and climate patterns, and the angle of shadows in establishing shots. The question is deceptively simple and has resisted every attempt to answer it for 36 years. Where is Springfield? Not just which state. The more precise question is, why has the show spent 3.5 decades making it impossible to find out? Because the geographic ambiguity is not an accident or an oversight, the show has been actively and consistently generating contradictions about Springfield's location for its entire run. Every time a clue appears that seems to narrow the possibilities, another clue appears in a subsequent episode that makes the first clue unusable. Let's lay out what the show has established. Springfield has a nuclear power plant, a harbor, a tire fire, a gorge, a mountain, a monorail, an elementary school, a prison, 2 hospitals, a lemon tree, a quick-stop convenience store, and a steel mill. It has mountains and an ocean and a desert and farmland and forests, sometimes all of these within what appear to be relatively short driving distances of each other. It borders Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky, depending on which episode you're watching. It is simultaneously in the north and the south, on the coast and in the heartland, near Canada and near Mexico. Its weather swings from blizzard conditions to tropical heat waves within a single season. No real American city has this combination of geography. No single location in the continental United States is simultaneously near multiple oceans, multiple climate zones, and multiple non-adjacent states. Springfield exists in a geographic space that is not possible. The show has provided clues that each feel promising and each turn out to be undermined. Lisa's telephone area code starts with 636, which corresponds to Missouri. The state abbreviation has been shown in various episodes as NT, which is not a real state designation. When Homer called the state capital in one episode, the voice that answered identified the state as one beginning with a vowel. A neighbor once mentioned a state that wasn't specifically identified but seemed to narrow things. And all of these clues contradict each other, or are contradicted by other episodes that place Springfield somewhere different entirely. The show's creator, Matt Groening, addressed this directly in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He confirmed that he named the town Springfield after Springfield, Oregon, because he grew up near it and because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery was solved. Springfield was in Oregon. Case closed. The show then continued generating geographic contradictions that were inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not honor Groening's confession. They kept the ambiguity because the ambiguity was not a mystery waiting to be solved. It was the point. The surface explanation, the one Groening and the writers have offered explicitly, is that Springfield is universal. It is designed to be every American town simultaneously, to feel familiar to viewers regardless of their actual location. A town that could be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. The geographic impossibility is the mechanism by which the show achieves this universality. Springfield can't be pinned to one place because one place would feel specific, and the show needs it to feel general. This explanation is true, and the writers mean it honestly, but it sits alongside other possible explanations that the show's accumulated mysteries make available. If the radiation theory is true, if Springfield is a contamination zone where normal biological rules have been suspended by decades of nuclear exposure, why would geographic rules be exempt? The contamination doesn't just affect the people. It affects the fish. It may affect the air. If the power plant's runoff is capable of producing the kinds of biological abnormalities the show has depicted across 36 seasons, perhaps the effect extends beyond biology. Perhaps the radiation has warped the physical landscape around Springfield in the same way it has warped its residents, compressing distances that should be hundreds of miles apart, producing a geography that serves no standard cartographic logic because it is not operating under standard physical rules. If the coma theory is true, Springfield's geography makes its own kind of sense. Homer's dreaming brain does not have a precise, reliable, internally consistent map of the United States stored in its memory banks. It has impressions. It has fragments. It has the mountain he saw on a family vacation, the ocean he glimpsed during a business trip, the desert in a movie he watched, the farmland that rolled past his window on a long highway drive. His unconscious mind assembled Springfield from every American landscape he ever encountered, layered on top of each other, without the organizing principle of geographic reality. Because dreams don't have geographic reality, dreams have emotional reality. Places and dreams feel true even when their arrangement is impossible, because they're built from feeling rather than from map. Springfield feels like America because it was built from Homer's memory of America, which is scattered and incomplete and held together by longing rather than longitude. And if the collective denial theory from The Principal and the Pauper is true, Springfield's geographic ambiguity is not just a creative choice or a metaphysical consequence of radiation or a dream's logic. It is a shield. You cannot hold a town accountable if you cannot find the town. You cannot bring federal environmental charges against a nuclear facility if the state it's located in is perpetually uncertain. The EPA showed up in the movie and put a dome over the whole thing, but that required a catastrophic and visible event to prompt federal action. Under normal circumstances, the perpetual uncertainty of Springfield's location keeps its regulatory situation in a permanent gray zone. Is the power plant subject to Ohio environmental law, or Nevada environmental law, or Maine environmental law? The answer changes depending on which episode establishes the location. And when the answer changes, the legal framework for addressing the plant's violations changes with it. Springfield floats between jurisdictions because floating is safer than landing. Landing means accountability. Landing means a specific EPA office in a specific regional headquarters is responsible for this specific facility, and that EPA office will eventually respond to the documented violations. As long as Springfield doesn't land, no one office is definitively responsible, and the responsibility diffuses into the same kind of comfortable ambiguity that allows everything else in this town to persist without consequence. The episode Behind the Laughter, the Season 12 mockumentary, gave the most specific location answer the show has ever provided. In the original broadcast, the family was identified as being from northern Kentucky. In syndicated reruns, the location was changed. A different answer for a different broadcast version of the same episode. The show gave you an answer and then changed the answer based on how you were watching, which is itself a statement about how Springfield's reality operates. The truth depends on your vantage point. It depends on the version of the show you're accessing. It is not fixed, it does not hold still, and the moment you think you've pinned it down, it shifts to somewhere else. Every state in the Union has been argued for at some point. Every argument has evidence supporting it. Every argument has evidence against it. The show has been maintaining this state of simultaneous possibility and impossibility for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Springfield will not be located. The show has decided this not because it can't decide, but because the decision itself is the point. A town that could be anywhere is a town nobody can shut down. A town that can't be found on a map is a town that can't be held to the rules of any map. And in a show about a community running on denial and institutional corruption and the systematic suppression of accountability, a community that literally cannot be found is the most elegant expression of that theme the show could possibly construct. The most common city name in America: population, everyone; location, everywhere; jurisdiction, perpetually unclear. That's Springfield. That's why it can't be found. Because finding it would mean finding it responsible. And being responsible would mean Burns being responsible, and Burns being responsible would mean all of it coming apart. So it stays lost, by design, on purpose. And the unanswerable geographic question, where is Springfield, turns out to have the most Springfield answer possible. Springfield is wherever it needs to be to stay unaccountable for one more episode. Extended Section 9, Springfield's Location, continued. Let's follow the geographic impossibility of Springfield further than it usually gets followed, because the impossibility is more interesting than it first appears. There is a specific psychological effect that a locationless setting produces in an audience. When you watch a show set in New York City, part of your processing of that show involves your relationship to New York City. Your existing knowledge, your associations, your sense of what New York means culturally and geographically, all of that gets brought to the experience. The setting carries weight independent of the show's content. It means something before the characters open their mouths. Springfield carries no such weight. Because Springfield isn't anywhere, it doesn't trigger any pre-existing associations. It doesn't mean anything outside of what the show has built within it. Every piece of meaning in Springfield was placed there deliberately by the show's creators. The town has no cultural resonance beyond its 36 years of accumulated episodes. It is meaning-free in a way that no real location can ever be. This gives the show a kind of freedom that no location-specific show can achieve. It can be all places simultaneously, because it is no place specifically. When the show depicts institutional corruption, it can be any institution in any town, because Springfield isn't claiming to be a specific town's institution. When it depicts economic decline, it's every town's economic decline. When it depicts a school struggling with funding cuts, it's every school's struggle, because the Springfield Elementary you're watching isn't tied to a specific geographic and political context that would narrow its resonance. The geographic impossibility is not a flaw. It is the most sophisticated piece of production design in the show's history. The decision to make Springfield unlocatable was not made accidentally. It was made by people who understood that a universal show needs a universal setting, and a universal setting cannot be a specific place. But the theories we've been exploring all evening allow for a reading that goes beyond the intentional design explanation. The geographic impossibility of Springfield, the fact that it simultaneously occupies multiple incompatible positions in American geography, suggests something about the nature of the place itself that the design explanation doesn't fully account for. Real towns don't have deserts and oceans and mountains and Arctic winters and tropical summers all within driving distance. The combination of geographic features Springfield possesses is not merely the combination of every American geography layered together for maximum universality. It is a combination that should not be able to coexist in a single physical location. And the fact that it does coexist in Springfield, that the geography is impossible rather than merely comprehensive, suggests that whatever Springfield is, it is not operating under normal physical constraints. The radiation theory's extension into geography is speculative but internally consistent. If nuclear contamination can produce three-eyed fish and biologically immortal small elderly men and extraordinary infant intelligence and a man who glows in the dark, why should its effects be limited to biology? Radiation alters matter. It changes the physical properties of the things it touches. The long-term irradiation of an entire geographic area, at the levels the theory suggests Springfield has experienced for decades, might produce effects that extend beyond the biological into the physical. The space around Springfield might itself be altered. The normal rules of geographic consistency might not apply to a zone that has been saturated with nuclear material for 36 years. This sounds like science fiction, and it is. But The Simpsons is a cartoon. Its universe operates under rules that are different from our universe's rules. The question is not whether geographic distortion from nuclear contamination is physically possible in the real world. The question is whether it's internally consistent within the rules the show's universe has established. And within a show where a man's weekly radiation treatments cause him to glow visibly in the dark, where a fish develops a third eye from contaminated water, where an infant demonstrates cognitive abilities that exceed adult human normal, geographic distortion from the same source is not more implausible than anything else the show has established. The coma theory's extension into geography is emotionally rather than scientifically based, but it's equally compelling. Homer's dreaming brain assembles Springfield from his memories of every place he has ever been or seen or imagined. The mountain from a vacation, the ocean from a road trip, the desert from a movie he watched, the farmland from a drive, through an unfamiliar state. He doesn't have a geographer's precision about where these things belong relative to each other. He has impressions. He has feelings. He has the emotional associations of specific places without the technical knowledge of their physical coordinates. A brain constructing a dream doesn't check whether the mountain is 200 miles from the nearest ocean. It doesn't verify that the climate zone it's depicting is consistent with the latitude it's placing the town in. It places things where they feel right, where they carry the right emotional associations for the scenario it's generating. And in Homer's memory, every place that felt like home, every landscape that carried the warmth of good times or the texture of important moments, gets incorporated into the dream version of Springfield without regard for geographic logic. The result is a town that feels like everywhere because it is assembled from everywhere. A place where the emotional geography of a man's entire life has been compressed into a single location, not a real place. A memory palace. A dream architecture built from every place Homer has ever been, arranged according to emotional truth rather than physical fact. In that reading, you can't find Springfield on a map because Springfield isn't on a map. It's in Homer's head. It is the map of everywhere Homer has ever been, experienced, or longed for, collapsed into a single impossible location that feels like home because every piece of it was taken from somewhere that felt like home. Extended Section 10. Molman continued. The Hans Molman appreciation that comes with age, with multiple rewatches, with the accumulation of enough context to understand what the show is doing with him, is one of the stranger pleasures of being a longtime Simpsons fan. He is not a character you think much about. He is a character you notice more and more the longer you've been watching. The specific quality of Molman's appearances is worth attending to. He is not simply killed in random ways. The things that kill him are always in some way connected to the normal operations of Springfield life. He gets hit by cars on Springfield's roads. He gets crushed by objects in Springfield's buildings. He gets buried by processes related to Springfield's infrastructure. He drowns in Springfield's waterways. He is incinerated by Springfield's industrial equipment. His deaths are not exotic. They are entirely domestic. They are the deaths of a man being killed by the ordinary world around him, by the infrastructure of a town that is, the radiation theory suggests, fundamentally dangerous to inhabit. If the radiation theory is right about what the power plant is doing to Springfield's environment, Molman might simply be the most sensitive canary in the coal mine. The person whose biology is most affected by the contamination and therefore most subject to its effects. The effects on Homer are cognitive. The effects on Maggie are cognitive. The effects on Molman are physical in the most extreme possible way. His body registers the contamination's damage immediately and catastrophically, fails under it, and then reconstitutes, because whatever the radiation has done to his cellular structure has given him a biological resilience that counteracts the fragility it simultaneously created. He is the most damaged person in Springfield and the most durable, both because of the same thing. His stated age of 31 is the detail that won't leave you alone once you've heard it. If Molman is telling the truth and there is genuinely no in-show reason to assume he isn't, then something happened to a man in his early adulthood that aged him visually by 5 or 6 decades. The kind of rapid aging that appears in medical literature as a symptom of extreme stress on the cellular replication process. The kind of aging that radiation exposure at sufficient intensity can produce. Molman was young. He lived in Springfield. He was exposed to whatever Springfield's environment contains, and the exposure, combined with whatever else his specific biology did in response to it, produced a version of himself that looks ancient at 31 and dies regularly without staying dead. The show has given him one biographical detail beyond his age that's worth noting. He has mentioned in at least one episode that he was once married, that there was someone. The relationship is not depicted or developed. It is mentioned as a past thing, a thing that existed before whatever happened to make Molman what he currently is. He had a life. He had a person in it. And whatever the radiation or the death cycle or the accumulated weight of being Molman did to that, he is now alone, dying regularly in the background of other people's episodes, returning without explanation, absorbing whatever Springfield does to him without apparent recourse or escape. The show has never given him a storyline where he escapes this loop. He has never had a plot where someone notices what's happening to him and tries to help. He is background texture. He is the ambient evidence that Springfield is doing something to the people within it that the people within it are not equipped to see as evidence of anything in particular. He just keeps dying and keeps coming back, and nobody asks why. That's Springfield. Extended section 11. Ned Flanders, continued. The specific detail about Ned's childhood behavioral modification that the show provides in the aftermath of his breakdown, the detail about the psychiatrist and the years of conditioning and the suppression of childhood aggression, has implications for Ned's faith that the show doesn't follow far enough. Ned's faith is presented as sincere. And it is sincere in the sense that it is genuinely experienced by Ned rather than performed for external consumption. He believes what he says he believes. He prays with intention. He attends church with investment. His religious practice is not theatrical, but the conditioning that shaped his personality did not distinguish between his aggression and his compliance. It suppressed the aggression and amplified the behaviors that produced positive responses in his environment. Behaviors like patience and forgiveness and the expression of positive regard for others. These are the behaviors that the behavioral modification program reinforced. These are the behaviors that got rewarded. Ned's faith emerged in an environment shaped by this modification. The faith is the framework that explains why patience and forgiveness and positive regard for others are the right way to be in the world. It provides a theological rationale for the behavioral program that was installed before Ned was old enough to evaluate it. The faith tells Ned that the way he was conditioned to behave is the way God wants humans to behave. It closes the loop between the conditioning and the worldview. It makes the trained behavior feel like a moral choice. This is not an indictment of Ned's faith. It is an observation about how human personality and belief form in interaction with each other, about how our deepest commitments often express and reinforce the experiences that shaped us rather than being independently derived from first principles. Ned is not a hypocrite. He is not performing a faith he doesn't feel. He is a person whose formative experiences and his deepest beliefs are deeply intertwined, as they are for most people who hold sincere convictions. What makes Ned's situation specifically tragic is the silence of God. If the show's universe contains a God who speaks to Homer, who appears to Homer on multiple occasions, who has genuine two-way exchanges with Homer about Homer's life and situation and behavior, then the silence Ned experiences is not the ordinary silence of a believer whose faith is not confirmed by direct divine communication. It is the specific silence of a person whose God has demonstrably been communicating with someone else. Homer has the divine conversations. Homer, who falls asleep in church, who eats donuts during services, who has never demonstrated any particular theological investment in his relationship with God, has face-to-face conversations with the deity. Ned, who has organized his entire life around his relationship with God, who attends church every week, who prays with genuine intent, who has sacrificed his own interests repeatedly in service of what he understands to be God's preferences, receives nothing. This is not a theological argument about how divine communication works. Within the rules of the Simpsons universe, which has depicted God as a literal character who appears on screen and holds conversations, the communication pattern is stark. God talks to Homer. God does not talk to Ned, and the show never explains this. There are readings that are generous to the theological logic of the show. Perhaps God speaks to Homer precisely because Homer needs more help, that divine intervention is allocated based on need rather than merit. Perhaps Ned's faith is strong enough that God trusts him to proceed without direct communication. Perhaps the silence is itself a form of the test that Ned believes life to be, and passing the test requires not receiving the acknowledgement he is working toward. But all of these readings require you to supply the theological framework yourself. The show doesn't provide it. The show simply shows you the pattern. Homer gets the divine conversations, Ned gets the silence, and the disparity is never addressed or resolved. The most honest reading of the pattern might be the simplest one. The show is not a theological text. It is a comedy about human experience. And the human experience it is depicting, in the relationship between Homer and Ned, is the experience of living next door to someone for whom things seem to work out despite everything, while things seem not to work out for you despite your best efforts. The unfairness doesn't have a theological explanation. It doesn't have a karmic logic. It simply is what it is, which is the most Springfield answer possible. Ned does everything right and receives nothing for it. Homer does everything wrong and keeps his family, his home, his divine conversations, his health, and his job. They live 30 feet apart. The gap between them has never closed. It will not close. And Ned's faith, his training, his conditioning, his love for his neighbors, despite everything, will keep him standing in his yard in his short-sleeve shirts, cheerfully greeting Homer across the fence every morning, for as long as Springfield's frozen time continues, which, in Springfield, is forever. Extended Section 12 Floating Timeline. Continued. Let's sit with what it means to have a floating timeline for long enough that the timeline's floating has become the most permanent thing about the show. Most viewers who grew up watching The Simpsons did not grow up alongside the Simpson children. They grew up, and the Simpson children did not. The people who were 10 years old when The Simpsons premiered in 1989 are in their middle 40s now. The people who were 10 when the show was at its peak, in the early 1990s, are in their late 30s and early 40s. An entire generation of people has moved through childhood, adolescence, young adulthood, middle age, and in some cases beyond, while Bart Simpson remained exactly 10 years old. There is something profoundly strange about this when you sit with it long enough. The experience of growing up while a fixed reference point stays the same is an experience most people have with their parents' homes, with their childhood towns, with the places and things that held still while they moved. The Simpsons occupies a unique position as a cultural artifact that has performed this function for an entire generation's relationship to popular culture. People have been growing while the show has been staying the same, and the accumulation of that contrast is now decades deep. A 40-year-old watching Bart try to navigate the social dynamics of 4th grade is not having the same experience they had at 10 watching the same thing. The emotional register has shifted completely. The 10-year-old identified with Bart. The 40-year-old identifies with Homer. The child in the audience wanted to be the troublemaking kid. The adult in the audience understands the exhausted parent. The show hasn't changed. The audience has changed around it. And the unchanging nature of the characters, which once served as a point of identification for a young viewer, now serves as a temporal mirror. You can measure how much you've changed by how differently you relate to the same characters you watched at 10. This is the most underappreciated function of the floating timeline. It is not just a convenience for the show's production. It is a tool for the audience's self-examination. The Simpsons hasn't aged, but you have. And returning to the show, watching it again years later, reveals the measure of your own change through the contrast between how it felt then and how it feels now. The coma theory, once you internalize it, adds an additional layer to this experience. If the show since April 1993 is Homer's dream, preserved exactly as Homer experienced the world at that moment, then returning to those episodes is also a kind of archaeology. You are looking at the 1993 version of Homer's memory of his life, filtered through the specific cognitive and emotional state of a man who is dreaming rather than experiencing. The episodes are not just what the writers made. They are what an unconscious mind chose to preserve of the world it loved. The things that matter to Homer are the things that recur. The things he holds on to are the things that stay. The family, always the family. The floating timeline's relationship to American nostalgia is something the show has engaged with more directly in its later seasons, though not always in ways that land as effectively as the early seasons managed. America has a complicated relationship with the version of itself it remembers. The nuclear family in the modest house in the good neighborhood with the stable job and the children who grow up well and the community that works the way communities are supposed to work. This version was always somewhat idealized, was always more available to some Americans than others, was always maintained at a cost that some people paid and others didn't notice. But it was the version that The Simpsons, in its early years, seemed to both celebrate and interrogate with equal sophistication. The show knew what the nuclear family required to maintain itself. It knew the particular labor of Marge's patience. It knew the specific cost of Homer's mediocrity. It knew the way children are shaped by parental relationships they didn't choose and can't escape. And it told all of this with enough affection that the critique felt like love rather than condemnation. The floating timeline locks all of this in place. The family can't grow and therefore can't resolve. The children can't move through the phases of development that would let them move through and past the influence of the home they grew up in. Lisa cannot become the adult who has processed her childhood and arrived at some kind of peace with it. She is 8 years old forever, still in the process of forming, still shaped more by what surrounds her than by what she's working toward. Bart cannot become the adult who looks back on his childhood and understands it differently from his adult vantage point. He is 10 years old forever, still performing the rebellion before he fully understands what he's rebelling against. They are caught in the process, permanently. The show locks them into becoming, into the specific developmental stage each of them occupied when the show began, and does not allow them to arrive. Because arriving would mean the becoming is over, and the becoming ending means the show ends. The floating timeline is the show's deepest trick. It is the mechanism by which it maintains its own existence. Not just the commercial existence of a television program that needs to keep producing episodes. The deeper existence of a story about becoming that is allowed to keep becoming because it never fully arrives. Springfield is the town where becoming never ends, where childhood stays childhood, where the process of growing up keeps running without ever reaching the place the process is supposed to reach, where the family is always in motion and never at rest, where the couch is always full and the television is always on and the credits will always roll, and then there will always be another episode, another Sunday night, another chance to go home. The loop is the point. The loop is the show. The loop is the thing we built when we decided to keep watching, to keep coming back, to keep sitting down on Sunday evenings and pressing play. We are the ones who decided the show shouldn't end. We kept it going. Every viewer is part of the system that maintains Springfield's frozen time. We pressed pause in 1989 and we never pressed play. And here we are, all these years later, still watching the same family, in the same house, on the same street, knowing nothing is going to change, watching anyway, because the version of home that The Simpsons represents is the version we can't quite let go of. Bart is still 10. He will always be 10. And somewhere in a hospital bed in Springfield General, a man is dreaming about that. About the boy who never had to grow up. About the daughter who never had to move away. About the wife who never stopped loving him. About the house that always had lights in the windows when he came home. About Friday evening. Always Friday evening. When everything is briefly and beautifully okay. That's Springfield. That's the show. That's what 36 years of watching the same family comes down to. We go there because we need to. And we'll keep going for as long as they'll have us. Section 10. Hans Moleman and the Death Loop. There is a character in The Simpsons who has been dying for 30 years. Not figuratively, not in a dramatic sense, not in the way that all characters in long-running shows age and fade. Hans Moleman has been dying in the literal, physical sense in regular canonical episodes, with the specific depiction of his death shown on screen, repeatedly, and without explanation, for 30 years. And then he keeps coming back. You know Hans Moleman if you've watched the show for any length of time. He is a tiny, elderly man with extremely thick glasses that reduce his already small eyes to the scale of pinpoints. He moves slowly. He speaks in a thin, bewildered voice. He appears in the background of Springfield scenes and in brief foreground moments that exist almost exclusively to show him suffering. He gets hit by cars. He gets crushed by falling objects. He gets buried alive, eaten by animals, struck by lightning, incinerated. He walks into traffic and disappears under wheels. He falls into holes. He is targeted by machinery and weather, and the casual negligence of every other Springfield resident, with a consistency that begins to feel less like bad luck and more like a specific, recurring pattern. By conservative count, Hans Moleman has died dozens of times across the show's run, in regular episodes. Episodes that are part of the show's canonical continuity. Episodes where what happens to Moleman is treated as a real event within Springfield's reality, not as a joke within a dream sequence or a horror anthology. He dies, canonically, on screen, multiple times per season, and then in the next episode, he is alive again. No explanation, no resurrection scene, no reference to the fact that this man was dead 2 episodes ago. He simply continues, as if the deaths hadn't happened, ready to die again. Most viewers file this under running gag and move on. Moleman dies a lot. It's funny. Don't think about it. This is the correct response for most purposes. But within the framework of Springfield's accumulated mysteries, Moleman's death cycle is deeply, specifically strange. Consider what his deaths actually represent if the radiation theory is true. If Springfield's nuclear contamination has produced biological mutations in its residents, Moleman might represent the most extreme mutation in the show's population. Not the most visible, not the most dramatic, but the most physiologically radical. A man whose body can reconstitute itself after fatal trauma, not simply survive severe injury the way Homer does, where the show implies superhuman resilience, but actually die in the clinical, definitive sense, and then resume functioning afterward. If the contamination produces different effects in different biological systems, as the theory suggests, if it amplified Maggie's intelligence while diminishing Homer's cognitive function, then it might also have produced in Hans Moleman a form of biological regeneration that the show depicts without ever naming. He doesn't recover from injuries. He dies from them. And then his cells, whatever the radiation has done to his cellular structure, reconstruct the organism from whatever remains. He comes back because his biology has been altered in a way that makes death, for him specifically, a temporary condition rather than a permanent one. This would explain something else about Moleman that the show drops almost as an aside. He once stated his age as 31 years old. The number doesn't register as a joke when it first arrives. Moleman looks like a man in his 80s or 90s. His apparent physical age is completely inconsistent with 31 years of actual chronological existence. Something has made him appear vastly older than he should be. If the radiation produces different effects in different people, perhaps the same contamination that gave Moleman his regenerative capacity accelerated his apparent aging. The cellular reconstitution comes at a cost. Each death and revival compresses the biological markers of age without consuming actual years of existence. He is 31 years old. He has died dozens of times. Each death has added decades of apparent wear to his appearance without adding years to his actual age. He looks ancient because he has been destroyed and rebuilt so many times that his body carries the accumulated biological cost of all those reconstructions. That's one reading. But there's another one that operates entirely within the coma theory. If Springfield is Homer's dream, if every episode since April 1993 is a simulation being run by an unconscious mind in a hospital bed, then Molman serves a specific function in the dream's architecture. He is a minor character, a background element, part of the population that Homer's brain generates to make Springfield feel like a real, populated place rather than a set with only the main characters in it. And a brain running a complex dream doesn't maintain its background elements with the same precision it maintains its primary characters. Molman dies because Homer's dreaming brain occasionally lets go of him. His process terminates. The background population element that generates his presence in the simulation stops running for a while. He is, in the dream's logic, a character that Homer's mind doesn't care enough about to maintain continuously. And he comes back because the next scene Homer dreams requires a certain number of background figures to populate it, and Molman is a recurring element the dream pulls back in when it needs to fill that particular space in the background. In this reading, Molman is not a person in any meaningful sense within the dream. He is furniture. A piece of set dressing that Homer's unconscious mind breaks sometimes, and reassembles when it needs it again, without the memory of the breaking affecting the reassembly. The dream doesn't track Molman's continuity because the dream doesn't care about Molman. Only Homer's primary attachments are maintained with full coherence. The background fills in as needed and gaps when the dream doesn't need it. The collective denial theory, derived from the principal and the pauper, offers a third reading. Molman dies in public. He dies visibly, in front of witnesses, in the middle of Springfield's normal daily activity. And nobody in Springfield responds to this with any of the reactions you would expect from a functioning human community. Nobody calls for an ambulance. Nobody investigates the cause of the death. Nobody asks how the man who was buried alive 2 weeks ago is walking down the street. The town has normalized Molman's death cycle the way it has normalized everything else that should prompt investigation and doesn't. A man who dies repeatedly and returns is just one more thing on the list of things Springfield has collectively agreed to file under the category of how things are around here. The three-eyed fish, the billionaire who glows in the dark, the baby who shot a powerful man without consequence, the principal who turned out to be a different person entirely, and the small, elderly man who keeps dying and keeps coming back. All of it gets the same treatment. You note it, you don't mention it again, and you move on. Molman once made a movie. A short film he produced himself, shot in black and white, which he screened at the Springfield Film Festival. The film was called Man Getting Hit by Football. It was exactly what the title described. He was struck in the groin by a football. That was the film. The audience loved it. It won an award. Hans Molman, who has died dozens of times, who has been crushed and eaten and incinerated and drowned, made a film about being hit by a football, and Springfield gave it a standing ovation. The joke, which is one of the show's best, lands differently when you've been sitting with the Molman death cycle for a while, because the film is not an outlier in his experience. It is representative of it. Molman's entire existence is man getting hit by football, scaled up and repeated and varied until the variations have covered almost every conceivable form that physical destruction can take. He was not exaggerating his experience for cinematic effect. He was documenting what his life actually is. There is a specific kind of sadness in Hans Molman that the show never quite articulates. He is a figure who exists to suffer in service of a joke. He doesn't have a backstory the show explores. He doesn't have relationships the show develops. He is not given the complexity afforded to Ned Flanders or even to recurring secondary characters like Principal Skinner or Chief Wiggum. He exists, and he dies, and he comes back and he exists again, and the cycle continues. But the 31-year-old detail haunts the rest of it. Somewhere inside this small, damaged man who keeps getting killed by the world around him, there is a person whose actual chronological life is barely in its third decade. Whatever happened to him, whatever Springfield did to him, or whatever his biology did to itself in response to Springfield, it has made him ancient in appearance while leaving him young in actual years. He has the exterior of extreme old age and the age of early adulthood, and the apparent immortality of something much older than either. And nobody in Springfield wonders about any of this. He dies in the background of scenes. He comes back. He dies again. The population of Springfield has incorporated his death cycle into the texture of normal life, the way you incorporate the sound of traffic outside your window. You stop hearing it because hearing it would require you to acknowledge that something unusual is happening in your immediate environment. And acknowledging unusual things in Springfield has a way of leading somewhere everyone has agreed not to go. Hans Moleman is the show's clearest illustration of Springfield's most fundamental psychological defense mechanism, the complete and total normalization of the impossible. You see it often enough, and it stops registering as strange. It becomes the background. It becomes the texture of things. It becomes just how things are around here. And if you ask why things are this way around here, if you follow that question to its conclusion the way a curious person would follow it, you arrive at the power plant every single time. You arrive at the cracked cooling towers and the 342 violations and the man with the overbite who sleeps at his safety station. You arrive at the source. And the source has been visible on every Springfield skyline, in every establishing shot, dominating the background of 36 seasons of television. Moleman dies. Moleman comes back. Nobody asks why, and the plant keeps running. Section 11. Ned Flanders, the saddest man in Springfield. Ned Flanders is the best person in Springfield. This is not a contested claim within the show's universe. By every objective measure the show establishes, Ned is kind, generous, devoutly religious, physically fit, financially responsible, thoughtful toward his neighbors, devoted to his children, and genuinely committed to the moral code he has built his life around. He is patient with Homer in ways that go beyond what patience normally covers. He is forgiving of offenses that most people, by any reasonable standard, would not forgive. He is present and attentive, where Homer is absent and oblivious. He is the neighbor Homer doesn't deserve, and the friend Homer has never quite treated as one. And the show punishes him for this relentlessly, systematically, and over an extended period of time that reveals the punishment to be not a running joke but a thesis. Start with the most devastating thing the show has done to Ned Flanders. His wife, Maud Flanders, was killed during a Springfield Speedway event. A t-shirt cannon was fired into the stands. Homer, in the front row, ducked to avoid the shirts. The shirts flew over him and struck Maud, seated in the row behind. The impact knocked her from the bleachers. She died from the fall. Homer's selfishness, his instinctive self-preservation, the physical act of moving his own body out of the way directly caused the death of his neighbor's wife. And Ned forgave him. Because that's what Ned does. He forgives. He processes the loss and the grief and the particular weight of losing a spouse to an accident caused by the casual thoughtlessness of the man next door, and he responds with grace because his faith tells him that grace is the correct response, and his character has been built around producing the correct response in all circumstances. But the forgiveness is where you start to see the cracks. A few seasons later, a hurricane destroys Ned's house. The community of Springfield organizes to rebuild it, which is itself a touching display of communal solidarity. But the rebuild is so incompetently executed, so thoroughly botched by people who meant well but had no idea what they were doing, that the house collapses immediately once the residents are inside it. Everything Ned had is gone, and Ned Flanders snaps. It's one of the most memorable sequences in the show's later seasons. He stands in the ruins of his collapsed house and says everything he has been holding inside for years. He insults the people who built the house. He insults the people who failed him. He goes through a list of names and delivers specific, accurate criticisms of each person's contribution to his suffering. It is not random rage. It is not a breakdown without content. It is the specific enumeration of grievances from a man who has been keeping a careful internal ledger for years and has finally reached the point where the ledger cannot be maintained any longer. Then he is institutionalized. In the psychiatric facility where Ned is brought for treatment, a doctor explains what the audience is really seeing. Ned's relentless niceness is not natural. It is not a character trait he developed through living a good life and making good choices. It is the product of childhood behavioral modification conducted when Ned was very young by a psychiatrist who spent years conditioning the aggression out of him. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, described as beatniks who didn't believe in discipline, took him to a professional and essentially had his personality altered through sustained behavioral reprogramming. What Ned expresses when he is kind is not a choice. It is a conditioned response. His brain was wired during childhood to suppress anger, to redirect aggression into patience, to experience the impulse to lash out and then produce forgiveness instead of retaliation. His kindness is real in the sense that it comes from him genuinely, but it is not voluntary. It is the trained behavior of a person who was programmed as a child and has been executing that programming ever since. This reframes everything about Ned Flanders. His patience with Homer is not saintly. It is the activation of a suppression mechanism that was installed without his consent when he was too young to understand what was being done to him. Every time Homer does something that by any normal standard would justify anger, Ned's conditioned response activates and produces patience instead. Not because Ned has chosen to be patient, but because Ned cannot choose not to be. The choice was made for him decades ago. He is executing someone else's decision about how he should respond to the world. His faith is not simply spiritual conviction. The faith functions as the explanatory framework he uses to make sense of why he keeps suffering despite doing everything correctly. If the world is run by a God with a plan, then Ned's losses have meaning. His wife's death was part of something larger. The house collapsing was a test. Homer's consistent failure to be a good neighbor is an opportunity for Ned to practice the virtue of endurance. Without the faith providing this framework, the pattern of Ned's life becomes something that has no comfortable interpretation. He does everything right. He suffers more than people who do everything wrong. There is no framework that makes this fair unless you believe in something that operates above and outside fairness. And here is the detail that the show delivers, with the particular quietness of the most devastating things it says: God talks to Homer. In multiple episodes, Homer has actual, direct, face-to-face conversations with God. God confirms his existence to Homer. God gives Homer specific information and guidance. God acknowledges Homer directly in a way that makes divine existence a confirmed, personal, experiential fact for Homer Simpson, who sleeps through church and spends his Sunday mornings watching football and has never demonstrated any particular engagement with the theological questions that define Ned's life. God has never spoken to Ned Flanders, not once. In 36 seasons of a show where God is an established, recurring character who has appeared on screen multiple times, the man who has devoted his entire life to faith, who attends church every week without fail, who has constructed his entire identity around his relationship with the divine, has never received a single word from the deity he has given everything to serve. The drunk neighbor gets divine conversation. The devout man gets silence. This is not random. This is the show stating something specific about how Springfield works and, by extension, about how the world it represents works. Goodness is not what gets rewarded in this system. Compliance is what gets rewarded. And Ned is both the most compliant and the most genuinely good person in Springfield, which means he is everything the system needs and receives nothing it promises. Homer is rewarded despite being terrible at every practical measure of his life. His job is protected through a secret arrangement he doesn't know about. His family stays together through Marge's unceasing labor. His community tolerates him through collective patience. He receives blessings he hasn't earned because the system that runs Springfield was designed to produce that outcome for people like Homer and a different outcome for people like Ned. What outcome for people like Ned? Isolation, loss, constant endurance of the consequences of other people's choices, and the systematic denial, by a God who exists within the show's universe and could speak at any moment, of the basic acknowledgement that Ned's devotion has been noticed. The show has never resolved the Ned Flanders situation. It does not offer him an answer. His faith is not rewarded, and it is not broken. It persists, sustained by the absence of anything that would definitively end it, in the same way that Springfield's collective denial persists. Not because it's been confirmed, because confirming it would require something to change, and nothing in Springfield changes. Ned Flanders is the show's most searching examination of what happens to a good person in a system that isn't built to accommodate goodness. He does everything correctly. He receives nothing for it. And he keeps doing it because his brain was wired to keep doing it before he was old enough to choose whether he wanted to, and because the faith that gives his suffering meaning is the one thing the system hasn't managed to take from him yet. Homer Simpson and Ned Flanders have lived next door to each other for 36 years. Homer does everything wrong and keeps his family, his job, his home, his health, his community, and his access to divine conversation. Ned does everything right and loses his wife, his house, his emotional stability, and God's attention. They are not opposites. They are the same system observed from two different positions within it. Homer is what the system looks like from the inside when it's working in your favor. Ned is what it looks like from the inside when it isn't. The gap between them has never closed. It will not close. Because the system isn't designed to close it. That's Springfield, that's the show. The nicest man in town and the worst man in town live 30 feet apart, and their lives are what they are because of forces neither of them chose, and neither of them fully understands. And the nuclear power plant keeps running, and Burns keeps getting his treatments, and Homer keeps sleeping at his workstation, and Ned keeps forgiving him for it, every Sunday, on schedule, like clockwork, like a man who doesn't know he's performing a program. Bonus Section A. Marge Simpson, the weight of holding everything together. We have spent considerable time in Springfield examining the mysteries of the people around Marge Simpson. Homer's compromised brain, his impossible survival, his dreaming, or his waking. Burns's ancient body and his weekly maintenance. Maggie's extraordinary mind behind an ordinary face. Ned's conditioning. Molman's dying. Lisa's isolation. Marge has been the gravitational center of all of it. The person who holds the Simpson household together with the specific, unacknowledged labor of someone who has made it their life's work to keep a particular kind of chaos from becoming catastrophe. She is the structure. She is the load-bearing wall. Without Marge's continuous application of patience and maintenance, and the particular intelligence of someone who has learned to anticipate every need around her before it becomes a crisis, the household falls apart. Every episode where Homer makes a disaster is also an episode where Marge processes the disaster and returns the situation to something sustainable, usually without being thanked for it. The show has examined Marge's situation explicitly in various episodes, most notably the ones that ask what Marge might have become if she hadn't married Homer and centered her life around the household. She had artistic ability. She had professional ambition at various points that the show depicts being redirected or abandoned because the family's needs took priority. She has interests and capabilities and dimensions of self that the show shows clearly and then routinely places back in the kitchen. The Marge question that the show asks and never fully answers is whether Marge is happy the show goes near it. It explores her discontent in specific episodes with a seriousness that the comedy frame only partially softens, but it never resolves to an answer. Marge stays. Marge always stays. And the ambiguity of whether she stays because she wants to or because the household infrastructure she has built cannot survive her absence is something the show maintains across 36 years of sustained domesticity. The radiation theory has a specific reading of Marge. If the contamination has produced different effects in different people, Homer's cognitive impairment, Maggie's cognitive amplification, Molman's physical death cycle, what has it done to Marge? Marge displays no visible cognitive impairment and no visible superhuman capability. She appears to function at a level that is normal to slightly above normal by Springfield standards. Her judgment is consistently better than Homer's. Her foresight is consistently longer. Her capacity for planning and consequence anticipation is substantially more developed. But she also, and this is the part worth sitting with, never leaves. Never permanently, never in any way that sticks. She has opportunities to leave. She has motivation to leave. She has moments where the accumulation of Homer's disasters and the weight of the household's maintenance tips past any reasonable person's tolerance for staying. And she stays. The coma theory offers a reading of this that is either touching or devastating depending on your frame. If everything since April 1993 is Homer's dream, then Marge's staying is the dream's primary requirement. The whole dream is built on Marge being there. Homer's unconscious mind cannot generate a version of his family that doesn't include Marge, cannot dream a version of his life where she has left, because the scenario of Marge leaving is the scenario his sleeping brain is most determined to hold at bay. She stays in the dream because the dream is about her staying. Her loyalty in the show, her patience, her continuous presence, is Homer's most deep-rooted wish expressed through the mechanism of an unconscious mind with the ability to construct what it wishes. If you take the dream reading, then every episode where Marge considers leaving, where she reaches her limit, where she gets close to the door, is the dream testing itself, generating the threat to its own most fundamental premise, and then routing around the threat, pulling back, finding the reason for Marge to stay before the scenario resolves in the direction Homer's dreaming brain cannot allow it to go. The close calls are how the dream reassures itself. Marge gets close to leaving and then doesn't, and the dream knows its core is intact for another episode. And in the waking world, in the version of Springfield where things are happening rather than being dreamed, Marge stays because she has built something. Not just a household, a person. She has spent decades building Homer into a version of himself that is functional enough to keep his family and his job and his life together. She has compensated for his cognitive impairment in thousands of small daily ways. She has translated his intentions into workable plans. She has caught his disasters before they became catastrophes and managed the ones she couldn't catch. She has built this not because she had to, but because she chose to. And the choosing is the thing the show has spent 36 years not quite making definitive. Is this what Marge wanted? Is this the life she would have chosen if the specific circumstances of her life hadn't pointed her in this direction? The show doesn't say. Marge doesn't say. She tends her garden. She bakes her pies. She worries in that specific Marge way. The anxiety always present underneath the composure. The potential disaster always in view even when it's small. And she stays. That's Marge. That's the mystery of Marge, not who shot Mr. Burns, or whether Homer is dreaming, or where Springfield is on a map. The mystery of Marge is the question of whether the person holding the whole structure together chose this, or learned to love what they were given, and whether, in the end, there's a difference. Bonus section B, Bart Simpson the Rebel, without a cause for rebellion. Bart Simpson is the show's original protagonist. Before Homer became the focus, before the ensemble expanded to encompass most of Springfield, the show was built around Bart. The troubled, irreverent, academically underperforming 10-year-old who became the cultural icon of the early 1990s, who was on t-shirts and lunchboxes and bedroom walls, who provoked the kind of moral panic that only the most culturally potent figures managed to generate. And the interesting thing about Bart, looked at from the distance of 36 years, is that his rebellion doesn't actually have a clear target. He rebels against authority, which is a general category rather than a specific target. He rebels against school, against convention, against his parents' expectations. He skates and pranks and avoids effort in all directions. He is the pure expression of a particular form of adolescent energy that finds its outlet in the disruption of whatever structure is immediately present. But when you look at what Bart's rebellion has actually accomplished over 36 years, the answer is close to nothing. He hasn't changed Springfield. He hasn't dismantled any of the systems he disrupts. He hasn't freed anyone from anything. He is perpetually engaged in the same cycles of mischief and consequence and reset, the same pranks, the same conflicts with the same authority figures, the same dynamic with the same people, across 36 years without any of it building toward a resolution. The radiation theory offers a specific reading of Bart's rebellious energy in this context. If the cognitive contamination that impairs Homer is affecting the Simpson children as well, then Bart's rebellion might be the expression of something that, in a less compromised cognitive environment, would find a more constructive channel. The energy is real. The dissatisfaction with authority is real. The sense that the structures around him are wrong in ways he can't quite articulate is real. But the cognitive impairment, if it's operating on Bart in the way the theory suggests it might, prevents the dissatisfaction from producing coherent political or social analysis. It can't build into anything. It can only express itself as disruption. Bart feels that something is wrong with Springfield. He is correct, but he can't see clearly enough to identify what it is or act effectively against it. So he skates and pranks and breaks things and gets in trouble, and the wrongness of Springfield continues undisturbed by any of it. The coma theory reading of Bart is perhaps the most heartbreaking of the family readings. Homer, dreaming, is generating Bart as he last experienced him. The mischievous, exasperating, deeply lovable boy. The son who is always pushing against the limits of what Homer could manage and who Homer loved completely despite the exasperation, or maybe partly because of it. Homer dreams Bart as Bart was when Homer last saw him, 10 years old, still in the stage where rebellion was the primary mode of engagement, still figuring out what he was going to become. And in the dream, Bart never becomes anything. He stays in the becoming, perpetually 10, perpetually figuring it out, perpetually the boy Homer knew rather than the man Homer will never see. Because Homer went under before Bart could become anything other than what he was. And the dream can only dream what Homer knew. Bart's rebellion, in this reading, is the dream trying to keep Bart alive in the way Homer knew him. Active, loud, present, impossible, exasperating, unmistakably himself. The rebellion isn't about anything. It's just Bart being Bart, the way Homer needed him to be, in a dream that needed him to stay exactly that forever. Bonus section C. Lisa Simpson, the prophet in her own town. The Simpsons has a long-running joke that is also, if you take it seriously for a moment, one of the show's most pointed observations about the relationship between intelligence and institutional power. The joke is that Lisa is always right. About environmental issues, about social issues, about political issues, about the various crises that Springfield routinely faces, Lisa diagnoses correctly. Her solutions, when she proposes them, are typically sound. Her analysis of the problems around her is consistently more accurate than anyone else's analysis in the room, and she is consistently, systematically, almost universally ignored. This is played as comedy. Lisa is the earnest buzzkill at the party, the person whose expertise everyone acknowledges and whose advice nobody follows. The joke is the gap between her knowledge and Springfield's willingness to act on it. The gap is funny because it's recognizable. We all know the Lisa in our lives. The person who knows what should be done and cannot get anyone to do it. But the joke has accumulated 36 years of evidence, and the evidence is not funny anymore. It's a documentary. Lisa has been right about the environment. The episodes where she correctly identifies environmental degradation around Springfield and is dismissed or ridiculed or simply not heard, these episodes have been stacking up since the early seasons. The contamination she was pointing at in one form or another throughout the show's run is the same contamination the radiation theory identifies as the source of Springfield's central problems. She has been naming it in various forms for decades, and Springfield has been not naming it in the specific Springfield way through collective agreement not to hear. Lisa is not merely a character who is smart and underutilized. She is the show's internal proof that the problem is not ignorance. Springfield has access to the analysis. It has a resident who provides accurate diagnosis of what's happening, repeatedly, without ceasing, across hundreds of episodes. The failure to act is not a failure of information. It is a failure of will, or a failure of the cognitive capacity necessary to act on information, or both. The radiation theory suggests that Springfield's residents are impaired in the specific cognitive function that translates accurate information into sustained motivated action. They can receive Lisa's analysis. They cannot maintain the engagement with it long enough to do anything. The information enters and then dissipates, not because it was wrong, but because the system processing it has been compromised in the specific way the contamination produces. Lisa keeps talking anyway. This is the thing about Lisa that the show is most clear on. She knows it's not working. She has 36 years of evidence that it's not working. She keeps going. She keeps presenting the analysis, keeps naming the problem, keeps standing up in the public meetings and the classroom discussions and the family arguments to say the accurate thing that nobody is going to act on. The show has asked in various episodes why she does this. The answers it provides are always somewhat inadequate to the question. She does it because it's right. She does it because she can't not. She does it because giving up would mean becoming the version of herself that has stopped looking, and she cannot be that version. Lisa's continued engagement with a world that won't engage back with her is the show's most sustained act of faith. Not faith in God or in a system or in any external guarantee. Faith in the value of saying the true thing even when the true thing doesn't change anything. Faith in the rightness of accurate diagnosis even when the patient won't take the medicine. It is, depending on how you look at it, either the most noble thing in Springfield or the saddest. Probably both. If the coma theory is true, Lisa is Homer's conscience projected. The part of himself that sees clearly, the voice inside his own head that knows what's true even when the fog prevents him from acting on it. Homer dreams Lisa as the person who says what needs to be said in the world he's dreaming, even knowing it won't change anything, because the dreaming brain needs that voice to exist even in a world where it can't prevail. She is 8 years old and she will always be 8 years old, and she will never stop telling Springfield the truth about itself. That's the character. That's the commitment. 8 years old forever, in the town that won't listen, saying the true thing to the people who have collectively agreed not to hear it. No wonder she plays the saxophone. Some feelings can only be communicated in a register that bypasses the cognitive filter entirely. Extended Deep Dive. The Treehouse of Horror Canon Question. Every October, the show produces a special anthology episode that operates outside the show's normal rules. The Treehouse of Horror episodes have run since Season 2, making them one of the longest-running annual traditions in television history. They contain horror parodies, science fiction scenarios, dark comedies built around violent or supernatural premises, and the show's most experimental storytelling. Characters die, sometimes repeatedly and graphically. The normal Springfield is replaced by nightmare versions. The rules that govern the rest of the year are suspended for 3 short stories told in the dark. The question that the show has never settled and that fans have debated since the beginning is whether the Treehouse of Horror episodes are canonical, whether they count, whether what happens in them has any bearing on the Springfield that exists for the other 22 weeks of the year. The official answer is no. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are traditionally introduced as non-canonical stories, nightmares, anthology segments that exist outside the show's main timeline. What happens in them doesn't affect the regular episodes. Characters who die in October are alive again in November. The universe that gets destroyed or transformed or invaded is restored by the time the next normal episode airs. But the boundary between the Treehouse episodes and the regular episodes has been eroding for years. The show has increasingly allowed its regular episodes to incorporate premises and tonal registers that were previously reserved for the October specials. The distinction between what the show will do in its regular mode and what it permits itself to do in the Treehouse context has narrowed, and certain elements that appear in Treehouse episodes get referenced or echoed in regular episodes in ways that blur the categorical separation. Under the coma theory, the Treehouse of Horror episodes have a specific and disturbing identity. If the regular episodes are Homer's dreaming brain generating the scenarios it finds most comforting and most sustaining, then the Treehouse episodes are the nightmare intrusions. The moments when the sleeping brain's regulatory systems fail and something darker gets through. Every dreaming brain has nightmares. Every unconscious mind that has been running for decades has moments where the dream's quality control breaks down and the material that surfaces is not the comforting domestic simulation, but something else. The horror anthology format of the Treehouse episodes, the deaths, the monsters, the apocalyptic scenarios, the versions of the characters twisted into shapes that don't fit the show's normal warmth, these are what Homer's dreaming brain looks like when it's struggling. When the signal gets noisy, when the pleasant simulation breaks down, and the underlying anxiety of a man who hasn't woken up in decades surfaces through the constructed fiction. And then the brain restabilizes. The nightmare ends. The normal episode resumes. Homer goes back to being at home, at work, at Moe's. The family goes back to being intact. The simulation reasserts its preferred version of itself. The nightmare is over until the next October, when it happens again. The Treehouse episodes are not outside the show's reality. They are inside Homer's. They are the nights when his sleep is bad, when the dream is not gentle, when whatever is happening to his body in the hospital room, some spike in medication, some change in care, some physical crisis managed by the nurses, disturbs the dream enough that it goes dark before it recovers. He has 30-plus years of bad nights, and every year in October, the show shows you what a bad night in Homer's coma looks like. And then in November, the dream recovers. Springfield is intact. The family is home. And Homer's brain keeps going, dreaming its way through another year, refusing to stop, refusing to let the simulation end. Under the radiation theory, the Treehouse episodes represent a different kind of truth. The regular episodes show you Springfield as it presents itself to the people living in it. The Treehouse episodes show you Springfield as it actually is. The monsters are real monsters. The horror is the horror the residents experience but cannot consciously access. The annual Dark Anthology is the show allowing the suppressed truth of its universe to express itself directly, unmediated by the narrative conventions that the regular episodes use to keep the contamination's implications at arm's length. When the Treehouse episodes depict Springfield invaded by aliens, the alien invasion is a metaphor for what Burns has actually been doing to the town for decades, occupying it, consuming it, using it for his own purposes, while its residents serve as resources rather than as people. When the Treehouse episodes depict Springfield in apocalyptic scenarios, those scenarios are the logical terminus of the contamination's effects. The end state of a town that has been poisoned without recourse for longer than any population should be expected to survive. The October darkness is the truth. The other 49 weeks are the cover story. And both of them are real. Both of them are Springfield. The town that presents itself as a quirky American community 6 days out of 7, and then once a year, when the Halloween decorations go up and the usual narrative rules are suspended, shows you what it really is underneath the presentation. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are not non-canonical. They are the most canonical thing the show produces. They are the moments when Springfield's collected truth surfaces. And then they're over. And Springfield goes back to normal. The way it always goes back to normal. The way it has been going back to normal, reliably and without explanation, for 3.5 decades. Extended Deep Dive. The supporting cast as a diagnostic tool. Springfield's supporting cast is one of the most elaborate constructions in the history of American television. A town of recurring characters, each one specific enough to be immediately recognizable, each one carrying enough backstory and personality to sustain multiple episode-length plots, each one serving as a lens through which different aspects of Springfield's reality can be examined. Look at them not as individual characters, but as a collective diagnostic tool, as a set of instruments measuring different frequencies of what Springfield does to the people inside it. Chief Clancy Wiggum. The police chief of a town that needs police oversight more than almost any other place in America, a town with documented corporate crime, environmental violations, and the systematic suppression of truth, is a man who cannot perform basic investigative functions. He is not corrupt in the dramatic sense. He is not being paid to look the other way. He is simply not equipped to do the job his position requires. His incompetence is organic. It is the incompetence of a man who is placed in a role that requires capabilities he doesn't have and who has managed, somehow, to keep the role anyway. His relationship with Burns is never examined. But his professional incapacity serves Burns's interests so precisely that the examination would be worth conducting. A functional police chief in Springfield would have opened investigations years ago. Into the power plant's violations, into the water contamination, into the various episodes of environmental destruction that the show has depicted without consequences. The lack of effective law enforcement in Springfield is not an accident. It is an environment. And the person most responsible for the environment in which Springfield's institutions exist is the person who controls Springfield's economy. Wiggum is not Burns's agent. He is Burns's beneficiary. A police department whose chief cannot conduct an effective investigation is a police department that cannot investigate Burns. The incompetence does the work that corruption would otherwise have to do. And Burns never has to pay anyone. The institution does what he needs it to do because the institution has been built by the town he controls, staffed by the people his economic environment produces, and given the resources that his town's fiscal structure provides. The Springfield school system works the same way. Principal Skinner, or Tamzarian, or whatever name we're using after the events of The Principal and the Pauper, runs a school that is chronically underfunded, that provides inadequate support to its students, and that has demonstrably failed to give Bart Simpson the academic foundation his intelligence, which the show implies is real if misdirected, would support under better conditions. The school doesn't fail its students because educators are bad at their jobs. It fails them because the resources available to it are insufficient, because the town's tax base is structured in ways that systematically underinvest in public institutions, and because the single largest economic actor in the town has spent decades ensuring that the regulatory and institutional environment around him is weak rather than strong. A well-resourced school would produce better educated Springfield residents. Better educated Springfield residents might start asking questions. Better educated Springfield residents might have the analytical capacity to look at a three-eyed fish and follow the implications all the way to the power plant. Burns's optimal Springfield is one where the educational infrastructure remains just functional enough to avoid public outcry, but not functional enough to produce citizens capable of sustained critical engagement with their situation. Wiggum and Skinner are not villains. They are the victims of the same environment they help perpetuate. They cannot do their jobs well because the environment they work in was built to prevent that. And they cannot see this clearly, because seeing it clearly would require the kind of sustained analytical engagement with their own situation that the environment is specifically designed to prevent. Now look at Apu Nahasapi Mapedalon, the convenience store owner who is open 24 hours a day, who works without apparent rest, who maintains his business through a combination of extraordinary dedication and the specific pragmatism of someone who has constructed a life in an environment that wasn't built for him, but that he has committed to making work. Regardless, Apu is one of the show's most complex characters and also one of its most problematic, given the legitimate critiques that have been raised about how his character was constructed and received. But within the framework of Springfield's hidden structures, Apu occupies an interesting position. He is not from Springfield originally. He came to Springfield from elsewhere. He is an outsider who chose to stay. And, as an outsider, he sees some things about Springfield that the natives cannot see, not because he is more intelligent, but because he doesn't have the specific cognitive conditioning that long-term residence in the contaminated environment produces. He observes certain things about Springfield that prompt in him a different kind of response than the same observations would prompt in a lifetime resident. The show has never fully exploited this potential. Apu's outsider perspective is acknowledged but not investigated. It is a dimension of his character that exists in the show's background rather than its foreground, but it's there. The person who came from outside and stayed and built a life in the contamination zone, who sees it from a position that is simultaneously inside and outside the collective denial, is one of the show's most interesting unexplored territories. Barney Gumble, Homer's best friend, once one of the most promising people in Springfield's history. The show has established, across various flashback episodes, that Barney was a high-achieving student before he began drinking. He had genuine academic and professional potential. He attended MIT or was accepted to MIT depending on which episode you're following. He had a future that the drinking ended. The radiation theory's reading of Barney is the most uncomfortable of the supporting cast readings. If the contamination produces different effects in different people, and if one of those effects is an impaired capacity for sustained critical engagement with reality, then Barney's alcoholism might be a response to a specific kind of cognitive clarity that survived longer in him than it does in most Springfield residents. If Barney could see more clearly than the pull around him, if the impairment took longer to work on his particular neurology, then the drinking might be the same response Homer had when the crayon was removed. A retreat from clarity. A chosen fog, because the fog is more survivable than the view it obscures. Homer put the crayon back in because being smart in Springfield was unbearable. Barney found his own version of the crayon, and the show treats both the crayon and the bottle with a specific kind of affectionate sadness, as if it understands exactly what they are and why they're necessary, and isn't quite able to condemn the people who reached for them. Mo Sizlak, the bartender, perpetually lonely, perpetually failed in his romantic ambitions, perpetually present behind the bar at Moe's, serving drinks to the same people night after night in a bar that has survived economic catastrophe, a lawsuit, criminal investigations, and Burns' attempt to destroy it, and is still somehow there. Still open, still dark inside even when the lights are on. Moe's loneliness is not incidental, it is structural. He has built a space in Springfield, specifically designed for the expression of social isolation, and he has placed himself at its center for decades. The bar is where Springfield's residents go when they need to be in proximity to other people without engaging with them in any way that requires sustained emotional attention. They sit at the bar, they drink, they talk but don't really talk. They are together but not together. And Mo watches all of it, provides all of it, and is the loneliest person in every room he creates. The radiation theory suggests that Mo might represent a different manifestation of the contamination's effects. Not cognitive impairment, not physical mutation, but a specific kind of social damage. The capacity for genuine intimate connection, for the sustained vulnerability and reciprocal engagement that real relationships require, compromised in some specific way. Mo can generate the conditions for social proximity. He cannot generate the conditions for social depth. He is surrounded by people and unreachable by any of them, including the people he most wants to reach. Whether this is the radiation or just the character's history or just Mo being Mo, the show leaves open. But it fits the pattern of Springfield producing specific, distinctive impairments in its residents rather than a uniform kind of damage. Each person is broken in their own particular way. The town produces custom damage, extended deep dive, the show's relationship with its own history. One of the most interesting things to track across 36 seasons of The Simpsons is the show's changing relationship with its own continuity. In the early seasons, the show maintained an unusually detailed and internally consistent history. Character backstories were established with care. The Simpsons' family history was layered in with specificity. The events of earlier episodes were referenced in later ones in ways that created a sense of accumulated shared experience, of a world that remembered what had happened to it. This careful continuity began to break down in the middle seasons, not all at once, not through any single decision, through the accumulation of many small decisions to prioritize a good joke or a strong episode premise over strict adherence to what had been established before. A character's established trait might be ignored if ignoring it made the current story work better. A backstory detail might be contradicted if the contradiction served the episode's needs. The floating timeline, which the show had always used, began generating increasingly visible inconsistencies as it dragged the characters present further from the specific historical period in which their backstories had originally been set. This is not unique to The Simpsons. Every long-running serialized narrative faces version of this problem. Continuity is costly. Maintaining it perfectly across hundreds of episodes requires infrastructure and oversight that most shows, at some point in their run, determine is not worth the investment. The audience's tolerance for inconsistency is higher than creators often assume, and the creative constraints that strict continuity imposes can exceed its benefits. But The Simpsons' continuity breakdown is interesting within the framework of the theories we've been exploring because it maps onto the theories in ways that make the breakdown legible as something other than simple creative drift. The coma theory maps perfectly. If the show is Homer's dream, then the early seasons, which are internally consistent and carefully maintained, represent the period when Homer's dreaming brain had strong, detailed, reliable access to its source material. The later seasons, which contradict themselves and each other with increasing frequency, represent the degradation of that source material. The dream is less coherent because the mind generating it has less coherent material to work with. The inconsistencies are not the writers becoming careless. They are the simulation's resolution decreasing as the memory banks it draws from become less precisely accessible. The radiation theory maps in a different direction. If Springfield's collective memory is impaired by decades of cognitive contamination, then the inconsistencies in the show's own history are the show depicting its universe's epistemological condition accurately. Springfield doesn't remember clearly because it can't. The events of previous episodes are forgotten or misremembered or contradicted because the residents of Springfield forget and misremember and contradict each other constantly. The show's continuity problems are not the show's failures. They are the show accurately depicting a population that has lost its grip on its own history. The collective denial theory offers a third reading. Inconsistencies in the show's history are the result of Springfield's active management of its own narrative. When a previous episode established something inconvenient, the town collectively revised it. When a backstory detail became too revealing, it was replaced. The continuity errors are not accidents. They are deliberate redactions. They are Springfield exercising its established capacity for institutionalized amnesia at the level of its own self-documentation. The Springfield that appears in Season 35 is not the same Springfield that appeared in Season 2 because Springfield has deliberately made itself different. It has edited its own history to serve its current needs. And the evidence of those edits, the visible seams where the old version was removed and the new version was installed, are what the fans experience as continuity errors. In this reading, the show's inconsistency is the most self-aware thing about it. The show that is about a town that forgets is itself a text that forgets. The form enacts the content. The medium carries the message. And the message is that memory, even institutional memory, even the recorded history of a television program, is not reliable. It is managed. It is shaped by the needs of the present rather than the accuracy of the past. It is Springfield all the way down. Extended deep dive. The couch gag as cosmology. Every episode of The Simpsons begins with the same sequence. The title appears, the clouds part. The camera moves through Springfield and into the house on Evergreen Terrace. The family rushes to the couch from different starting points, and they arrive and they sit together. The family unit assembled, the household structure maintained. This is the opening sequence. It has run in some form since the show's premiere. And the couch gag, the variation at the end of the sequence where something unexpected happens on the couch before the family fully settles, has become one of the show's most celebrated ongoing traditions. Over 330 couch gags have aired. They range from single-second sight gags to elaborate animated set pieces, to full cinematic productions directed by guest animators. They have been abstract, surrealist, referential, parodic, documentary, and in several cases genuinely moving. Every single one ends the same way. The family is on the couch. The household is assembled. Whatever strange or violent or impossible thing just happened to get them there, they are there. Together. The structure holds. The couch gag functions as a microcosm of the show's central argument. No matter what happens, no matter what form the journey takes, no matter how absurd or dangerous or transformative the path, the destination is always the same. The couch, the family, home. The episode hasn't started yet. The story hasn't begun, but the family is already where it needs to be. Everything that follows is the explanation of how they got there, which is the only story the show knows how to tell. Under the coma theory, the couch gag is the most precisely correct metaphor for Homer's dreaming experience, available in the show's formal vocabulary. Every episode is a journey that ends with the family on the couch. Every variation in the opening sequence is a different approach to the same destination. Homer's dream tries different paths to the same place, generates different starting points and different obstacles and different forms of chaos and resolution, and always arrives at the family assembled, the household intact, home. The couch gag is not the opening of an episode. It is the end of a cycle. It is Homer's dreaming brain reorienting itself, finding home again after whatever it was dreaming before, settling back into the thing it is most committed to preserving. There are couch gags where the family doesn't make it to the couch, where the attempt fails, where something goes wrong, where the family is dispersed or destroyed or prevented from arriving. These are rarer than the successful arrivals, but they exist. And under the coma theory, they are the bad moments. The nights when Homer's dreaming brain can't quite hold the simulation together, when the family isn't fully assembled in the dream, when the most basic requirement of the dream, everyone home, everyone safe, everyone present, isn't met. And then the episode begins, and by the end of it, everyone is home and safe and present, because the dream always recovers from its own disturbances. The couch gag repeats every episode because it is the one thing that cannot not repeat. It is the dream's orientation to its own purpose. Not the destination of any specific episode, but the destination of the whole. Every week, the family assembles on the couch. Every week, the household holds. And every week, Homer's dreaming brain confirms that the fundamental premise of the dream is intact. The family is still there. That's all it needs to know. The family is still there. The rest of the episode can be anything. Extended deep dive. The Springfield versus Shelbyville dynamic. Springfield's relationship with its neighboring town of Shelbyville is one of the show's more consistent background elements, appearing across multiple seasons and serving as the premise or setting for several significant episodes. The rivalry between the two towns is ancient. Its origins traced back to the founding of Springfield, when a splinter group led by Shelbyville, Manhattan, disagreed with Springfield's founder, Jebediah Springfield, over a significant philosophical question, and broke away to found a separate community. The specific nature of the founding disagreement varies by episode, but has at various points involved the question of cousin marriage, the precise boundaries of the new settlement, and various other disputes that the show depicts with the historical comedy of making small and absurd things feel enormously consequential. The founding rivalry became an ongoing cultural antagonism that has persisted to the present day, with Springfield residents reflexively viewing Shelbyville with suspicion and contempt, and Shelbyville presumably reciprocating. What's interesting about the Springfield-Shelbyville dynamic within the framework of the theories is what the comparison reveals about Springfield specifically. Shelbyville, from the limited perspective the show provides of it, appears to function somewhat more normally than Springfield. It has a nuclear power plant of its own in some versions of Springfield's geography, though this detail is not consistent. Its residents appear slightly less eccentric, its institutions slightly more functional, its relationship with reality slightly more grounded. The show doesn't spend enough time in Shelbyville to make this a definitive observation, but the impression it creates is of a neighboring community that, while sharing Springfield's general working-class Midwestern character, has not undergone quite the same degree of whatever it is that Springfield has undergone. Under the radiation theory, this is significant. If Springfield's specific contamination comes from the specific nuclear facility Burns operates at its specific level of violation, then Shelbyville, operating outside that facility's immediate environmental reach, might represent a control group, a version of what Springfield would look like if the contamination were not present. Slightly more functional, slightly more cognitively capable, slightly more able to follow a chain of reasoning to its conclusion without the trail going cold partway through. The rivalry makes a different kind of sense in this reading. Springfield residents are hostile to Shelbyville residents not out of historical loyalty to a founding disagreement about cousin marriage. They are hostile because Shelbyville represents, at some unconscious level, the version of themselves they might have been without the contamination. The resentment is the specific resentment of people who know something is wrong with them, but can't identify what, directed at people who seem to have avoided it. You resent the people who got out, even if you can't articulate why you resent them. Even if you don't have a clear sense of what they got out of or what you're still in. The resentment is the contamination's self-expression. Springfield is angry at Shelbyville because Shelbyville is not Springfield. And not being Springfield, in the radiation theory's framing, is the one thing Springfield residents would want most if they could want it clearly. Extended deep dive. Homer's relationship with food as psychological symptom. Homer Simpson's relationship with food is one of the show's longest-running character elements. He is defined by it from the earliest episodes. The donuts, the pork chops, the elaborate sandwiches, the various foods that appear in his fantasies and his waking life with the same intensity. His relationship with food goes well beyond appetite into the territory of compulsion, of comfort-seeking, of a specific emotional dependency that the show dramatizes repeatedly without quite naming it as what it is. Food for Homer is the one reliable source of pleasure in an environment where many other sources have been compromised. His cognitive impairment means the intellectual pleasures that might sustain a person with a functioning brain are not fully accessible to him. His emotional impairment, the specific wound of growing up without his mother, and the impact this had on his capacity for sustained emotional engagement, makes the deeper forms of human connection more difficult to access and maintain than they are for undamaged people. His professional life offers him no satisfaction, only the daily survival of a job he is not equipped for and a boss who cannot remember his name. What remains is sensory experience, the immediate, uncomplicated, fully accessible pleasure of eating something good. It requires nothing of his compromised cognitive systems. It demands no emotional intelligence. It produces no anxiety about performance or adequacy. It is simply present and then pleasurable and then done, and then he wants more. The radiation theory suggests that Homer's appetite may be a biological symptom as well as a psychological one. Radiation exposure affects cellular metabolism. The contamination that the theory identifies as affecting Springfield's population may be producing in Homer's specific biology an elevated metabolic demand, a body that burns through its resources faster than normal, and signals this through hunger, more intense and more persistent than a normal person experiences. The famous Homer appetite may not be purely emotional. It may be the body expressing a physiological reality, the reality of a cellular system operating under conditions it was not designed to manage, requiring more fuel than normal to keep running. The two readings are not mutually exclusive. Homer may be eating for both reasons simultaneously. The body demanding more than normal biology would require, and the mind reaching for the one form of comfort that his impaired psychological and cognitive systems can reliably access. The donuts are both symptom and treatment. They are what the broken system uses to manage itself. And they are, in their way, one of the most precise diagnostic indicators of what living in Springfield has done to Homer Simpson. The show has depicted Homer's eating with affectionate comedy across hundreds of episodes. But the affection has always contained, if you look for it, the specific gentle sadness of watching someone use the only tool they have. Homer eats the way Homer does because his other tools have been taken from him or were never given. The appetite is enormous because the need it is trying to fill is enormous. And the need is enormous because the life that produced it was specifically designed by the environment and by the man who controls that environment to be a life of managed deprivation. He eats because he is hungry in more ways than one. And Springfield does not provide, for people like Homer, many other ways to be fed. Extended deep dive. The Simpsons as time capsule, what the early seasons preserved. The early episodes of The Simpsons capture something that no amount of subsequent commentary or cultural analysis has fully replaced. They captured a specific moment in American working-class life with a precision that was not fully appreciated at the time, because the moment was still ongoing, and everyone inside it assumed it was simply the present rather than something worth documenting with particular care. The moment was this: the late 1980s and very early 1990s, just before the internet changed everything about how information moved, and communities formed, and economic forces operated at the level of individual household experience. The moment before the particular form of American optimism that had been more or less intact since the post-war boom finally began to curdle definitively into something else. The moment when the deal that America had made with its working class, steady employment, affordable housing, a future for your children that was likely to be at least somewhat better than your own, was still nominally in place even as the conditions that had sustained it were already eroding. Homer's job at the nuclear power plant, which the show uses for comedic purposes and which most viewers accept as a cartoon premise rather than a sociological observation, was a real thing in this moment. There were real Homers, real men with limited education and significant family responsibilities working in industrial facilities that paid wages sufficient to sustain a middle-class household in a small American city. The house on Evergreen Terrace was a real thing. A man with Homer's job could realistically afford a house like that. A stay-at-home spouse, 3 children, a car, the ordinary textures of the life the show depicts, not in a fantasy version of American prosperity. In the actual economic conditions that existed when the show began. This is why the show's early emotional core lands so precisely. It is not depicting a dream of ordinary American life. It is depicting ordinary American life as it actually existed for a specific segment of the population at a specific moment. The jokes about economic anxiety were grounded in real economic anxiety. The plots about household financial stress were grounded in the actual financial situations of the families the show was drawing from. The recognizability of The Simpsons' life was not achieved through clever universal storytelling. It was achieved through accurate observation of a specific world that a large portion of the audience was actually living in. By the time the show's later seasons were airing, that world had changed substantially. The industrial jobs had declined. The wages had stagnated. The house on Evergreen Terrace had become less and less plausible as a purchase that someone in Homer's economic position could realistically make. The gap between the show's depicted economic reality and the actual economic reality of its audience had widened significantly. And this is one of the reasons the later seasons feel less grounded, less emotionally precise, less tethered to the kind of recognizable human experience that made the early seasons so resonant. The early Simpsons is, among other things, one of the most detailed and emotionally accurate documents of a specific moment in American working-class life that popular culture has ever produced. Not because it was trying to be a document, because it was trying to be funny and true, and it succeeded. And the combination of funny and true about a specific time and place produces something that functions as documentation even when documentation was not the intent. The floating timeline means that the show can never acknowledge this. It cannot say, we were depicting a world that no longer exists. It cannot mourn the specific American moment it captured because its characters cannot age, cannot look back, cannot measure the distance between where they are and where they were. The loss that the show documents is a loss the show cannot name. But you can name it if you've been watching long enough. If you've been watching since those early seasons, when the economic reality the show depicted was the one you were living in, you can feel the distance between that world and this one. between the moment the show captured and the moment you're watching it in. And the floating timeline, which was designed to prevent the show from becoming dated, has achieved the opposite effect in the deepest possible way. The show is dated, permanently, fixed in the amber of a specific American moment. And the distance between that moment and now is the measure of what changed, while Springfield stayed the same. Extended deep dive. The secondary romances of Springfield. Every long-running ensemble show develops, over time, a set of secondary romantic and relational dynamics that operate below the primary family structure. The Simpsons has accumulated a rich and often overlooked set of these across 36 seasons. Looking at them together reveals patterns that individual episodes often keep separate. Moe Szyslak's relationship with loneliness has already been touched on, but his specific romantic history is worth examining as a unit. Moe has pursued various romantic relationships across the show's history with a consistency of failure that is remarkable even by Springfield standards. Not because Moe is inherently unlovable, the show has established that he is capable of genuine connection and that people can find him appealing in the right context, but because the pattern of Moe's romantic life is the pattern of a person who has been so thoroughly shaped by his isolation that the isolation has become self-sustaining. He drives away the connections he most wants because his entire self-conception is built around not having them. The specific tragedy of Moe's love life is that he is most himself, most warm and most real, and most capable of genuine engagement in the bar that he has built specifically for people who don't want to go home. He has created an environment perfectly calibrated for a specific kind of lonely person, and then placed himself at its center, and then wondered why the people he meets there don't provide the connection he is looking for. The bar is where people go to avoid intimacy. He is the host of the avoidance. And he cannot figure out why intimacy is always just out of reach. This is either the show being very smart about how loneliness perpetuates itself, or it is the contamination's effect on Moe's social psychology manifesting in the specific way it finds in his particular neurology. The same environmental factor producing Homer's cognitive impairment in one direction, and Maggie's amplification in another, and Molleman's death cycle in a third, producing in Moe a specific inability to break the pattern his early experiences established around solitude. Principal Skinner, or Tamzarian, and Patty Bouvier have a relationship dynamic that the show has used occasionally as a comedic premise. Skinner pursues Patty. Patty is not interested in Skinner. This is partly because Patty has her own established relationship preferences that run in a different direction, but the Skinner-Patty dynamic also illuminates something about Skinner's romantic psychology. He pursues unavailable or uninterested partners with a dedication that suggests something about what he's learned to expect from romantic pursuit. He was, before Springfield and before Agnes Skinner and before The Stolen Identity, a person without an established place in the world. Tamzarian, before he became Skinner, had no one. The romantic pursuits of Principal Skinner have the quality of a man who has learned to want things he can't have, because wanting things he can't have doesn't require the vulnerability of things he might actually obtain. Agnes Skinner herself is one of the show's most efficiently drawn characters. Her relationship with her son, which in the later seasons is revealed to be a relationship with a man who is not actually her son, illuminates something about the nature of the maternal bond that the show approaches with more nuance than it usually gets credit for. Agnes chose Tamzarian over the real Skinner when the real Skinner returned. She chose the person who had been her son over the person who was biologically her son. The show presents this as a further demonstration of Springfield's commitment to convenient fictions over inconvenient truths. But there is another reading. Agnes, whatever else she is, identified a person who needed to be her son and made him her son. She did not mistake Tamzarian for the real Skinner in any deep psychological sense. She needed someone to occupy the role her son had left vacant, and Tamzarian needed someone to give him a role, and they made each other into what they each needed the other to be. That is not delusion. That is a kind of pragmatic love that the show depicts with its usual ambivalence, not endorsing and not quite condemning, just showing you the thing and letting you sit with the complexity of it. The romance between Sideshow Bob and the various objects of his fixation, particularly his obsession with Bart, is in a category by itself and probably deserves its own extended examination. But within the framework of Springfield's relational dynamics, Bob's recurring returns and recurring defeats illuminate the specific way that Springfield treats its most persistent adversaries. He is always caught, he is always imprisoned, he is always released. He always returns. The cycle has been running for 36 seasons with no sign of breaking. Bob is imprisoned by the law, which in Springfield is a temporary condition, and released by the law, which in Springfield is inevitable, and he returns to pursue the same target with the same intensity each time, and the cycle repeats. This is not a functional criminal justice system at work. This is the same Springfield denial mechanism applied to its most colorful, recurring antagonist. Bob should have been addressed definitively long ago. The pattern of his behavior and its predictable outcomes should have prompted some institutional response that altered the cycle. Instead, Springfield processes him through the available channels, which produce the available outcomes, and the cycle continues. Because the channels were not built to break cycles, they were built to maintain them. The relational dynamics of Springfield's secondary characters taken together tell you something about what long-term residence in this environment does to people's capacity for connection and their expectations of it. Some of them, like Mo, have built their lives around connection they cannot achieve. Some of them, like Agnes and Tamzarian, have built connection out of whatever materials were available regardless of their authenticity. Some of them, like Bob, have organized their entire relational world around a single consuming obsession that provides structure without resolution. All of them are people whose emotional lives were shaped by an environment that the radiation theory suggests has impaired the specific cognitive and emotional functions that sustained adult relationships require. And all of them, in their different ways, are making do with what the environment left them. Extended Deep Dive: the show's relationship with mortality. For a show that has been running for 36 years and has established that its main characters do not age, The Simpsons has an unusually sophisticated relationship with the subject of death. Not the cartoon deaths that don't stick, not the treehouse of horror fatalities that reset by November. The real deaths. The ones that the show acknowledges and processes through its emotional vocabulary and treats with the weight they deserve. The death of Bleeding Gums Murphy in Season 6, a mentor and spiritual touchstone to Lisa, a jazz musician who gave her language and framework for understanding her own artistic impulse, gone before she was ready. The episode handles his death with a restraint that the show rarely employs for anything. It does not try to make it funny. It does not deflect into comedy at the moment when comedy would be easiest. It lets Lisa be sad, and it lets the sadness be real, and it lets the audience sit in the space where a person who mattered is now absent. The death of Maude Flanders. More abrupt, more overtly comedic in its circumstances, but handled afterward with a seriousness that acknowledges what it means for Ned and for the show's understanding of Ned. The episodes that follow Maude's death trace the specific experience of grief in a man whose conditioning prevents him from processing anger, which means grief for Ned looks different than grief for a person with full access to their emotional range. He cannot rage. He cannot resent. He can only endure and pray and forgive, which means his grief has no forward motion. It is static. It is the grief of someone who cannot be angry at what he lost and therefore cannot move through the anger into whatever comes after it. Mona Simpson's death, which we've examined in detail in her own section, is the show's most sustained engagement with mortality as an emotional subject. The episode builds to her death deliberately and handles it without deflection and gives Homer and the audience the full weight of losing a parent you were only recently able to know. And then there's the recurring question of what will eventually happen to the show's oldest main character. Not Burns, who is maintained artificially and has been established as unlikely to be diminished by normal biological processes. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, who is depicted throughout the show's run as a man who has lived past the point where he feels his own life has meaning, who sits in the Springfield retirement castle and tells stories that nobody wants to hear and experiences the specific, invisible suffering of a person who has been warehoused by the people who love them, because the people who love them, I don't know what else to do. Abe's relationship with Homer is one of the show's quietest, sustained observations about the parent-child relationship across generations. Homer is exactly the kind of father to Bart that Abe was to Homer. Physically present, emotionally unavailable in specific ways, loving but limited in how the love gets expressed. And Homer relates to Abe the way adult children often relate to aging parents, with guilt and obligation and a love that doesn't quite translate into sustained, attentive presence. Homer visits. He doesn't stay. He listens to the stories the way you listen to a song you've heard so many times the words stopped carrying meaning. The specific tragedy of Abe's situation is that he made a deal to protect his son, and the deal required him to keep secrets from his son. And keeping the secrets required a kind of emotional distance that made the relationship between them into something neither of them fully wanted. Abe knows things about Homer's life that Homer will never know Abe knows. The deal with Burns, the truth about Mona, the whole architecture of the situation they are both living inside, is visible to Abe from a different angle than it is to Homer. Abe can see more of the shape of it. And he cannot say anything, because saying anything would unravel the arrangement, and unraveling the arrangement would expose everything. So Abe sits in the retirement castle and tells his stories. And the stories are the only form his truth can take. Encoded, wrapped in the format of an old man's rambling anecdotes, plausibly deniable. And Homer, who loves his father in his limited way and cannot understand why conversations with him always feel like they're happening slightly adjacent to what either of them actually means, keeps visiting and then going home. The show will likely never have a canonical, permanent, acknowledged death of one of its main characters outside of a Treehouse of Horror episode. The floating timeline prevents it in the same way it prevents aging. A real death in the canonical timeline would require the show to acknowledge that something had changed permanently, that the world of the show had been altered in a way that could not be reset by the next episode. Springfield doesn't do permanent alterations. The denial mechanism that manages disasters manages death in the same way. It acknowledges the loss in the episode it occurs in and then navigates back to baseline by the next one. But mortality is present in the show regardless. It's in the older characters, in Abe and Burns and the retirement castle residents who cycle through background appearances. It's in the deaths that have been permanent, Maud, Mona, Bleeding Gums. It's in the Treehouse of Horror deaths that the show treats as non-canonical but that carry a different kind of truth, the truth of what the show knows is possible, and chooses not to make permanent, because permanence is the one thing Springfield's operating system cannot accommodate. Death is the thing that cannot be reset. And Springfield's fundamental architecture is the architecture of reset. The two cannot coexist. So, death exists in Springfield the way truth exists in Springfield. Acknowledged in the moment, managed with appropriate ceremony, and then quietly set aside as the mechanism of collective continuation reasserts itself, and the world goes back to being what it was before the loss. Homer's coma is in this context the show's deepest engagement with mortality. Because the coma theory's Homer is not quite alive and not quite dead, he is in the space between, suspended in the specific condition that precedes death without quite being it. And the dream he generates from that suspension is the dream of someone who knows, at some level, that the dreaming mind cannot fully access, that time is limited, that the resources sustaining the dream are finite, that eventually the brain in the hospital bed will stop having enough of what it needs to keep the simulation running. And the dream's response to this knowledge is to keep going, to generate more Springfield, more Homer and Marge on the couch, more Bart at the window, more Lisa at the saxophone, more Maggie in the corner watching everything, more episodes, more Sunday nights, more openings with the family rushing to the couch from different directions and arriving together, assembled, home. The dream's response to mortality is to keep telling the story, for as long as it possibly can. As long as there is anything left to tell it with, which might be, based on current projections, a very long time yet. Section 12. The floating timeline where everything converge. We have been in Springfield for a long time now. We have followed the radiation theory from the power plant to the yellow skin to the four-fingered hands to the impaired brains that cannot look clearly at the thing poisoning them. We have followed the coma theory from the 1st of April 1993 through 32 years of escalating surrealism to the emotional core of a man dreaming about the only thing he ever loved. We have examined the shooting of Mr. Burns and found the official answer, full of holes and alternative readings. We have traced Burns's impossible lifespan to its logical and terrifying conclusion. We have looked behind Maggie's silence and found something extraordinary. We have mapped the predictions and understood them as diagnosis rather than prophecy. We have followed Mona Simpson's trail from activist to fugitive and traced its damage across 3 generations. We have watched Springfield vote to criminalize truth, We have tried and failed to locate a town that was designed to be unfindable. We have sat with the death cycle of Hans Moleman and the endless endurance of Ned Flanders. All of it, every theory and every piece of evidence and every buried thread points to the same place. The floating timeline. This is the final mystery, the one that sits at the center of everything like a drain, pulling the others toward it. The one that every theory addresses but none of them fully explains. The one that has been the most obvious feature of the show since the beginning and has somehow remained the least examined. Nobody in Springfield ages. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when the show premiered on the 17th of December, 1989. Bart Simpson is 10 years old right now, at the time of this video. Lisa was 8. She is 8. Maggie was 1. She is 1. Homer and Marge were somewhere in their mid-30s. They still appear to be somewhere in their mid-30s. 36 years have passed in the real world since The Simpsons debuted. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The characters are frozen at the ages they were when the show began, living through decades of cultural evolution, technological change, political transformation, and generational shift without accumulating a single additional year of age, a single additional wrinkle, a single candle on a birthday cake. The industry term for this is a floating timeline. The present in the show is always the viewer's present. When an episode aired in 1993, the characters were living in 1993. When it airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. The year moves. The technology in the background moves. The cultural references shift to match the current moment. The characters themselves do not move. They remain locked at the ages they were when the show started. Animated figures that time passes through without accumulating on. Every long-running animated show uses some version of this. It is a practical convention of the form. Most viewers accept it without comment because the alternative, allowing animated characters to age in real time, would fundamentally transform what those characters are over the decades of a show's run. The Simpsons is 36 years old. If Bart had aged in real time, he would be 46 years old today. That is not the character who works comedically. That is not the show anyone signed up for. The floating timeline is the mechanism by which the show remains the show. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has created contradictions so large, they've begun cracking the show's foundational reality, and those cracks reveal something worth looking at. The most obvious problem is the backstory. When the show began, Homer and Marge's origin story was anchored in the 1970s and early 1980s. They met in high school during a specific era. Their courtship was textured with era-appropriate details. The music, the fashion, the cultural references all placed their formative years in a recognizable period that made sense for parents in their mid-30s during the show's late 1980s premiere. As the floating timeline dragged the characters' present forward, the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they didn't fall in love in 1980. They fell in love in approximately 2005. Their high school experience wasn't defined by Watergate and disco. It was defined by early social media and YouTube. The show has acknowledged this. Flashback episodes depicting Homer and Marge's youth have been revised repeatedly. Their courtship has been set in the 1990s, then the early 2000s, then the 2010s. Their origin story has been told 4 distinct times with the same essential narrative but a different decade each time. They are the same people in the same love story with the same emotional arc, but the cultural era surrounding them keeps sliding forward because the math of the timeline requires it. What this means is that Homer and Marge do not have a fixed history. Their past is not a stable thing you could access and trust. It is a draft that gets revised every few years to maintain internal consistency with a present that keeps moving. Their memories, as depicted in flashback episodes, are unstable. The version you saw in a 1990s flashback episode has been quietly overwritten by the version shown in a 2010s flashback episode, and both of those will eventually be overwritten by whatever version the current present requires. Characters in Springfield do not have histories. They have approximations of history that serve current narrative needs and are replaced when different needs arise. Every theory we have discussed arrives at this same point from a different direction. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen memory of an unconscious man who went under in April 1993. Homer's brain cannot generate the aging of his children because he was not present to witness it happening. His memory of them is fixed at the last moment he experienced them clearly. Every episode since the coma is that fixed memory played in an endlessly varying loop, the characters cycling through adventures and crises and moments of genuine feeling while remaining, underneath all of it, the same people they were the day the machine fell on Homer's chest. The radiation theory says nobody ages because their biology has been altered at the cellular level by decades of nuclear contamination. The same contamination that gave some of them superhuman physical resilience, that gave Maggie a supernatural intelligence, that keeps Hans Moleman cycling through death and return, has also disrupted the normal cellular aging process. The cells in Springfield replicate differently than normal human cells. The aging mechanism has been compromised by the same environmental factor that compromised everything else. The collective denial theory says nobody ages because Springfield has collectively decided not to allow it. Aging is a form of change. Change implies that the current state of things is temporary. The current state of things being temporary implies that it could end. And in Springfield, the prospect of things ending is too threatening to the community's psychological stability to be permitted. So, the town collectively applies the same mechanism it applied to the real Seymour Skinner. It refuses the truth. By collective agreement, the characters do not age. And anyone who notices and points out that 36 years have passed since Bart was 10 years old is the real Seymour Skinner at the town meeting. They're right, and they will be expelled. The Burns immortality theory says that at least one Springfield resident has found a way to extend their existence far beyond normal biological limits through technology, wealth, and weekly medical maintenance. Which means the rules governing how long a person can continue to be the same person are already negotiable in this universe. If Burns can maintain himself for over a century through careful management of his biological conditions, the concept of normal aging was already a convention rather than a rule before the show even addressed it explicitly. All of these theories are pointing at the same structural feature of the show from different angles. Time is broken in Springfield. Not as a metaphor, not as a cartoon convention to be accepted without thought, as the defining characteristic of the place. Whatever is operating in Springfield, whether it's radiation, or a dreaming brain, or collective denial, or engineered longevity, or some combination of all of them, has decoupled the residents of this town from the normal human experience of time passing and leaving its marks. The characters don't age. The past is rewritten when necessary. Disasters are forgotten by the next episode. The same family sits on the same couch in the same configuration week after week for 36 years. The loop holds because the loop is the show. And the loop being the show means the loop cannot be broken without the show ending. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done this in flash-forward episodes, most notably the Season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding, which depicts Lisa as a 23-year-old woman engaged to be married in a future that is detailed and specific and emotionally resonant. The episode proves that the writers can imagine these characters as adults. They have the capacity to tell those stories. Lisa grown up, still principled, still lonely, still searching for connection in a world that doesn't quite understand her, is a fully realized version of the character that the episode renders with real feeling. And then, the episode ends. Lisa returns to being 8 years old. The future closes, the window shuts, the permanent present resumes. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. The flash forward is the proof that the decision not to let the characters age is a decision, not a limitation. The writers could tell those stories. They have chosen not to. And they have chosen not to because allowing the characters to age would transform the show into something it cannot afford to become. If Bart turns 11, the show changes. If Lisa turns 9, the show changes. If Maggie says her second word and takes her first reliable steps and begins to become the person she will become when time is allowed to pass, the show is a different show. The floating timeline is not a convenient narrative device. It is the show's operating contract with its own existence. As long as the characters don't age, as long as the timeline floats, the show remains the show it has always been. The moment aging begins, the show starts ending. And the show ending is the one thing the floating timeline was designed to prevent. Here is the dimension of the floating timeline that goes beyond The Simpsons. The thing that makes it more than a meditation on animation conventions and turns it into something larger. The Simpsons is the American family. This is not hyperbole. For 36 years, longer than any other fictional household in the history of television, The Simpsons have been the lens through which American culture has examined itself. They have been the representative family, the template, the reference point against which other families and other shows are measured. Homer is the American father. Marge is the American mother. Bart is the American adolescent rebellion. Lisa is the American conscience. Maggie is the American future, perpetually unborn, perpetually potential. And the American family, as The Simpsons has institutionalized it across 36 years of cultural saturation, cannot be allowed to change. Homer must remain middle-aged. Marge must remain patient. Bart must remain 10 years old and irreverent and full of the particular energy that 10-year-olds have before the world starts compressing them into something smaller. Lisa must remain 8 and brilliant and hopeful despite everything. Maggie must remain an infant, all potential and no settled identity. Because the moment The Simpsons age, the moment Bart goes to college and Lisa moves away and Maggie starts speaking and Homer retires, and Marge is left in a house that has become too large and too quiet, the show becomes something American culture is not ready to watch. An elegy for the version of the family it has been telling itself is still possible. The floating timeline is the show's thesis, its final statement about why it exists and what it's for. The Simpsons are frozen in time because we need them to be. Because they represent the version of the American family that we cannot allow to end. The messy, chaotic, loving, infuriating, indestructible version that survives everything and recovers from everything and starts fresh every week, that is always somehow still there when you come back to it. Every theory we have explored tonight converges on this point. The radiation, the coma, the denial, the immortality, the silence, the prediction, the conspiracy, the geographic impossibility of the town itself, all of it is in service of a single structural requirement. The loop must not break. The family must stay intact. Bart must stay 10 years old. And Homer must always find his way home by the end of the episode. Because if the loop breaks, if the timeline stops floating and starts landing, if Bart turns 11 and the world has to acknowledge that something has changed, then the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that the version of America it represents was always temporary. That the couch we sat on as children watching the opening credits is gone now, or in someone else's house, or in a landfill. That we are older. That the world changed while we were watching Springfield stay the same. As long as The Simpsons is on, we don't have to admit any of that. We can sit down, we can turn on the television, and we can go home. To Evergreen Terrace, to Springfield. To the family that never changes, in the town that never ages, in the show that never ends. The loop isn't their prison. It's ours. We built it. We maintain it. We tune in every week to make sure the walls are still standing and the family is still intact and the timeline is still floating. And every time we watch, every time we laugh, every time we recognize a reference from an episode that aired before most of us were born, we tighten the loop a little more. We make it a little more permanent. We make it a little harder for The Simpsons to escape. Because if they escape, if the show finally lets them grow, the bargain we made is broken. The version of the American family that was always going to be okay, that was always going to make it through, that was always going to be sitting on the couch next Sunday night at 8, that family turns out to have been an agreement we made with a television show rather than a fact about the world. And we are not ready to live in a world where that agreement is acknowledged as the thing it is. So Springfield stays frozen. Bart stays 10. The plant keeps running. The cooling towers keep leaking. Burns keeps getting his treatments. Homer keeps going to sleep in Sector 7G. Ned keeps forgiving him from across the fence. Maggie keeps watching from the corner of every room, taking everything in, saying nothing. And the loop keeps running. And we keep watching. Closing a word before you sleep. We've been in Springfield for 4 hours now. We started at the power plant and followed the radiation theory all the way out to its edges, to the yellow skin and the 4 fingers and the impaired brains and the fish with too many eyes. We went under with Homer in April 1993 and followed the coma theory through 32 years of escalating strangeness to its devastatingly simple emotional core. We reopened the Burns shooting and found the official answer full of soft places where other readings could live. We traced Burns's impossible age to the weekly treatments that keep his disease equilibrium in place, and his heart still beating when biology says it shouldn't. We looked behind Maggie's pacifier and found a mind operating decades beyond its stated age. We examined the predictions and learned to see them as diagnosis rather than prophecy. We followed Mona Simpson from her living room in 1969 to Burns's germ warfare lab and back through 27 years of fugitive exile to a reunion beside the wrong headstone. We watched Springfield vote to expel truth and issue a legal order against ever speaking it again. We searched for Springfield on a map and understood why the map will never show it. We sat with Hans Mollman and his death cycle and the particular way Springfield normalizes what should be alarming. We spent time with Ned Flanders and the specific cruelty of a world that rewards Homer and ignores Ned and never explains why. And we arrived at the floating timeline and understood it as the foundation beneath all the others. The thing that makes every other mystery possible. Every theory in this video is different. Everyone operates on different evidence and different assumptions about what kind of show The Simpsons is and what kind of world it depicts. But every theory arrives at the same conclusion through its own path. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something structural and fundamental. Something that runs beneath every episode like a current you feel before you can identify it. Whether that something is radiation or a dream or collective denial or engineered immortality or some combination of all four, it is there. The show has been showing it to you for 36 years. Not through dramatic reveals, through accumulation. Through the patient layering of detail upon detail upon detail until the weight of it becomes undeniable to anyone who looks. The Simpsons is not hiding its mysteries. It is showing them every week. In every establishing shot of the power plant. In every episode that resets by its end as if nothing happened. In every moment where Homer survives something he shouldn't survive. In every scene where Maggie does something no one-year-old can do. In Burns's glowing body and Mollman's return from death and Ned's relentless forgiveness of a neighbor who doesn't earn it. The show puts it in front of you every week and then trusts you to decide what to do with it. Most viewers accept the surface explanation. Cartoon logic, animated convention, the comfortable reading. Some viewers pull at the threads. They find the patterns. They ask the questions that the characters inside the loop can't ask because the loop won't let them. And what the thread pullers find, what we've been exploring for 4 hours, is a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more beautiful than the one the show presents at face value. A version where Homer's stupidity is a scar left by a system that broke his family before he was old enough to choose anything, where Maggie's silence is the most intelligent response to Springfield that anyone has ever produced. Where Burns's immortality is the logical conclusion of what happens when wealth is allowed to operate without limit or consequence for long enough. Where Marge's patience is the structural load-bearing element that holds the whole fragile construction upright. Where Bart's rebellion is the sanest available response to a world that has stopped making sense. Where Lisa, 8 years old and alone with her saxophone and her books and her conscience, keeps asking the questions nobody wants to answer because she is the only person in Springfield who hasn't stopped looking. That's The Simpsons. After 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes and 4 hours of sitting with its mysteries in the dark, the longest-running animated series in American history. The most analyzed, theorized, and dissected show ever made. And after all of it, after all the theories and the evidence and the hours spent trying to crack what the show actually is, the biggest mystery is still the simplest one. Why can't we let them go? Maybe because they're us. Maybe because Springfield is our town, and Homer is our father, and Marge is our mother, and Bart is who we secretly wanted to be, and Lisa is who we knew we should have been. Maybe because Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep hidden, watching everything, saying nothing, waiting for the moment when it will be safe to speak. Or maybe the answer is simpler than all of that. Maybe we can't let them go because letting them go means admitting that 36 years have passed, that we're older, that the world changed while we were watching Springfield stay the same, that the couch we sat on as kids is gone now, that the people we watched it with have changed or moved, or in some cases are no longer with us. And as long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the loop keeps floating, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and Homer is stumbling through the door at 5:30 after another day at the plant, we don't have to fully admit any of that. We can sit down, pull something warm over our shoulders, turn off most of the lights, and go home. To Evergreen Terrace, to Springfield, to the family that never changes, in the town that never ages, in the show that never ends. Sleep well. The plant will still be running when you wake up. It always is.